type rerun in the comment section. And my eyes go everywhere because I'm always trying to figure out which camera. But type rerun in the comments. Maybe put even a city or a state you're in. I'll be curious to know where my folks are. So if you're watching the reruns, show your boy some love and type that in. By the way, if you can hype up a video, this is one I would ask you to do. I'm hearing that there is a way to hype these things. I'm not familiar with the hype feature, but any of you folks that watch it in the reruns, show your boys some love with the hype feature after the show. Give me a minute. We'll be live shortly on all platforms. I don't know why Trump's post came on screen because that's not where we're going with this. So I'll go ahead and put back up the actual graphic. So give me a minute. We're going to be putting President Trump in proper context if we can. That's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge because Trump is often taken out of context if you ask certain folks. So give me a second here. Get this last stream up. And good afternoon. Happy Sunday to all you folks that are tuning in. I will momentarily get this last one up, and then I'm going to fire off all of the streams momentarily. We're going to be on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, Clapper, and of course, we're on YouTube. I'll fire a couple of those up now so that they'll be ready. I just want to make sure I get the right hashtags in here, and we should be hosting this show momentarily. It's another busy week with Trump. And I want to, when I say take it into context, what I want to do is talk to you about some common phrases and statements from Trump. And one he just did. He just released a statement today that I want to talk to you about, which is why I'm saying, why I'm titling this live. We're taking Trump in, or trying to put Trump in a proper context, because he just said something or just posted something today, and it's similar to a previous post, but to prevent anyone from feeling, I suppose, insulted, because President Trump was taken out of context, I'm going to pass it by you guys. And hopefully we can all hash it around and figure out what the hell did he mean and what is he trying to say. So having said that, we are now live on all platforms. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. We're going to be talking about placing President Trump in proper context. Kind of a mouthful, but we're going to be saying this because it's not uncommon for folks to often suggest that folks, particularly those on the left, particularly liberals and left-wingers, would quote unquote Trump derangement syndrome is taking President Trump out of context. So what we want to do today is see if we can put him in context. Hopefully we can get some MAGA viewers on here as usual, some folks that lean right to help explain some of this. Thank you, Cedric Haney. Yeehaw! Appreciate the early hat mustache supporting the program. Thank you very much. So we're going to try to put President Trump in context and explain some of the things that often comes from his account, his interviews, and of course, just him in general. In the comments, Denon Taylor says, study the calendar with Tim and Charlene. Everybody we found calendar. Okay, I don't know where that's going. We're not studying calendars here. Trump needs to run for governor of California. Why would he do that? You are bewitched. Why would he step all the way down and run for governor of California? He'd probably win. Well, not with the gerrymandering. I take that back. Not that they've gerrymandered the hell out of California. He wouldn't win as governor of California anyway, but he would have a hell of a lot of support because there's a lot of MAGA in California. So he would get a lot of support, but I don't think Trump would win governor of California. Not in this environment. Not in this environment. So we're talking about putting Trump in proper context because the liberals are often said to be referring to President Trump out of context. So I want to give you a few things that came from Trump. One just a few hours ago today, I want to talk about in particular. And by the way, let's do it right. Handsome Conservative says, ladies and gentlemen and children of all ages, I am proud to introduce the man with a plan, the host with the most. Ladies and gentlemen, the handsome liberal. Appreciate that support, that opening. Very complimentary, handsome conservative. Nobody does it better. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, Tim, you see Iran targeted a UAE, United Arab Emirates nuclear plant. Yes, I did see that. Here's what I don't get before we get into the meat and potatoes of the show. Iran is targeting neighboring states, neighboring countries that are in cahoots with their primary enemy right now, the United States and Israel, of course. I don't favor targeting a nuclear base for the simple environmental damage it can do, but I'm not going to pretend like I don't understand why Iran is doing it. I mean, fact is, these countries are working with the United States and allowing America to launch attacks from their sovereign borders. America has tried to make it sound like Iran is wrong for doing this, and it shows they are a murderous regime. Make no mistake about it. This is something we would do 100 out of 100 times. If a neighboring country was allowing its airfields, waterways, or any part of its sovereign territory to an enemy of ours to launch attacks on our nation, we would view that country that's allowing that as an enemy of the United States. Didn't George W. Bush, right after September 11th, say you either with us or you're against us? Now, you're talking about the whole fucking world. And no one was attacking us at all when George W. Bush said that. But yeah, if you're launching attacks onto America from Bermuda, Haiti, or the Dominican Republic, or the Virgin Islands, all of these countries that are nearby America, if you were launching attacks into our territory from those countries will be viewed as enemies. So let's just be clear. What Iran is doing is no different than what we would do. We would do that all day of the week and twice on Sunday. So looking in the comments, Build Back Better, just not for Americans. Yikes. Yikes. Deport Trump to Iran prison. Oh my God. Anyway, let me go ahead and get on with the show. So we're talking about putting Trump in context, because you often hear from the right that the liberals are taking him out of context. So I want to give you something he said just today. And I'm going to take the route of being ignorant, and I'm sure plenty of you folks are already calling me that anyway. Rod S., thank you for the hat and mustache. Yeah! Appreciate some of you folks helping your boy out to reach the hat and mustache goal, TikTok cap goal pretty early. Thank you, Rod. So I want you, because remember President Trump not long ago talked about a whole, what was this quote? A whole civilization was going to die tonight and never return. And many on the left or on the right rather, were saying that was taken out of context. That post was a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radical minds prevail, maybe something involuntarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. So that was Trump's post from, probably that was in, what is this, May? That was in April. That was sometime last month, I believe. And the left, the media, and most of the free world, well, most of the world in general, thought that meant Trump was talking about permanently annihilating the whole of Iran, innocent citizens included. The right suggested that was taken out of context, and he was not talking about doing that. So now what I want to give you is another post from President Trump today, and I want you to help me put this one in context so that we don't put it out of context like the last one. Apparently, a whole civilization will die tonight did not mean innocent people in Iran were going to die. Well, here is a post, or better yet, another post from Trump. This was a few hours ago. this morning.
From President Trump as you were hearing him answering questions pertaining to the Iran war. And this morning he posted this on social media saying for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, signed President Donald J. Trump. We're also following.
So the question is, for Iran, the clock is ticking. This is the post. For Iran, the clock is ticking, and they better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, President Donald J. Trump. Now, I want to make sure we don't take him out of context this time, as opposed to a whole civilization will die tonight. What does they better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them? What does that actually mean? That's what I want to find out from some of you folks. I'll be taking callers momentarily, because I don't want to take it out of context. What does that actually mean when you say that if you don't get moving fast, there won't be nothing left of you? What is he trying to say? As opposed to a whole civilization will die tonight. There will not be anything left of who? Who is he referring to? So we want to talk about that, but we do have multiple topics tonight or this afternoon. Certainly want to talk about this one. Certainly want to talk about this one. But what does it mean? There won't be anything left of you. Also, in regards to putting Trump in context, here is another statement that you often hear President Trump say. And once again, just for clarity, I want you folks to help me understand what it means.
A dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're number one everywhere, anywhere in the world. And that's all they're talking about is our country. 1 year ago, it was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world.
What does that mean? We're number one. Number one how? And what does he mean by the hottest country in the world? I'm trying not to take the guy out of context. I want you guys to help me put him in context. What does he mean when he said we're the hottest country in the world? And you heard him say a year ago we were a dead country. What does either one of those topics mean? Putting Trump in the proper context of what we want to do, because it's not uncommon for folks on the right to say the liberals are taking him out of context, a la Charlie Kirk. You heard this about Charlie Kirk also. In fact, you hear this in regards to folks on the right all the time. Anytime they say something that is somewhat controversial, is that the folks who are viewing it that way are taking it out of context. So we want to put Trump in the proper context. And hopefully, as we say all the time, hopefully we can talk to some MAGA. Hopefully we can get as much MAGA on the program as possible. We don't block, ban, or censor. We'll let you speak your piece entirely without any censorship or any concern of that happening. We don't do that here. We're all about free speech. Last but not least, I want to get an explanation on this because once again, this might be another topic for context.
Over President Trump seeking payments from government agencies he oversees. Sources tell ABC News that he's expected to make a deal that would create a nearly $2 billion fund to compensate his allies who say they were victimized by the Biden Justice Department. Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, sources tell ABC News President Trump is poised to strike a deal with his own government to settle a $10 billion lawsuit he brought against the IRS. And he plans to use the money to pay allies who claim they were mistreated by what he called the, quote, weaponized Biden Justice Department, a group that could include those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Trump filed a lawsuit against the IRS in the early days.
And I'm sure you guys have heard about this IRS lawsuit. Now, Trump is in control of the IRS and he's in control of the DOJ. So he's essentially filing lawsuits against his own government and his own people. So that's like having your mom own a company and you file a lawsuit against a company. I mean, we just want to make sure you understand how that goes. And then, of course, he's going to give the money. You see him say he's going to be kind and give the money to folks who were mistreated by the Biden government, including possibly those from January 6th. First question is, How are the folks on January 6th mistreated by the Biden government? I'm really curious to know, what did the Biden government do that was wrong to the January 6th folks? Because look, if you try to break it, let's say Trump is on Mar-a-Lago he's in Mar-a-Lago on the property playing golf, and you try to break into that property, the fence, try to run around the Secret Service, whatever the case may be. He's there, the president of the United States, a highly secured target, and you try to break in to get access to him. Folks are going to kind of say you're deserving of whatever the hell happens to you. So I don't know how you could break into the Capitol building and somehow, some way you're treated wrong. Like, what are you kind of expecting when you're trying to get into a highly secured environment where all of the Senate, the vice president, and Congress are all located in the same place? I mean, like, what do you expect them to do? Remember, we're talking about the party that's tough on crime. So somebody help me explain that, help me put it in context. That is going to be our show today. We're going to be discussing these topics and, of course, whatever direction you guys take us in. Just for the monologue purposes, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Our program is and always shall be MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anybody on the program, including yours truly. So looking in the comments right off the bat, Mr. G says, context, Trump said he ain't shit and doesn't care. I don't think Trump would ever say he ain't shit, but let's move it on. The more shit you let him get away with, the more shit he'll pull. Motherfuckers are stupid, says CC. Yikes. With some countries it may be true, but not with all, the way I see it. And also, real quick, I don't know how much we're going to get into this topic, but I do want to briefly discuss this because it's once again something that Trump is currently saying right now. This is something he's also saying.
Number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen. Mr. President,
do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't
do you
think
think
he
he can
does,
help
no.
in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win it peacefully or otherwise.
That was the question. The first part of that I didn't need to play, but this is before he went to meet with Xi Jinping in China, and you hear him saying we don't need any help with Iran. You hear him saying that we don't need any help with Iran, which obvious question going to be, what was the purpose of meeting with China? He came back and said he did not discuss the tariffs. He came back and tried to indicate they really didn't make much of a discussion on Taiwan, even though apparently China said, don't get in our way. So what was the whole purpose of going over there? If we're at war with Iran, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, preventing Iran from receiving a lot of the oil they're used to getting, and of course, causing our oil prices, not to mention the rest of the world's oil prices, to go up. What was the purpose of going to China if you didn't discuss Iran? I don't get that. So let me go to the box, or better yet, to the comment section. To sell them products, he bought stocks in. And that's crazy that they've come out and released how much stock trades Trump has been involved in. That is insane. If he does not win the midterms, he's gonna have some problems out of some Democrats. I'm certain of that. I don't know how you could be president involved in the stock market, directly interacting with the legislation and things you're passing. Talk about a conflict of interest. Wow. We went there for looking in the comments. Yeah, somebody said a photo op. Well, yeah, that of course. The sad part is MAGA still believes old demented 47. Not all of them. Some people are changing their tune. Let me go to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000, if you will. Help the program out. We'll start it out with Marty Marr. Good evening, Marty Marr. Welcome to the program. If it brings them up, we always had trouble for some reason with some of our callers. Really, is that right? Remember when Obama a gyrocopter flew on the White House lawn? I kind of remember that. What about it? I do remember that. Marty Murr, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, so we're talking about putting Trump in context. Now, he said not long ago that a whole civilization was going to die in Iran, never to return. Folks took it as he was talking about obliterating all of the innocent people as well as the regime in Iran. And the right indicated that the Democrats were making a laughable error and simply taking Trump out of context. Well, now today he said for Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. What is he talking about? Did I lose you, Marty? Okay, apparently
I'm
that.
here.
Yeah. What is he talking about? Marty, you got some internet trouble. I'm gonna have to move it on. You obviously got something going on with your line. Market manipulation, says AfroX. Market manipulation in what way? In what way? I will go straight to Sherbert. Sherbert, apologies from last show. You didn't get through at the end. Good afternoon, Sherbert.
How's it going, Tim?
It's going all right. What does Trump mean when he says that they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them?
Well, he's not a very patient man, so if they don't surrender very quickly, he's going to send in the military like he did to the U.S. cities.
Yeah, but
if he's willing to do that to Americans, why wouldn't he be willing to do that to another civilization? Because he thinks he's better than anyone.
Yeah, but he didn't send the military into Chicago or Minnesota or Los Angeles to make it so that there was nobody left of anybody in Chicago. I mean, he's talking about there will be nothing left of them. What does that mean?
No, I understand that, Tim, but I'm just saying that he is very quick to an escalation if you don't give in exactly how he wants.
Okay, so he'll escalate the situation. I get that. And I think everybody would agree with you that Trump doesn't take any shit in his opinion, but there will be nothing left of them. What does that part mean? You can send the military into a country and there's still things. What does the there will be nothing left of them mean?
I mean, that's just him talking loud. I mean, he could do anything. And the reason every Democrat was concerned is we don't want him to have the nuclear codes. We don't want him to nuclear codes. And then like 2-3 months ago, there was reporting that they actually didn't let him have access to the case. So who fucking knows, man? I'm just waiting to hear the breaking news of, oh shit, something actually happened, because it could, or he's just talking crazy mad shit like always.
You don't believe Trump is capable of dropping an atomic weapon on Iran, do you?
Oh, 100%. Do you think he wouldn't?
The country that we don't want to have a nuclear bomb because we believe they would do something irresponsible, we deal with that by dropping a nuclear bomb on the country?
So, Tim, we fired the people that actually keep our nuclear weapons maintained during Doge. And then we fired all of the generals at the very beginning of this war. We've gotten rid of the inspector generals. Yeah, I believe it, Tim. There are no checks and balances.
You think
You're fucking kidding me?
Okay, let's be clear. I get your point that most of the administration and even the top brass in the military at this point are loyalists to Trump. But you believe they would stand idly by and let him use a nuclear bomb on Iran?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Because fundamentalists do not care. They just only care about themselves.
I mean, we would have to realize the shakeup that would cause just globally.
Tim, we tariffed the Penguin Island. What the fuck are you talking about?
That was a mistake.
Think about the effects. Yeah, we tariffed the entire goddamn world. We do not care. And MAGA doesn't care because they just go, yeah, we're bringing jobs back. Go America. Fuck you guys. Consider the effects. Are you fucking fluffing, Tim?
I mean, I don't see the man. I don't see the man dropping a fucking nuclear bomb, man. I don't see that.
I do. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I'd be horrified. And we're going to do the 25th Amendment, and we're already going to do that, but it would happen a lot faster and we'd get a lot less pushback if he just decides to drop several all at once.
What I'm even more concerned about, not only you suggesting that Trump is capable of dropping a nuke on Iran, you're indicating that our government would allow him to do it. You really believe that?
Well, Tim, there's nobody to stop him. He's strategically made sure of that. There's literally no way to.
You don't think there's any? I mean, I get he got rid of General Milley, who's the guy who told the Chinese during his first term, "Don't worry, we won't let him do something crazy like this." You don't think there's any of those in the military at this point at all?
No, Hegseth has strategically kicked them all out, and we saw that at the beginning of this war, like 2.5 months ago, Tim. There was major reporting on this, that he fired like 6 or 7 top generals, even after we got rid of all of the other generals like a year ago. You remember his whole speech in front of the entire...
Yeah, him and Hegseth talking about they were overweight.
Just crickets.
Yeah, him and Hegseth talking about they were overweight and shit. I get all of that, but we're talking nuclear...
There's no one to stop him. Yes, Tim. And I completely agree with that. He would do that. I wouldn't say that about any other president, at least in the modern history, but I would totally believe that Trump would do that.
Well, handsome conservative on Owen Clapper disagrees. He says, "Tim, with all due respect,
that old man said.
with all due respect, could you please have this man put his big boy britches on?" So I guess he doesn't view you as an adult, sounds like. But I don't know.
Handsome conservative, can you knock the cobwebs out of your eyes and actually see what's best for the entire world and the country versus just what's in front of your fucking Bible nose? He brings religion into like every single topic. And I'm more concerned about surviving this and dropping atomic weapons on other countries. And he always wants to go, but what did the Bible say? You know, they're not real adults because they're not 105 years old like him.
Well, first of all, he's not 105. But I mean, listen, some folks believe that bringing back religion it would actually present the moral fortitude, the moral good that we need in this nation.
And I don't like those people.
Why would you?
The same way they don't like trans people, I don't like those people. Exact same way, actually.
I don't know if all religious evangelicals dislike trans, though. I don't know if they all are like that.
No. But if they do, and they are fundamentalist, I don't like them. I don't like fundamentalists in any category.
I don't know. I mean, I'm still kind of stuck on the whole nuclear bomb. Let me move it on with the other topic. I just don't see Trump going that far, and I don't see the military and our government allowing them.
I didn't see January 6th coming either. I didn't see us trying to coup the government and hang Mike Pence when they put a gallows out front. So we're kind of in unprecedented times for quite a while here.
I mean, I can't argue with you. The January 6th definitely did come out of left field. Speaking of which, I'm going to talk to you about that right now. But before I do, Mr. G says, context, Trump said he shouldn't, don't care. I saw that. Let me ask you this. In regards to you bringing up the whole January 6th protest, we'll call it a protest. Some folks want to say we'll call it a protest as opposed to an insurrection. In regards to the January...
If they stayed at the ellipse, maybe.
Huh?
If they stayed at the ellipse, maybe it would have been a protest.
Trump has sued the IRS, and it looks like he may get a very hefty settlement from the government, and some of that money may be rendered to some of the January 6th protesters that were mistreated by the Biden administration. What say you?
I very, very much don't like this. They got to do some of the most ridiculous and violent shit. They tore down the American flag and put up Trump 2020 on the Capitol grounds. And we're going to give them money for doing that. I don't think they were mistreated. I think they got due process. And they did a terroristic event on the Capitol during the peaceful transfer of power. It literally can't get any clearer than that. And somehow I've got handsome conservative and MAGA reacts saying, no, that's not what happened. We got Jeremy to start coming over. And that's huge. But why would we give them money for this? And your paperwork got leaked to the public. So you get $1 billion. We had Doge tap into the IRS and leak all sorts of shit. Where's our money for this? And he had way less.
That's a good point to start out before we even get into this discussion. Why would leaking out the paperwork of President Trump be worth $1 billion in damages? I don't fucking know. That's insane. Because leaking out his paperwork didn't do any damage to him of any significance. Why would he get $1 billion in damages for that? I don't know. But
I mean, I'd be much happier with like the Ashley Babbitt of like $5 million. Which I still wouldn't be happy with, but I'm a lot happier than $1.776 billion.
And by the way,
just to be a meme joke. What the fuck?
And by the way, the Babbitt family, I believe they received 30 mil. Looking in the comments, MAGA React says, though, how did you not see January 6th coming after an entire year of Black Lives Matter riots? So he's making a comparison. Now, by the way, nobody's trying to give anything to...
I've got an answer.
Huh?
I've got an answer for that.
Let me hear it.
We've seen the systematic oppression of police officers go after Black people across this country for the last 5, 6, 10 years, specifically as videos or cameras on phones have gotten much better in streaming.
Yeah, it's been a lot longer than 5 or 6
so there was
years, though.
Natural buildup anger versus the Puerto Ricans Venezuelans are rigging our vote systems and dead people are voting, and you got told utter horseshit. They got disproven. Bill Barr went and investigated and said, hey, this didn't happen. And you still trusted the one guy and Fox News to say it was all fake versus, hey, here's this video of Black guys just getting shot all the time over just something very small. So there is a ginormous difference. I didn't see Black Lives Matter becoming a thing until George Floyd. You guys had horse shit to then go attack the Capitol during a transfer of power. It's magnitudes different. And if you can't see that, you might be some of the dumbest people I've ever heard of.
Well, I'm certain I'm gonna be looking forward to bringing up some MAGA, so I'm sure they're gonna have a difference of opinion on that. But I don't know how much money each one of them individuals is going to receive. But what if somebody did break a window to the Capitol building or something minor damage, and they got a year or 2 in prison? You don't think that that's kind of being a bit harsh on them?
No, not at all, Tim. It very much depends on the day that they did it. It's literally in our Constitution that we have this happen on January 6th.
Yeah.
If you did that on, December 5th, yeah, 6 months, I don't give a shit. You're stupid as hell. But then you go and actually try and stop the transfer of power, you deserve a heavy sentence. I don't see where the confusion comes into this. It was the most filmed event we've ever had. It's very clinical in that these people did these things. That's why they were charged. The ones that just walked around got like 2 months or 6 months. But the ones that got 3 years are the ones that actually, stole Nancy Pelosi's podium or whatever. If you did something, you got a heavier sentence. There was no mistreatment. They did something. They got arrested. They all got individual trials. They didn't just get RICO'd out and everyone got 20 years. People got 6 months. People got 10 years, like Enrique Tarrio. What's the difference?
Well, according to Gen X, Enrico Tarrio, the guy that they deemed the head of the Proud Boys, he claimed Gen X said Gen X is a Proud Boy. So Gen X says the guy wasn't even there. Gen X says the guy wasn't even there that day.
Yes, but he also created the plans for these guys with zip ties and masks to be the front runners into it. You can't start the conspiracy and then when it didn't go your way, say, all I did was meet up with them, and it's my group that had a strategic plan set up.
But if you're saying, okay, because you're right, January 6th is known for the day.
It's very clear, Tim. If you set the plan to harm someone, then you get charged.
Yeah. Well, but they didn't. I mean, did they really put in
Tell me they didn't harm nobody.
did Enrique Torres, did he really intend for people to get harmed?
Tim, we have the logs. We know what the Proud Boys are. We know what their cries, their chants are. We know what they stand for. Specifically, Gen X.
Thank you, Kelby.
When Melissa Hortman got taken
Yeah,
down, and he
yeah.
said, "Yeah, another reason to have a parade."
Yeah, he did
So
say that.
I don't care. You don't get to do that. Set up a plan, and we have the messages from his court case, Tim. Yeah, he didn't explicitly say take a knife, but when they're all set up with zip ties and the front runners into the Capitol, I don't trust your organization. And another reason not to trust Gen X.
Well,
Fucking cult boy.
fortunately for Trump, Enrique Torres is a free man and likely to receive a hefty pay sum soon. I mean, he's likely.
He's an ICE agent. He's a government employee now.
So he's making a good living off of taxpayer money. Sounds like.
Maybe he'll get that $50,000 bonus. Who knows? I think they still have like another 2 years before they start getting it.
Well, he may expedite it for Enrique. He's done so much for the cause. Last but not least, before I move it on from you, hottest country in the world. We were a dead country a year ago. We're now the hottest country in the world. Explain that. What does that mean?
I would sure love to understand that, Tim, because when you talk to economic people and actually go over the numbers, it's like we're living in Bizarro world when you listen to MAGA talk about it. It's literally the complete opposite of everything. And Trump has said, when the polls say I'm doing bad, I'm going to say it's fake news. And when the polls are saying it's good, everything is obviously true then. It's so incredibly clear by their own words. And then when you have anyone who actually studied this and has a degree in it, it's very clear that it went the complete opposite of what they're saying.
Well, he still has 2+ years. Sherwood, I'll go ahead. I'll give you the last one. I got to move it on, but go ahead. What were you about to say?
Their ignorance doesn't make dumb shit true.
That's a hell of a quote. Their ignorance doesn't make dumb shit true. May hear me say it in the future. Sherbert, thanks for coming through.
Have a good night, Tim.
You too. Tap the screen, get us on up to 20,000, if you will. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap, hat, and mustache goal. You know how we run the program. Looking at the comments, notice the privilege. January 6th was a day of love. With Chud the Builder, they are quietly walking away, but if it was flipped, we would never live it down. I do see some of that. I mean, because the Black Lives Matter protesters, often, anything you bring up, you cannot bring up a January 6th conversation without the right bringing up Black Lives Matter. So let's talk about it. You can bring up Black Lives Matter with the left without them bringing up January 6th a lot. But let's just talk about that from a quick perspective. The BLM people were villainized. Despite what they were protesting about, despite what you're seeing on camera and things like that Sherbert, my last caller, brought up, certainly with George Floyd and in many other controversial shootings, they're always viewed from a villainous standpoint. Whereas January 6th folks did not have any solid evidence of what their claim was, and they're viewed from a heroic standpoint. I don't know why. I'll certainly look forward to hearing some of you folks help me make clarity of that. You guys know what this program is. We don't block, ban, or censor. It's uncensored. They worship Trump like they worship Homelander, says John. Really? By the way, I have a poll on YouTube inspired by what we were just discussing with my last caller. The poll titled, or the question is Trump capable of dropping a nuke on Iran? Just a few respondents so far, a couple dozen, 27 respondents, 59% saying yeah. 59 of my respondents are saying yes, Trump is capable of dropping a nuke on Iran. I'm not in that camp. I think Trump is a little bit more restrained than that. You really think he would just blow up tens of thousands of innocent people? Wow. That's harsh. Looking in the comments, let me get back to the box. Tap the screen, get us up to 20,000, if you will. We'll take the next caller at 20,000. Looking in the comments, well, when you know what's going on and you know what's going to happen, you don't get upset when it does. Okay, that's coming from a handsome conservative. Well, I want to know what is happening and let me know what's going to. Kel Bruce says breaking a window to get in to kill lawmakers is not worthy of at least 2 years, Tim. Yeah, it is. But they're denying that's what they were there to do. You're saying they were breaking windows to get into the Capitol building with the full intent of taking the life of lawmakers, Congress, Senate, Nancy Pelosi, all of them, Mike Pence and all. They're denying that that's what they were there to do. They're suggesting they just wanted to get inside so that their voices would be heard. So, I mean, I guess we'd have to see evidence that they were actually there to take the lives of innocent people. Tap the screen, let your thumbs not be lazy, get the likes on up. Why do you think Trump wouldn't? Because I just think he's a human being. Wow. You don't think Melania or his daughter Ivanka, none of them would tell him, Dad, honey, don't nuke the Iranians? I get that he don't sometimes listen to his advisors or even top brass in the military. You think his family would tell him that's wrong? I mean, because once we go atomic with Iran based on what we have now, giant robot, thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate some of you folks showing the program some love. Once we do that, it literally opens up the door for anybody to do it. I mean, because what we have on Iran is pretty flimsy, in my opinion. There's a large portion of the world and this country that suggests why we attacked Iran is not valid, including Tulsi Gabbard. So we have flimsy proof of why we attacked Iran. So once we attack Iran, we open up the door for anybody else to start dropping nukes. Because Trump can't prove that Iran was days away from developing a nuke. And as he says, they would have used it on us by now. He don't have any evidence of that, and you're never going to see evidence of that. I do believe it's going to be very similar to Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. You're never going to see any proof that that actually was true. It'll just be something you either believe the administration or you don't. If Bibi Netanyahu could push the button himself, he would, says Mr. G. Israel is a different conversation. Now, after seeing what Israel did to Gaza, I do believe Israel can do it. But I will also say this. In regards to Israel versus America, Iran is a far greater enemy to Israel than they are to America. They genuinely do not like Israel. The only reason Iran don't like us is because we're always in their business. If America actually came home and did what Trump campaigned on, being America first and only focusing on America, I don't think we would have any trouble out of Iran. We're only dealing with Iran because we're in their region trying to actively control policy and how things flow in their region of the world. So I think it's a little bit different. We'll go back to the box. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Tap the screen. MAGA reacts. I want you to help me put Trump in the context. Now, did you hear the clip I played of what he said earlier today?
No, I just got on here.
Okay. I want for you and a few hundred across the platforms, I want you to hear this because after he threatened to not wipe Iran off the map, what did he say? A whole civilization was going to die tonight. Folks indicated that the left was taking that out of context. This is what he said today. And I got to get my audio back, but this is something he just said earlier today.
This on social media saying for Iran, the clock is ticking. They bet moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, signed President.
Now, I'm going to leave it on the screen because the clip kind of paused there for a minute. So as opposed to replaying it, it says for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, President Donald J. Trump. Now, first he was talking about a whole civilization will die tonight. Now, today he comes back with there won't be anything left of him. Can you put that in context? What does that mean?
Just an empty threat. It could mean anything he wants it to later on. It could mean the end of the government. It could mean whatever he wants it to mean.
So in other words, you don't know.
I mean, that's the whole point of it. It's a threat to get them moving, you know?
So
Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it could mean everything. It depends on him.
So in other words,
depends on what they do. I mean, it's just to get them to fucking
right? But
negotiation tactic.
if what you're saying is true, then that means the left is not taking them out of context. You say it could mean anything, so it could mean what the left believes it means.
Well, that's the whole point. You have to make it where they at least think it's possible. Otherwise, it'd be a shitty negotiation tactic if they don't think it's possible.
So then the left is not taking them out of context, correct?
I don't know, man. I wait for the fucking results. He hasn't blown any fucking countries.
You
yet.
want to
He hasn't
wait
done
until he does this?
No, but come on, you guys are making a big deal, and this is like the second time. And
He's making big
Did
statements.
civilization end last time?
You say we're making a big deal. You don't think this statement sounds like a big deal?
It's supposed to. Hopefully, it gets things
Right.
moving. But I really doubt that he's gonna nuke anybody.
So
or
what
do
should
anything like that?
What should folks viewing this on the left, international folks, what should they think this means?
That Trump wants to really end this conflict in Iran.
No, the part about there won't be anything left of them. What are they supposed to think that means?
That he's gonna blow up their fucking government. That he's gonna fucking kill their leaders. I don't know. It could mean anything.
So then they're not taking. Okay, so you are admitting then that the left is not for certain. You know, for certain you're not for certain they're taking them out of context. As you say, it could mean anything. It could mean that he's going to blow the whole country up.
I really doubt he's gonna blow the whole country up. He's been so careful not to do the, except for this stupid thing with the school, which he wasn't aiming for.
How do you know?
He's been careful not to hurt any citizens.
Well, he said Iran did
It
that.
serves no purpose. It serves no purpose to him to fucking blow up a school.
He said Iran
And
did
the
it.
fact that whoever did it, it serves no purpose for him to do it. Trump didn't do it because it was an accident. There's 3 military buildings next to this school. It's collateral damage. It's the definition of collateral damage.
Is it an accident to blame it on Iran?
I mean, it's their fault. They should have just fucking made a deal before and then we wouldn't be at war. I don't know, man. I don't want to fucking answer questions I don't have the answers to. I mean, you fucking make me answer these questions and you're like, oh, you're a pretzel.
No.
You're fucking making me answer the question. I don't fucking know, Tim. I don't.
Well,
fucking
and
know.
I get that. Listen, I'm not trying to make you answer the question. What I'm admitting on the program is that the right says that the left is often taking Trump out of context. So what I'm doing is presenting what Trump is saying to someone like yourself on the right and asking you, well, shit, put it in context. Tell us what it actually means. And it sounds like you're having difficulty doing that.
Well, because I just fucking woke up and I haven't heard. I mean,
So what you call in for?
I haven't been paying attention to Trump. To fucking bitch about this J6 versus BLM shit. I mean, you guys, again, you could riot all year long, and then fucking we riot one fucking day, and you guys won't let that day go. Like every fucking day, J6. I mean, we haven't had a new riot since. It was our only fucking riot ever. I mean, I can't think of any fucking other riots.
Okay.
Can you?
No, but
And you
well,
guys-
yeah, I can.
You
I
guys are
mean,
acting all holy. You fucking rioted all fucking summer long, burning cars, fucking up cops, throwing rocks at cops, firing fireworks at cops, and like, oh, because we brawled with them and hurt a few.
Do
of
you
them.
really-
I mean, I don't want you to fucking defend J6. I just
you
find
are, but
hypocrisy
you're
funny.
doing just that. You're trying to compare somebody going into a Best Buy and stealing TVs and setting the mom and pa on fire to trying to kill the vice president and all of Congress. I think these two
They
things.
were not trying to. Come on.
What
Tim,
were they there
not
for?
trying to kill him.
What were they there for?
They were there to protest, just like you guys were protesting all summer long about fucking police brutality. We were fucking protesting this fucked up election.
So when they
And it's still a fucked up election. I don't care what you say.
so when they went into the Capitol building, what were they trying to do inside? Just going to stand around and chant and hold up signs?
Well, you were just doing what you guys were doing all summer.
No,
What are you
I'm-
doing?
okay.
Why are you
Let me
protesting
get
all
you.
summer?
Let me try to get you to
You
focus.
wanted to
Okay,
be
hold on,
heard,
hold on.
right?
Let
You
me
wanted
get
to
you
be
to
heard.
focus on
We
the.
wanted to be heard about our
You
thing.
you are so eager to talk about. Let me ask you questions about January 6th. What were they going to do when they went in the building?
They're just protesting, Tim.
So-
What are you guys gonna do?
So
What were
you
your
still
ideas?
keep.
What was your goal?
I cannot get you to answer a question about January 6th without saying something about BLM. We can talk about BLM, but let me ask you about January 6th. What were they going to do in the building?
Riots were a plan. It's a riot, Tim. It's a protest that turned into a riot, like a million other.
What were they going to do in the building?
Riot.
What were they going to do in the building?
Nothing. They're making some noise so they're heard. So fucking you take future elections seriously and you fucking, actually look into election fraud and take election security seriously.
So they were going to
We've been bitching about election security forever, and both sides always think that they got cheated in one way or another when it comes to elections.
So they were going to just go in the building and what we're going to do? Just go in there and chant?
You know what? No. See, this is what you need pushback on. For one, January 6th had nothing to do with BLM. BLM was mostly peaceful. The only thing that was the white people.
Bullshit.
No, you're gonna listen to me.
Go on
Mute
YouTube
his ass.
right now. There's
Mute
1,000
his
fucking
ass.
fires.
Mute his
BLM
ass.
fires.
This is how
I
you-
fucking
this is
sat
what-
there with
this is
Tim
what it
for
is.
like an hour
What you're
linking
gonna do
fucking
is-
videos
you
of
did
BLM
not- no,
fires.
no.
Okay, let her respond to you. Wait, hold on, MAGA, let her respond. Let her respond, and then hold on, and then you gotta let him respond. Okay, what are you saying?
Baby, no, you're gonna stop having shit down your damn.
I'm asking you, what did you want to say to him? What do you want to say to him?
What you're gonna do?
What do you want to say to
What
him?
you're gonna do is quit having a damn.
What do you want to say to him?
I want to say this. BLM, it was never like that. It was not about riots and stuff. So what happened was they had people coming into BLM and making it look like it was us. And it was the right side because people was being charged. So don't tell me nothing about that. Do not. The January 6th, you motherfuckers went up
The
in there,
J6ers
shitting. No, you're gonna be quiet. Shitting all over the place, disrespected people, got somebody unalived and unalived a couple of cops. Miss me with the bullshit. It wasn't no peaceful crap.
All right, let him respond. Let him respond. Go ahead, MAGA.
The J6ers say the same fucking bullshit that you guys say. I'm not even trying to defend them. I'm just being fair here.
You're
The
defending
J6ers
them.
say
You
the
are
same
defending
shit
them.
that they had a bunch of. I am defending them, but I don't want to. They had a bunch of agitators. They say all the same bullshit that you're saying.
That's
But
not
if
true.
they're
though.
responsible, if BLM's not responsible, then the J6ers are not responsible. The BLM are responsible, then the
Bullshit.
J6ers. I'm just keeping it fair.
Let me.
here.
No, you're not keeping nothing fair. You just
And then there was no cops that died because
Let me
of
tell y'all
the
something.
J6. There's no cops that
For
died in
one, you like
J6.
to-
It was
you
only
like to be
Ashley
a
Babbitt.
pretzel. You like to be a pretzel, then you don't like to answer questions. Don't come up here if you don't want to answer questions. You feel what I'm saying? And don't talk
They're
about
bullshit
BLM, 'cause
questions.
you don't know
I must
nothing.
have a time
Well,
machine
that's
to
what your
travel
whole life
to the
was
future
for.
and alternate
You're not put up with
realities.
your ugly
I'm
ass.
not going to be able to answer these questions without a fucking time machine. I'll go into the future and tell you what it
Well-
Let
is
me tell you
after.
something. That's why you and Tim got playground down your fucking throat. You always want to pretzel for the white team,
The
man.
fuck does
You're
that
never
mean?
gonna like your ugly ass. And then we got Tom, Dick, and Jerry over here. Timmy,
I'm
Tim,
still waiting to be
with the all
deported.
down here so
I was supposed
gagged
to be
like it
deported
all.
last year.
Let me
What's
tell
going
y'all
on
something.
here?
BLM, you as a black man should stop. You need to stop pushing the hell back. Because what he said about BLM was nothing. We got pepper sprayed. And if we ever did that up there January 6th, we would have been unalived. So miss me with the bullshit. This is all about racism. And guess what? Now we got to pay for the crap because, oh my God, they got convicted. The white team, man. Get it over it. How about BLM? Why can't we sue the shit?
MAGA, let me ask you that.
Because they didn't go after you guys like they went after
What are you
J6ers.
talking about?
They
The
fucking
police?
they looked
Okay,
at every
white
fucking
boys,
video.
now you're gonna
and
piss me off.
anyone that was anywhere there. I mean, you telling me this?
Get the
We
comments
rioted for
out.
4 hours, and we probably had just as many prosecutors a whole year of fucking
Let me
BLM.
tell you something. Why don't we sue BLM sue the United States? Because we're being unalive by the popos and everything else. We are being discriminated. We can't even vote. Our vote don't even count down south.
Give me an
But yeah,
example
we
of
should,
BLM
huh?
person
We
going to
should,
jail
right?
that didn't
But we
belong to
can't.
jail.
But we can't, right? But we can't. But the white team man go out there and shit on our thing and everything else. But yeah, we have to pay for it. See, kid, this is what you gotta do. You gotta start pushing back and get the cock out your damn mouth. The playground's very deep behind your throat.
First of
You're
all,
not saying anything. You know that, right?
you did just hear the man just literally said you make a bunch of statements and you put me in pretzels before you came up here. I don't cuss the man out, but he admitted I was pushing back before you came on the program.
You don't know how to
Answer
put.
questions questions
No,
that
you be
have no
laughing and
answer.
stuff, Tim. Let me tell you something. You be laughing and stuff. You be kicking and
Because I'm
Was
nice
your
to
ass
him.
out
I
there
don't fucking call him
BLM?
names.
No, you be quiet. Was your ass out there BLM? Because I know my ass was. And you know, we got pepper spray. We
How
got
many cars did you
bullets
set
at
on
us and
fire?
everything else for being peaceful. For being
Cedric,
peaceful.
thank you for the galaxy,
Now we
Cedric
have
Haney.
now we have to pay the white tea man for going up in the house? Up in there? You don't think this shit's not
Look,
racism?
Well, let me.
I've heard a dozen stories about J6ers getting fucked by court,
Okay,
and they didn't fucking do shit. Give me examples of BLM guys getting fucked by the justice system during those riots.
Maggots are. Oh, it was Antifa. It was Antifa. There's
You
nobody
just came up here saying the same shit that it was fucking antagonated.
You numb nuts.
I don't know, MAGA. I gotta disagree with you with them.
She just.
I gotta disagree with you that they were going to break into that building just to stand around and protest. I don't buy that at all. They weren't just there to
What are they
protest.
gonna do? Who got hurt? Who did they hurt?
I had to send the galaxy, and I had to get in here on this conversation.
Sure.
Because I have to disagree with all of y'all, the right and the left, trying to normalize January 6th, but then trying to normalize BLM riots is crazy. It's crazy on both sides. Both of y'all are right.
No.
Okay, I want to hear. Hey, hold on. I want to hear Cedric. Hold on, Gangsta Grandma. Hold on. Let the man finish. Let the man finish. I haven't heard what he finished saying. You're talking about pushing back before he's done talking. Well, you're saying they're trying to normalize this stuff. Give me some clarity.
Okay, well, we got GG in here right now who is trying to defend the Black Lives Matter movement left and right after the stuff that they have done throughout this country, and then you have MAGA reacts at the bottom trying to normalize January 6th.
No, what
I'm not trying to normalize shit. They're both fucking garbage.
It's both wrong, and that's the problem with both sides of this stuff.
Wow, shit, Tim, you allow the white.
Okay.
That's exactly my message. They're both wrong. I don't understand why
It's
one is
both
right.
wrong. So why are y'all in here arguing about some stuff that
Okay, let me tell you something, white tea man. Let me tell you something about BLM is about. It's about
you
people
always
talking
got
that
something
you'll
to say
never
about the white tea man. GG, hey, look, you always got something to say about the white tea man. GG, I am a mixed man. I am black and white. You ain't gonna make it too far with me on that stuff.
We was protesting. That's our God-given right. January 6th was not about protesting. So shut your
Well, hold on. Let me interject. Gangsta Grandma, hold on a second. Gangsta Grandma, all BLM protests were not peaceful. I mean, 90-some% of them were. But
and trying to defend that is crazy.
Why wasn't
Accept the
it?
truth.
Why wasn't it, Jim?
okay, I think Gangsta Grandma, your 10 is up. I gotta move on. Real quick, last word to you. I gotta keep these two on, but your time is. Go ahead.
Let me tell you guys something. You have the white man. You have the white man up in here saying that BLM wasn't peaceful and stuff. It was. Who's white?
I am a mixed man.
You're the only white person I'm white.
That you keep on talking about.
Let her finish. This is her last word. Go ahead. What are you saying?
People being arrested. What are you talking about? We wasn't up there trying to unalive VP. It was, and that's our First Amendment. You sorry ass crackers.
All right, we'll move on. Let me hold on before you two continue. Let me just say this. I understand because she's asking why everybody think the BLM protests are violent or whatever. Let me just make it clear. Just like I've been to a couple of Trump rallies, I've been to some BLM protests. In defense of her, despite her rhetoric, she is right. Like 90-some-odd% of BLM protests were peaceful. In fact, just about any city in America that has a population of over 50,000 people has had at least one BLM event. And you know all of those cities have not been set on fire. The problem is, as folks often suggest with Trump, is the media, you're not going to show a peaceful BLM protest. The one I went to, the fucking chief of police was there talking about they were banning chokeholds. He walked down the street with the people, took a knee. No media was there. And that's the overwhelming majority of them. But the ones where people are burning shit down, yeah, that's where the media is going to be. But fact is, when you actually think about the percentage of BLM protests were violent, it's minuscule. It just was something you'd put on the media. Cedric, go.
And you're 110% correct about that. But one event, one riot from the right on January 6th, while you try to sit up and justify the ones that was done by BLM's movement, is crazy to me. It's crazy on both sides. Yeah. So when one party gets up here and tries to defend one side, and then the next party tries to defend the other, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Here's my.
We're not getting anywhere with this.
Okay, here's my pushback on that.
Cedric, I actually agree with a lot of what you're saying.
I agree with it too. I agree with it too, but here's the difference.
Find it bullshit that,
here's the difference.
If you hold on. I agree with you.
Here's the difference. If you were saying the protest in Ferguson or the protest in Baltimore got out of hand, I'm fine with that. Saying BLM gets out of hand is not right. Because there's lots of BLM that are not involved in riots. You're just like that would be like saying all MAGA are rioters. Most MAGA were not there on January 6th. Just like most BLM folks have not been involved in a riot. So demonizing the whole organization, I think, is where the problem is. Call it as you see it. Call out the cities where protests got out of hand. Don't demonize the whole movement as a bunch of rioters and looters, which is what Charlie Kirk and many folks have done, because that's woefully inaccurate.
I completely agree, and I understand that. But my question is for all my fellow Americans, at what point do we ever put a stop to both sides of doing this stuff and agree that we have got to come together to fix the problem instead of going back and forth about, oh, you're wrong, when both of us are wrong?
How are you going to fix when you look at what BLM is protesting? Let's go with the main one, the George Floyd thing, where he's on television and George Floyd is dying under his knee, and they're showing it on TV for 4 days straight, and they haven't even charged Derek Chauvin. I mean, you tell BLM, I need you guys to not get riots, not have riots. What are they supposed to do?
Did that man see his day in court?
Yeah, because the city was burning. They were not going to charge him. The city, it took 4 days of that.
That I'm talking about. We do not have to burn a city down to address the issue. There's too much bickering back and forth between both sides instead of just being Americans.
I could say the same thing about the election fraud. We waited a whole month with no action as far as looking into election fraud.
But that don't make sense, MAGA.
The worst part is, like, you guys, we have thousands of examples or hundreds of examples of like BLM riots. You only have one J6.
But what you just said don't make sense.
I mean, you guys make it sound
what
like
you're saying.
You got 4 hours versus thousands of hours.
What you're saying doesn't make sense. You waited all this time for them to look into election fraud. Trump was president, and many of the states you're claiming fraud happened were Republican states. So.
That's true too.
Yeah, so I don't get that.
The whole election fraud and everything else like that is just a talking term. It's some straight bullshit.
Look, for the record, I don't know if there's fraud or not, but it wasn't looked into. We didn't have a Mueller investigation. We didn't have anything.
This is where I looked into
it for like 2 weeks and then quitting.
I vote to the right. Mm-hmm. I have always voted to the right. Sometimes, I'm in your lives all the daggum time, and sometimes people like MAGA reacts. They just, I just can't wrap my head around the way you think. There ain't no damn election fraud, man. Biden won that damn presidency, and that's the end of it. Why in the hell is that a talking point to y'all?
Because I said this before. This is a 1-point game.
You MAGA reacts. You are the same person.
And a lot of funny things happening. I don't know who won. I just wanted to be looked into.
MAGA reacts. You are the same person that got on Tim's Live about a week ago and told us that the midterms did not matter.
You did say that.
You lost your mind.
That's not what I said. That's not
what you said. That's exactly what you said. You did say that because we were all shocked.
You know how important Congress is to this country?
Yeah, as a whole, but not individual.
I don't.
Most
Lord
of them
have
we don't
mercy, and
fucking
you
know
still
who they
going
are.
with it. You can't make this shit up, Tim.
The midterms matter. It's just
You cannot make this shit
congressperson is. Do you know your congressman? Tell me your congressman's name.
Oh God.
Tom Cotton.
Okay, you have one of the famous ones.
Tim Cotton.
It's not one of the.
You
a few famous ones on TV
do
every
the
day.
same job, MAGA reacts.
Most of them are anonymous and they don't fucking matter.
Oh my
That's all I
God.
was
You
saying.
don't see it. I just can't. You can't argue with somebody who doesn't even understand how the government works. I don't.
There's
I don't
500 of them. Do you know? Can you name all 500 of them?
what?
I don't have to
name all
name all 500 of them.
Because most of them don't matter. It's a fucking vote, yes or no. It could be a fucking.
All this gerrymandering. Oh, hold on. All this.
Understand how important that yes or no vote is.
Sexy Red, thank you. All this gerrymandering. Hold on. Let me interrupt. All this gerrymandering is going on. Wait. MAGA reacts. You think if Congress people don't matter, why would they be doing all this gerrymandering?
To affect the whole number. Because as a group, they matter. As a group, they fucking matter. They fucking pass a lot of good shit and bad shit. But as an individual, they fucking, most of them are powerless. It's a fucking joke.
Look, MAGA. At some point, you have got to. I don't know. You need to like. I don't know. Read. I don't get it.
If you could name more than like 10 congressmen, I would change my mind.
No sense.
You're lucky to name like 5 or 10 of them, and you're telling me how important they are. Come on.
5 or 10 of them. You know, the same people that vote on all our bills and pass stuff through the government and everything else, they don't matter. Is that what you're just going to tell everybody? They just don't matter.
As a group, they matter. As an individual, they don't.
So then why is the right always going after Nancy Pelosi or Congresswoman AOC? If they don't matter, why are they always talking about her?
Because they have big voices. This is more their voice than anything. I mean, the speaker matters.
But what you failed to realize that one individual's voice matters. MAGA.
Do you even know AOC's voting record? You know what she voted on, what she didn't vote on? Or do you just hear her stupid messages online? Her voice is what matters, not her fucking. I don't even fucking know anything she voted on.
You did much better when you were dealing with Gangsta
Grandma.
Grandma.
The Democrats as a group voted on.
MAGA.
The fucking individual people's vote record.
When you were dealing with Gangsta Grandma on the whole Oklahoma marriage thing, you did a lot better than you doing with this guy. God, I gotta move it on.
Look, this is a
and the crazy part. And the crazy part about it is, Tim.
Yes.
I vote with this guy.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. There's issues out here on both sides that need to be addressed. And MAGA, brother, you is one of the problems.
Like, I'll try not to be, but listen, you got one of the good Congress people, so maybe that's why you think they matter. I don't know who the fucking my congressperson is, and I don't even think they're fucking Republican.
That sounds like a you problem. I gotta move it on, gentlemen, as always. Thank you, Cedric. Appreciate it, Cedric. Cedric, I think you spoke for thousands of people today. MAGA, thanks for coming through. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. God, he tore him piece by piece. Get us up to 30,000. Cedric Haney, everybody. He'll be here all week. The Speaker of the House and MAGA React have something in common. No backbone, says Billy Webb. Yikes. That didn't go well, MAGA. You did better with Gangsta Grandma on that whole Oklahoma thing. Let me look in the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 30,000, if you will. I get DC needs to be run as a company, but the math ain't mathing because how it's corporation but can't pay its bills. Huh? Will someone please tell him he failed American history? He don't matter because he hasn't had an issue or a problem like us shouldn't mean he doesn't. Yeah, the idea that congressmen and women don't matter is insane. I don't know why anybody would say that. That's civically irresponsible to even say that. It's pretty awesome that Cedric remembered him saying that. I mean, that's how you bring out the big guns. Like, you the same guy that said this a week ago. Wow, Cedric wasn't pulling it. Wasn't taking it. How many seats have the Democrats lost so far to redistricting? It ain't over with yet. Craze or whatever the name is there. When you ask how many how many seats have the Democrats lost so far? Obviously 5 in Texas. Louisiana's involved, Tennessee's involved, Florida's involved, Alabama's involved. I don't know what the total number is. I don't know what the total number is. They tried to get Indiana. Fortunately, the citizens of Indiana stopped it. I'll just tell you this before I get on with the next caller and tap the screen, get us up to 30,000. In regards to my last caller talking about, January 6th and the election and things didn't look fun, it didn't look right. I don't see how the right could complain about fraud, election fraud or, rigging an election with all this gerrymandering that they're kind of hosting at this point. Now, I know some folks on the right, well, the Democrats started it. You hear that all the time. You certainly ain't trying to end it. So at this point, because it's happened to such an astronomical level under Trump. In my opinion, based on all this gerrymandering, the Trump administration and Trump supporters have kind of lost any credibility going forward to complain about election integrity. I mean, this is not a free and fair election we're dealing with come November. I mean, the guy told you ahead of time, get me 5 more seats. So they know in Texas that he's going to win 5 additional seats before the election is even ran. That's not a free and fair election. The people are not deciding that. He just decided, I want to win 5 more seats. That's about as close to the definition of rigged as you can get, where he's able to tell you the outcome before the election even takes place. I want 5 more seats in your state. But then you got to win them. You got to do what it takes to win them. No, I want you to just fix it so I win 5 more seats. That is like literally the definition of a rigged election. So I don't see any credibility going forward for the right to even bring up a rigged election anymore. You're like literally waist deep in it. Going back to the box, are we at 30,000? Tap the screen. You can't gerrymander on race, Tim. That's called racism. Look, to take the city of Memphis, which is primarily black, and then add all kinds of cities that are, you can call it whatever you want, but I'll just tell you this. When you look at what has happened in this country since its founding, in my opinion, that's probably the only way you can solve that stuff is by racism. I mean, because that's what got us into this stuff is racism. If we're running a marathon, well, let's say we're running an endless race. We're running an endless race. And you're running against, there's one black guy in the race and all the other runners are white. The guy shoots the gun. All the white runners are allowed to take off. The black guy has to stay back behind. Now, they're going to be handing off batons. That's each new generation. So this is an endless race. They're going to be handing off batons. The race starts, and we allow all of the white runners to go around, I don't know, a couple hundred times maybe. And then all of a sudden, boom, the black guy can go now. We're all equal. We're all now running. It's a race. Everybody has a chance to win. It's equal now, even though he's 200 laps behind. So now everybody starts handing off batons to future generations or future runners. The black runner, whoever he hands this baton off, they're going to be dozens of laps behind. And then the next person they hand it off to, they're going to be the only way you're ever going to make that race fair is you're going to have to some way, somehow in the future hold those white runners back, which they're going to be able to say, I wasn't around when the race began. I had nothing to do with what happened in the beginning. Why are you holding me back? I ain't had nothing to do with that. Well, you're 100 and some odd laps ahead. You were born that way. Well, I wasn't born that way. I'm running against everybody else. The only way you're going to fix what happened in the past is to do what happened in the past to offset it. Because that runner is never going, no matter who he hands the baton off to, he's never going to catch up. And if everybody keeps denying, well, I wasn't around when it started, I ain't got nothing to do with all of that. Then whoever that person is, they're going to continue being behind. Looking in the comments, if they want to redistrict run as GOP, that could happen. It might get them assassinated. I heard somebody else say that. If they're going to do it, blacks should run as Republicans and then get in the office and do liberal shit. Basically be Fetterman's and what was the guy, Joe Manchin, Christian Center, do some shit like that. It might get you assassinated if you do that, but I guess you could do that, if they even elect you as a black Republican like that. Listen to what Tim is saying. Listen closely. What he means is they want revenge. If you're going to offset the deeds of the past, is that revenge to do that? Is that what you're calling it? We had to hold some of the white runners back so that the guys can catch up when we hand the baton off to make it equal. Is that what that's called, revenge, by doing that? I don't know. Let me know. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen. Are we at 30,000? Yes, we are. We'll go to Love to Cruz. Good evening, Love to Cruz. Welcome to the program. So, President Trump is making statements that we're trying to avoid taking out of context. I know you heard it earlier because we've been playing it. What do you think he meant when he said that there won't be any of them left in Iran?
Exactly what the fuck he said, Tim. What is wrong with you?
I'm being told we often take his statements out of context.
Damn being told, man. The man is a bully. And the way he would think, if he dropped a bomb on Iran, everybody else would bow down except for maybe Russia and China. But then he could just bully his way all the way through because everybody be scared. Man, the man ain't shit.
You don't think... Let me ask you, because I got a poll question going on. Look like we got 80...
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You believe that Trump is capable of dropping a nuke on Iran?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, then let me ask you the follow-up question. What about smarter, cooler heads prevailing? Would anyone in our government stand up and stop that shit?
Man, they're all his people. He got rid of anybody that disagrees with him, he gets rid of them. The only one, and this is just because he is a politician, I ain't talking about Rubio, the only one I think that might say something would be J.D. Vance. And even then, he gonna back down. He's the only one. Otherwise, man, they're not, what are they gonna say to Trump? The only thing they can do is give him the wrong codes.
That would be fucked up. You get logged out of nuclear football for putting in the code wrong.
Yeah, give him the wrong motherfucking codes, man.
Oh my God. Failure to authenticate lockout. I don't know. Oh my God, that's funny. So I don't know. I don't see Trump as being willing to drop a nuclear bomb, man. On a country that really has a dilapidated military, there's nothing left. Why are you dropping a nuke on this country? I don't see that.
Tim, the man shot up innocent people in Venezuela.
He said they were carrying drugs.
The man that lied the whole campaign. No more war on drugs. No more drugs. I mean, no more wars.
Yeah.
No new wars, rather.
Yeah.
No war. We're gonna stop the drugs. They ain't pardon the motherfucking drug king. You know. Come on, man.
Well,
I'm gonna get all your bills down by half by the end of the year. Come on, man. The man's a liar, man. He will do this. Yes. Man, the man argued with the Pope. I'm not even Catholic. And I ain't gonna argue with the Pope, man. You know.
Well, listen, there is a big difference, though, between being a liar and being a mass murderer, which is what you're trying to indicate.
He both. The fuck you talking about? He just killed a million people with COVID.
You can't blame COVID deaths on Trump. How do you do that?
You knew about it. You knew about it in January. And you didn't say nothing to the American people. And then when you do say is what he say is gonna be gone in April. Yeah. Drink some Clorox. Drink this.
He questioned whether wait, first of all, he didn't say drink bleach. He questioned whether disinfectant might help.
What do you say? What a cleaning solution, whatever.
He questioned whether or not using disinfectant might have some effect.
That's an idiot talking. That's a pure idiot.
I mean, same way
if a boat sinks, do you get electrocuted? You know, he's an idiot talking.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, when it came to COVID, we all were idiots. Even the medical professionals didn't know in the beginning.
We didn't have to be, man. He knew about it. He's so hell-bent on showing that he's better than Barack Obama, where he threw away the play. He called an audible, and it was the wrong damn audible, man. We didn't have to go. I'm sure everybody's family got touched with some kind of COVID. My family got hit kind of hard. It didn't have to be like this. It didn't have to be like this at all.
Do you think the country was being ran better under Biden than it is now, though?
Look at, and that's another thing. I'm tired of your punk ass always talking about Biden.
I gotta ask, he's our last president.
This is the thing is, before the debate, Biden had a State of the Union, and he was strong up there. You can't tell because everybody was talking about getting rid of him, but he showed so much strength and poise at the State of the Union address where it kind of got put on the back burner.
Okay.
Dude got sick. It was apparent, man. Dude was sick. He probably should have canceled it or delayed it, but instead he went up there. And when you're 80 years old, man, you don't come back from illnesses too easy.
Let's say Biden did not have that dismally awful debate performance on June 27 back then. And as you said, let's say he was sick and he got over a cold or whatever the hell he was dealing with. You really think he was capable of doing another 4 years?
I'm looking. I'd rather take my chances with his sick ass than what we got going on now. Man, you realize the economy is messed up. We're at war. In the back of all, I never thought about nuclear problems, but in the back of my mind, man, World War III is an issue. This is an issue.
Well,
and we're not. They talk about that MAGA tether. We're respected all over the world. Do you see how China treated this dude?
What did they laid out the red carpet for him. They treated him like royalty.
Treated him, man. Come on, man. Watch when President Obama went over there, compared to when he went over there. The Prime Minister what did he call the Prime Minister of China? Is that what he's called?
Xi Jinping. I don't know what his title is. I guess.
Yeah, well, anyway, he met Obama on the when the plane arrived. When a bunch of kids there, he met Obama.
Well, when Obama didn't get there at 2 a.m. in the morning or whatever the hell it was.
Man, I don't care, man. Look, you got the president of another country, supposed to be the #1 country in the world. I don't care if he comes in at 3:30. You there. But he sent a bunch. If the kids could be up, how come he couldn't have his ass up? He sent
maybe if he's been watching the news in this country, particularly the left-wing news, maybe he's been told Trump really has a thing for kids. So he gave him
man, everybody knows that. That's when you let him up there. Pick one. Pick one.
I don't believe Trump is like that.
Pick one.
Oh my God.
Pick one. Here you go. This is all the ones for you.
That's horrible. That is horrible. I don't believe Trump is into it like that. But I mean, I don't know why they had kids waiting on them at the tarmac. I don't understand that.
I don't either. Why would you? This is the president of the United States. That just shows a cold disrespect for our country now.
But you do know Trump said that meeting with Xi Jinping went extremely well.
Yeah, I know. I was there too.
I mean, perhaps it did. I mean, maybe it'll strengthen our relationships.
What went well about it? Taiwan's not getting any more weapons, any help.
Has that been confirmed that we're not helping Taiwan anymore?
Why would they confirm that?
Well,
it's just going to be done. It's just going to be done. It's not going to be confirmed. That's going through the back channels. Now, we're not going to hear about that.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. If we stop helping Taiwan, that message, because the Democrats are going to be paying close attention to that. If we stop helping Taiwan, the Democrats are going to know about that right away. Just like when we were helping Zelensky, the Republicans were plastering it all over right-wing news. They knew about that.
Yeah, well, we'll find out then. They got to. You see, even when he was over there, man, I think he was taking his shit on there. Dude, the president of the prime minister of China got away from him. Like, woo! I don't know how you say stinking Chinese, but
you really hate the guy, huh? So,
man, look here. I really believed with all my heart. I didn't vote for him. I haven't voted for him. Okay,
but what can he do to get your vote?
What could could he do to get my vote?
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah.
Now? Nothing. You can't erase what I've seen. Can't erase it.
What have you seen that is so disgusting that there's nothing that this man is irredeemable as a politician in your eyes? What have you seen?
Man, just a flat out liar, man. You know, I know as American people, we're not privileged to know everything. And to tell you the truth, if it's a president I trust, I don't mind that. Because I got faith in him. And I believe he's doing the right thing for us. This dude, man, he just comes out telling lies that nobody even asked about. What's wrong with you, man? I mean, from his campaign to, you know, all the promises he made. You know, I ain't know nothing about Project 25, but for some reason, everything you're doing coincides with the damn book. You know, I'm going to release the Epstein files. Now, there's no sense in doing it. You know, I mean, just continually lying. Even though I heard, and maybe you can vouch for this, that the Democrats are supposed to go on and read it for 24 hours straight.
Yeah, trying to filibuster shit. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
In the comments, what did I say? Jay Swipe says he's an independent. Says what Trump could do to get my vote is shut his mouth and just focus on execution.
Nah, it ain't gonna work, man. He's not trustworthy, and I really like a president. Excuse me, that I feel is more intelligent than me. I don't want Mega React's daddy up here in the White House, man.
You don't think Trump is intelligent?
No,
that's bullshit. Come on now, you really? That guy, you don't reach the highest level, the highest position on the planet without being intelligent. I totally disagree. The guy is smart. He may not use his powers for good, as some suggest, but he is smart. He is very smart.
You know what, Tim? I'm starting to wonder if you even from Chicago. You don't know the okie doke when you see the motherfucking okie doke.
You got to be smart to implement the okie doke. As R. Kelly from Chicago, the Pied Piper. You got to be smart. Look,
you don't have to have an education to put the okie doke down.
Yeah, you do.
You have to have
street education.
Yeah, that's the difference than going to Yale and
Harvard. I don't disagree with that.
No,
I don't disagree with that.
You don't have that type. Walton. Only thing that's the college he went to, right?
Yeah. Wharton School of Finance.
Okay. Well, that motherfucker Horton, the only Horton that motherfucker went to is Horton Dr. Seuss. Horton Hears a Who. That's the only thing that motherfucker go to. Horton Hears a Who.
Well, let me just say it like this. The reason I believe Trump is a very intelligent guy is because he knows how to use the gift of gab. I mean, you don't have to be a genius educational-wise, book-smart-wise, to be a good salesman. I think he is an excellent salesman. He knows how to go in and tell people what they want to hear to get them to do what he wants to do. I mean, I'm sure that's gotten him very good success in business deals, business acquisitions, and certainly votes. He knows how to tell people. Like I said, I went to a couple of Trump rallies. I know what it's like to get wooed by him. He is good at what he does.
Tim, there's a difference between being a salesman and being a motherfucking liar.
Really? Is there really?
Yeah, there is. There is. A salesman will deliver on something. You know what I mean? He may, he'll deliver on something. This dude just outright lying, man.
I don't think all salesmen even deliver. I mean, you know, somebody in the comments put snake oil salesman. You can sell people stuff that has no delivery at all.
If you don't deliver as a salesman, guess what? You ain't gonna be a salesman too long.
Yeah, but he only has to sell you something twice. There's only two elections.
The thing about it is, he knows he at the end of the line if he doesn't try to become dictator. So I think at this point, he like, fuck it. I'm just gonna go for the money grab. Fuck the United States. Fuck everybody. It's just me and my kids.
Well, he's already. I mean, if that's the case, he's already him and his kids are already generationally set. I mean, probably at least four generations of Trumps are probably already set. So he don't need any more money.
And he lying so much, then he gonna sell motherfuckers phones. Y'all motherfuckers can't even call to tell nobody.
I don't know why they didn't get ahead of the Trump phone scam thing. It's 590,000 people to a total of 59 million in deposits. Give them that fucking money back. This is gonna look bad, man. I mean, you got money coming in hand over fist from all types of other shit. Give them their money back. I don't know why he would let that get out of hand like that.
Why? We'll give it back. And then the killer part, now I will give him this, man. The man lined his ducks in a row. Because before he even got in office, I got the Supreme Court to agree that anything I do while in office, I won't get tried for it.
Well, I don't think that would include that because that's probably state crimes. If you're promising, you could get them probably for wire fraud. If you're selling phones on the internet and people gave you payments on the internet and you didn't give them their money back or anything like that, I guarantee there's some state crimes involved in that. So you're not going to get the Supreme Court's blessing on that because he received immunity for anything he does in conjunction with running a country. Not one of your own personal business ventures. That's not going to be included in that.
Man, the man is a master of finding loopholes and dragging out court cases. Now, you don't get that unless you got experience in that.
Smart man.
Just let you know.
You're painting the picture for why I say he's a smart man.
Man, look here. Yeah, he may be smart on the gangster type of shit.
All right.
But that ain't what I'm looking for in my president.
Same. I get that part.
I'm not looking for that in my president. I'm looking for someone halfway honest. Tell me what I need to know. And do right by the country.
No.
All this other shit. And I just don't understand MAGA. I do understand it because what he represents with MAGA is what they want to be. He says what they want, what they feel anyway. Just like MAGA reacts, his racist punk ass. And then he does what they want to do to people.
I don't know what MAGA said that's racist, but I gotta go, Lana Cruz.
Hey, one more thing,
real
man.
quick.
Everybody in chat, please go to vote411.org. Put your name in your state to make sure you're eligible to vote for the midterms.
Good advice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Right.
And I've checked mine a few times. To make sure that is absolutely something I would agree that you should do because you don't want to find out after the midterms that they had purged the voter rolls in your area or whatever, because that is happening in some places. They are what they call purging voter rolls. I think some I've heard a couple of Republican states, I think Ohio tried to do this, whereas if you haven't voted in a couple years or something like that, they could remove your name from the ballot or from the voter rolls. That makes no sense to me. Once you're registered to vote, you should be registered to vote. They don't remove your name from selective service. I don't know why they would be allowed to do that, but they found some kind of way of doing that. So yeah, you absolutely should. What he says, vote411.org or something like that. You should absolutely do that. In the comments, I'm about to put the spectacles on to read this. And tap the screen, get us on up to 50,000. We'll take the next caller. Jay Swipe says, Trump finding loopholes is the issue with our society. He's exposing the system. Yeah, and not for the better. He promised to drain the swamp and expose the deep state and all this stuff, but not exploit it. If he was just showing us, like, I could do this shit, but see, I'm going to fix this for you. Here's another one. I got him open right here, but I'm going to fix this for you. That would be one thing. We're learning about all this stuff because he's using it. He's using it, which is why I often suggest that in the future, they're going to probably have to end up passing a whole bunch of anti-Trump laws to ensure no president or politician can do some of the things that Trump has done in the future. A lot of the loopholes and stuff he is doing, they're gonna have to make sure that can't happen again, because obviously we could end up breaking apart as a nation. We'll see where it goes, but that's assuming we come out of this the same way we went in it. It's some bullshit he did in Georgia, asking for 11,000 votes, says Mr. G. That's one right there. When I say things that you can't let politicians do, in the middle of running a presidential election, the president has no business being online talking to a governor that's actively involved in the election, telling him to find me 11,000 votes. I mean, that's a very high pressure situation. He's the current president of the United States, and he's saying this. It puts you in a position where, man, I don't want to piss him off. He should not be on the phone. That was with Governor Kemp in Georgia. He should not be on the phone doing that. That should be, I mean, I don't know if you want to outlaw it, but it certainly should be some disciplinary action in the future going forward. You can't have that. You can't have that. That would be like a governor of a state calling up a county official or something. I need you to find. You can't find me another couple thousand votes in your county. He shouldn't be doing that. You're making that person feel obligated to work on your behalf. It's supposed to be a free and unbiased election. So that should not be happening. Looking in the comments here, I'm sorry, 550,000 Kronos. That's messed up. Don't know. Yeah, because Donald Trump is still working on his healthcare plan for the last 10 years. Yeah, good luck with that. Tap the screen, by the way, get us on up to 50,000. We'll take the next call. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goal. As always, we'll continue on with Sexy Red. Good evening. Welcome to the program. You ought to be smart. Hang on a second. You ought to be smart to be smart when you're smart. So if you're smart, you'll be okay. Rick, I don't get where you're going with that, but Sexy, good evening, good afternoon, welcome back.
No, you owe me an apology. I want you to kiss my black ass because you owe me an apology. I was ready.
My lips
I got my panties on.
My lips ain't big enough. What are you talking about?
I know I got a big ass, but anyway, let me tell you. You owe me an apology because I was right about Oklahoma. You know the consensual age.
Mike.
Yes, it's 16. That's for having sex, not for marriage. There is no marriage law in the United States at all. They can't marry a kid, and that's what they was trying to stop.
So in Oklahoma, let me ask you a question. I don't know what you're saying. I'm trying to get clarity. You can talk, but I'm trying to clarify what you're saying before you continue on. Are you saying in Oklahoma, if a grown man wanted to marry a 10-year-old, he could do that?
Yep, with the parent consent. Yes, they can. Yes. That's what the Democrats was trying to do. And they only won by one vote. By one fucking vote. And guess what? The red states are trying to make the legal age 14. They're trying to do consensual at 14. So the one that you're sucking to and you're having a playground in the back of your throat, those are the ones.
What is that? What is a playground in the back? I've never heard that term before. What is that?
You think about it, because I ain't getting banana no more behind that shit. I'm just saying it in the code. You got a playground behind your throat. I like chocolate playground. You like the white tea playground, nasty ass.
I've never heard somebody say you got a playground behind your throat. Anyway.
Your playground down your throat. It's all.
Let me ask you this then. Since you've been talking about it's all the white men and it's all Republicans, are there any liberal states where you can legally marry a child like you're saying in Republican states?
I don't know. I just looked up in Oklahoma because you said I was lying. So I looked it up, and they can marry an underage kid.
Let me talk to my device. Alexa.
Not now they can't.
Wait, hold on. Alexa, what is the legal age of marriage with parental consent in Oklahoma?
In Oklahoma, the legal marriage age is now 18 with no exceptions. A new law took effect on May 13, 2026, banning child marriage and removing previous provisions for parental consent for 16 to 17-year-olds.
Alexa says it still was only 16 to 17-year-olds.
I looked it up, and it is under the age of 16.
The new law
and
was
I'm not
just
doing,
passed.
and I'm not going to lie. And I swear to God, I don't want the cracker up in here.
Why? That's what they say about you. So
I'm not a cracker, though.
I mean,
I don't need this white man telling me what the fuck to do.
He said he's not white. Macari X said you were the only white person in there. Cedric.
I'm not white.
For one, I don't appreciate being
I don't
called
give a damn what you
cracker.
don't
I am not a cracker.
What are you doing up here?
Look, hey, I'm getting pretty good at this, Tim. I'm gonna have to come check them.
You ain't checking shit.
What she is saying is 110% false.
That's not. Look it up.
Quit getting on here, gangster. Quit getting on here and spreading false information.
Republicans voted to keep the underage marriage. It is legit. 51 senators, including all the Democrats, voted to go to 18. You gonna call me a liar?
What is false about what she said?
Yes, I'm gonna call you a liar.
See?
What did she say that's
Age of
false?
consent per state. No, the age of consent per state. A lot of states in the country, it's like 16.
Consent. It's for sex. You know, not the marriage.
You cannot.
No.
Gangster,
Never
you
do this. Not today.
you cannot. You cannot.
Consensual
No.
means for sex.
Okay.
The marriage. There's no federal law for marriage in the United States. You could have.
Here's what I don't. Here's what.
Okay,
Okay.
hold up.
I'm not-
Let me say
Tim,
what I have to say
swear
about
to
it.
God.
There are
These white
50
people
states
ain't
in
gonna
this
come up
country,
here.
right? Tim?
I'm listening.
All right, there's 50 states in this country. And every single one of the 50 states that's in this country, you are not allowed to do anything under age of 18 years old without your parents' consent.
Nope. That's it. I'm telling
Marriage,
you,
sex,
they are-
whatever the hell you want to say, you cannot do anything
That's
under the
not
age of
necessarily
18
true,
without your
man.
parents'
There's
consent,
no
and that is a fact.
federal minimum age.
So,
Look the shit.
but what about what she is saying? If with parental consent, a 40-year-old could marry a 14-year-old. Is
Well,
that
okay, all right, she's
disgusting.
right there. She's right there.
It
So
is
if your
disgusting.
parents sign off at the age
It's
of whatever your
disgusting.
consent is
It's
in your
still
state,
disgusting.
that
You
is
white people
disgusting.
like
I'm
to
not
fuck kids.
disagreeing with.
why would you?
Gangsta grandma, I am not disagreeing with you. That
And
is
that's
disgusting.
your party. That's your party.
No, that's the entire
No.
country.
No, that's your party.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
In the
If you
news.
want to say it, hold on. If you want to say it's his party, that's why I asked you. Is this happening in any liberal states?
It's
No.
happening. It's the entire country.
No. We don't
It's
have
been the
people
law.
up there having
Gangsta grandma,
Let
it
me
has
tell you
been the
something.
law for
Let me tell you something.
years.
In Oklahoma, they came out and they said this. The reason why they voted against it, because they want the parents to say yes or no.
No.
The parents could marry off a 14-year-old kid with consent. A 13-year-old
Okay,
kid
no,
with
that is
consent.
true.
That's nasty.
That is true, but that's
That's
not
nasty.
just the South. That's this entire country.
No, that's most of the South.
So wait.
Most of the
But
South.
so what you
And
say?
they want to F your 14-year-olds. They want to pass laws
But
to
they have
men
to.
to fuck.
Wait a minute. So
14-year-old.
Gangsta grandma.
Oh.
So you're saying
That's
that?
not
Hold on.
right.
Hang on. You got too much passion. So you're telling me that in there is no
Because
liberal.
I want to protect kids.
Okay,
I wanna
that's
protect
fine,
kids.
but
you know, white man don't
we
want
want to have a
that. They wanna
conversation
have
though
them.
too. We want to have a conversation without just you talking. What I'm asking you is, are you saying that there is no liberal state where with parental consent you could marry a 14-year-old? It's not happening in any liberal state, only in Republican states. Is that right?
The Republicans are fighting it right now, Tim.
Is it happening in any liberal states?
No. We are protecting our kids. I looked this up. They are protecting the kids. In the red states, they're not. And you know what? You want to bring your facts? Go show them. Go bring me the receipts, bitch. Because I'm sick of overhearing. Oh, you over here saying
That-
shit.
that
I got
is-
receipts. I got receipts. Kids, go look this shit up.
Gangsta
I
grandma,
got the
that
receipts.
is 110% false.
Okay, Tim. You know what, Tim? I'm done with you. I'm done with this shit. I'm done. You allowed me to come up here and say it's fake and it's false when I just looked the shit up. In Oklahoma, the Democrats and what?
Somebody, if what she is saying is wrong, somebody
Prove me
give me.
wrong. Prove me wrong.
Right.
Prove me
Somebody
wrong.
give me a liberal state where with parental consent you can still marry a person under 15. A liberal state. I'm
You
curious.
cannot do that without parental consent.
Well-
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
You are not allowed to do anything under the age of 18 without
Prove me
parental
the
consent.
fuck wrong. See? See? Do you see that? They won't come from me wrong.
That's false.
No, wait.
It doesn't matter even if they had consent. Nobody should be married a kid.
Well, I'm
I don't give a
okay,
damn
and I
if they're
understand that.
half
I'm not saying that there ain't some sick
that's your
parents out there
people.
that would sign that stuff
Hey,
off.
guess what? In Oklahoma, they still wanted to do it. In Oklahoma, your white tea people, your Republican Party wanted to still do it. And the Democrats only
Republican
won it by one person.
Gangster, this is nothing new.
It's disgusting. It's your people. That's why you guys
it's
are
the
savages.
whole country.
That's
All
why you're
50
savages.
states
You
have
white
these
tea people are
rules.
fucking savages. You guys want to have sex with your underage kids. You want to have sex with your brothers and sisters. You want to have sex with your poppy.
You can't.
Hey, go look up your history. Go look.
Gangster.
Go look up your history.
You
Look up your history.
do make the show fun, but man, you got to
No,
you got to
look up
take a
your
step
history.
back.
Go look up your history. Go look.
All
up.
right,
You
so-
guys are interbred mofos. You're interbred down south. Go look it up.
I am
Go
not
look it up.
inbred.
Well,
I can
can't tell
guarantee you,
you're
I
over
am
here
not
justifying-
inbred.
You're over here justifying it.
But let me ask you, in defense of what she is saying, Cedric, let me ask you, why would the Republicans vote against something like this?
Tell me.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and justify that.
Does it make them look like what she is saying, pedos?
They're pedos.
It does seem, it does come off as weird. But we're sitting here and we're trying to make a talking point of something that has been an issue for years in this country.
And that's your people. Own it.
It's not
your
just
people that's
it's not
doing it.
just my
It
people.
is. You don't see
No.
no black people going up there
False.
so I want to marry off kids. You don't
False.
see the Mexicans doing that. You
It's
see the
all
white
50
gay
countries.
people.
Well,
All 50 states.
yeah, Gangsta
No,
Grant. Wait, hold on a second. Gangsta Grandma, you said we don't see no black people doing it. I mean, R. Kelly did marry Aaliyah. That's a perfect example of it. I mean, so it has happened from a
And
black
guess what
person.
happened to him? Where's he at now, Tim?
Years later.
No.
This is years after
They
she's.
busted him.
That ain't got nothing to do with that. He didn't go to jail for what he did with
Excuse
Aaliyah.
me, but the white tea people are wanting to make laws, though, Tim. Get the cock out your mouth. They want kids.
Gangster.
Shut your ass up. They
I ain't worried about what
they
you got.
want
I ain't
to
worried
make
about
it
what
legal.
you
That's
got
what
to
I'm
quit.
saying.
You got to quit with all that white tea people stuff.
Why not? Why not? You guys are taking our shit. What are you talking about? You
am not white, gangster.
Look what you got doing down south, taking the black votes away. What are you talking about? Oh no! We're never gonna be buddy. You're not coming to my barbecue. You might unalive our asses if the shoe
2 minutes.
wear it.
2 minutes.
If the shoe fits, wear it. If the shoe fits, wear it. And let me tell you something. And this is why we tell you, you guys are savages. You try to make up every damn excuse why the white tea man wants to marry your kids off. That is disgusting. I don't give a damn if it's with parental guidance or whatever. It's disgusting. And it's going down in the red damn states. And now they're trying to push in Tennessee and in Georgia. They're trying to push the consensual age to go to 14. Instead of 16, they're trying to push it to 14. What you gonna say about that? Well, no,
I'm
it's
not saying that it ain't wrong,
That's your
gangster.
people.
I'm
That's
not
your
saying
people.
that it ain't wrong. I'm
It's your
saying
people.
you are sitting here and complaining about something that has been law in this
It
country
is your
for
people
hundreds of
that
years.
wants to make it legal.
It's already
It's your
what he is
people.
saying. Wait, hold on, Jason. What he is saying is it's already been legal since the country was founded. It's already been legal.
It's been a thing.
They are trying to make it over age of 18, and they're fighting us over it. Why are they trying to fight us, Tim? Why? Why, Tim?
He
If
admitted.
they're not talking about fucking kids and trying to be pedos, why are they trying to fight it then?
You cannot do anything in this country under the age of 18 in all 50 states
Oh,
without
my God,
parental
Tim.
consent.
Doesn't he? They are trying to make it without that. That's what it is, Tim.
That's different. Hold on.
You don't push back.
I haven't
I'm
heard
the one
that.
push you back. You got
That is false.
Okay, you're telling me they tried to pass a law to make a juvenile be able to marry without parental consent?
That is false. That is a lie.
Is what they're trying to do, Tim.
Where are you seeing it? Where are you getting this information from? Where are you getting this information? Where are you getting the information from?
Oklahoma. They came out and said it. There's 36 people that voted, said it. And then you know that the biggest justification is, they're trying to take the parents' rights away. The parents should be able to marry off the 14-year-old. That's what they said, Tim.
That is false.
He's saying it's false. I haven't seen any evidence of it. I got to move it on, folks. I got to move it on. I haven't seen any evidence that they're trying to allow a kid to marry without the parental consent.
Tim.
Okay.
There is not a state in this country that's going to allow kids to do anything without
Go look it up.
All right, we'll look it up. Gangster, appreciate it. Thank you. Cedric, I haven't heard it, so I can't. She wants me to push back on you. I don't have enough evidence to suggest you're wrong. So
that's crazy talk, man. That is a talking point that you're trying to make something out of nothing.
Mallory X kind of set her straight on it, which is why she was telling me I should apologize because the point she's making, but I haven't seen any evidence. If I see it, she has a hell of a point if I see it, but I haven't seen it. Cedric, last word.
If I get laid down some evidence on this, then maybe we can have a different talking point about this. But I just don't see any state in this country. The laws have been in place for hundreds of years about this age of consent stuff.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
There is not a state in this country that parental consent does not play a part. You have to be 18 years old or older before you make decisions on your own. And I have not seen a state in this country that has said otherwise. That's my final word.
I'll leave it at that, Cedric. Appreciate you coming through again. All right, moving on. I haven't seen anything to disprove him. I think I get that she was quite upset about it, but I haven't seen anything to disprove that. In the comments, my grandfather married my grandmother, and she was 14, and he was 30 in Alabama. That's what he was talking about. It's been around for a long time, but you are talking about your grandparents, though. We're talking about in this day and age, what she was saying was that they're trying to allow underage children to be able to agree to marry without parental consent. That's what she was saying. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it. So she's telling me to push back on him, and I'm like, I don't have enough information other than what you're saying to do that with. And why would you not change that for 100 years? That's a good question. Why wouldn't you change it? I mean, but I'm sure there's a whole lot of old laws that are on the books like that. Mike, Mr. Receipts himself. Good evening, Mike.
What's up, Tim?
This sounds like a job for Mike. Have you heard of any of this?
I have not heard of any state trying to do it without parental consent, but I will do some research on it today. I know that 34 states will allow or have allowed in the past underage marriage with consent, and 16 states have it banned altogether. Where
can this be 18. Now? What she was saying,
that will still allow it with parental consent.
Now she's making it out to be a white man Republican thing. Can this be done in liberal areas?
No, it can. I mean, what she's speaking to, Tim, which is factual. When you look at the underage, marriages in this country by race, it is by far white men. By far.
Well, shit, all things in this country are by far white men. Just marriages in general are going to be by far. It's just more of them.
Well, again, not if you do. I'm using their far right MAGA talking points. Not when you do per capita. When you do per capita, it's egregious. When you look at.
So you're saying per capita? You said
with consent.
You're saying a higher percentage of white marriages are to really, really young underage people than, say, Hispanic or black marriages.
Oh yeah, it's not even close.
I'd have to see the evidence. I don't run away from you because you come with receipts, but this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yeah. No, I mean, well, listen.
I think you got some audio issues or something.
Child crimes are 74% white men. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a delay or something. You said child.
Can you hear me okay?
Are you, yeah, somewhat. There seems to be a delay or something, and I'm getting it's notifying me your signal's weak or something. But you're saying child sex crimes.
74% white men in this country.
So that's higher than their
74%.
Yeah, and they're not 74% of the population. So what you're saying is there's a higher,
right.
Yeah, they're just like they say, like drive-bys in this country. African Americans represent a disproportionately high number of killings via drive-by. You're saying that abuse of children sexually, white men represent a disproportionately high amount of that. I think I've heard that before. I actually have heard that before.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. And I just wanted to clarify what I thought she was saying. She was saying with consent. There's 34, and there were states fighting to not just make it illegal altogether. There were states that were trying to not make it illegal altogether. She is correct about that.
Yeah, but without parental consent?
No, with parental consent.
Okay.
But there were some states that were trying to make it illegal to get married under 18. And there were red Republican states fighting to leave the laws as is. That's what her point was.
Well, I mean, if you're 23 and you fell in love with a 17-year-old, which isn't that bad, I suppose, and you guys want to get married, I mean, is it really that awful for a 22, 23-year-old to marry a 17-year-old?
To me, it is.
You see that as pedophilia? You see that as pedophilia?
Listen, if you're not considered an adult, you're not an adult. I didn't write the laws.
Yeah, but there's
a whole lot. There's a whole lot of shit you can't do at 17, Tim. You can't drink. You can't vote.
But the minute you committed a crime, they're going to charge you as an adult. If you commit a crime,
I don't.
Yeah. Go ahead. What'd you say?
No, go ahead. I don't disagree. Listen, I don't disagree with you, but I don't disagree with you, but at the end of the day, that's what these laws are. But why did they make those laws to charge as adults? Why did they do that?
Because they just want to, well, we have a thirst for revenge. Some of it may be racism too, but we have a thirst for revenge in this country.
Listen, if we're going to have the conversation, Every state that lowered the requirement to elevate a felony to a being charged as an adult, you go back and look at every one of those laws, and when they did it, it was to elevate crimes in our communities.
Racism. Cedric, you're back. What happened?
I think you made a good point, and I have my best friend, my lifelong best friend, is a prime example of this. His wife now, they currently have 2 kids. They're married and everything else. When they first got together, he was, 14 or something like that. And she was like 11.
And they got married?
They went, no. They went all the way through high school, dating each other, stayed together. Currently, now that they are married, but if you go by these laws that y'all are saying is so crazy and everything else, well, the day that he turned 18, 19 years old, she was still 16 in high school.
Yeah, that's why I use the 1723 version. I think there should be it should be a significant
now they
gap.
are married currently and have been together all these years and have children together. And you're going to sit here and you're going to say that that's crazy? That's not crazy.
I am absolutely going to say it's crazy because number
that
one,
is not crazy.
Well, You spent your galaxy to come up here. You always chirping in the comments, so I'm glad you're here.
and you the same motherfucker who got up here and said that ain't no drugs been recovered off them boats off the coast, and you a damn liar.
Can you show me?
Yeah, can you? I want to see that. I haven't.
Hold on.
Ask Alexa right now. Have drugs been recovered off them boats?
Cedric, no, don't ask
damn
Tim.
lie.
Don't ask Tim to do your work. Hold on. Don't ask Tim to do your work. You brought it up, but let's finish this other conversation, and we can get right to that. Okay, number one, whoever your friend's parents are, or your friend's wife's parents, was letting her date a 14-year-old when she was 11. That's number one. You brought that shit up, not me. Tim, would you let your daughter date at 11?
I didn't want her to. I didn't let her date at 14. I didn't let her date at 14.
Okay, so her being 11, dating a 14-year-old is kind of creepy in and of itself. Let alone, so I don't know why you brought that up like that was some shit.
Hey, bro. I got 2 daughters right now. Would I let them date at the age of 11? No, hell no, probably not. But
why not?
To each their own. It's not my.
No. Why not?
Your job is not to control somebody else's house.
No. Cedric, I'm not trying to. I'm asking you. You said you wouldn't let your daughters date. I'm asking you why not.
Hell, shit, if it's left up to me, my daughter won't have a boyfriend until she's fucking 40.
That's not what I asked you. I'm talking about 11.
That's right.
You brought up that your best friend,
lifelong best friend.
When he was 19, she was 16, right? When did they have their first child?
When they were well in their 20s, man.
Now, I bet you that wasn't the first time that they had sex.
I don't. But see, Mike, this is where
you're trying to make something out of nothing.
Mike,
God, you brought it up, not me.
Well, in regards to what you guys are talking about, Mike, this is why I use the 17 and 23 example. A 19-year-old dating a 16-year-old, I disagree that there should be a law against that. I mean, there's some mature 16-year-olds and some immature 19-year-olds. I don't think that there should be any issue with that.
Yep. Again, you're gonna have to change all the laws in this country, because if they can get married and they can have, I know somebody that went to prison for just that, because it's called statutory.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
Debo in the comments says it is the damn law. Once he's grown and she is still underage, he can be charged. That is false. Now that
depends on the state, depends on the prosecutor.
That brings back the age of consent law, and if the parents agree with it, it is 110% legal.
In 34 states, yes. But I'm simply asking you, so if you're so good with it, let your daughter date at 11.
Leave my daughter out of it, like I said.
You brought them into it. Wait a minute.
Tim, I did not bring my daughter.
Tim, do you notice how they get... Do you notice how they get squeamish when it touches home? I've been telling you this about these weirdos.
I did not bring my daughter into it. Tim, did I bring my daughter into it?
No, you didn't bring your daughter. No, you didn't bring your daughter into it.
You said you had 2 daughters. How would I know you had 2 daughters if you didn't bring them up?
You did do that.
You said you had 2 daughters.
I did bring my daughters up, but I said the only way I brought my daughters up is I said they ain't gonna have a until they're 40.
You did say that.
Okay, so let me ask you this last question.
So leave my damn daughters out of it.
That you need to bring up. Don't ask Tim to do your homework. You do your homework. I didn't bring your daughters up. You did. But anyway,
you just about one ignorant motherfucker.
At the end of the day, there's 34 states. There's only 16. Hold on, there's only 16 states where it's illegal to marry under a you have to be 18 to get married. There's 16 states. The other 34, you need parental consent. Okay.
And
regardless.
Well,
that is for marriage.
Why are
they
y'all
can't consent
on this
for sex.
live today?
Hold on,
and making
Cedric.
an argument of something that has been law for years.
Cedric, I didn't make this argument. Wait a minute. First of all, I didn't make this argument. Tim asked me a question, and then you brought your ass up here. What I'm telling you is the parents cannot consent for their child being allowed to have. Can I finish?
You knock yourself out. You doing all that.
Let it cruise. Thank you.
Underage sex.
Yep.
The parents can. I know you're just trying to talk over me, I told you weren't prepared for this. Parents can't consent to allowing their child to have underage sex. They cannot consent to that. You do know that, right?
That's false.
Cedric? Look it up.
That is false.
Wait, let me say this. If a parent can hold on, Mike, hold on. In regards to what you just said, a parent cannot consent to letting their child have underage sex. If you can consent to letting your 16 or 17-year-old get married, wouldn't it be the assumption that once they're married, they're having sex?
That is false.
That's not what I'm saying, Tim. You're talking assumptions here. We're talking about law here. You cannot consent to let your daughter have underage sex with a. You can't consent to that.
That doesn't make sense. Hold on. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Let me explain it. That doesn't make sense. If I'm able to consent and let my 16-year-old get married, I can't consent to the person having sex. But once the courts allow them to get married, you think they're going to charge her husband with being a pedo?
They're married at that time.
Right.
I'm talking about the law. But I'm talking about what I'm saying is without the marriage. Take the marriage off the table.
Okay, there we go.
Take the marriage off the table.
That's the way around it, though. That's what Gangsta Grandma was arguing. That's the way around it.
I understand, but what I'm telling you, listen what I'm telling you, Tim, very carefully. His friend that was 19 and that girl was 16, if they were having sex and they were not married, he could get charged with rape.
Correct, by the parents. Yeah. That's correct.
By anybody.
You gotta find a.
You can't. Your parents can sign consent for you to have sex.
That's what I'm saying.
When you're 40 years old, nobody can sign for you to have consent.
Bro, I'm talking about being underage.
That doesn't matter. There's no law that stipulates what age there is to have sex. That's just false.
That's you're not listening. But anyway, can we move on?
Oh, I'm listening.
No, you're not paying attention at all. Clearly. So anyway, go get the evidence. Go get the
load of bullshit.
No, it's not. It's actually factual.
No, it's not.
If your friend was
2 minutes, Cedric.
You stated that parents cannot consent for their underage child to have sex. Nobody can sign for consent for you to have sex. That doesn't matter what age you are.
So Cedric, here's the part where you have a problem, my guy. That's what I've been telling you. So if your 19-year-old friend was having sex with his 16-year-old daughter legally, that's rape.
No.
It is. She's underage.
It would be statutory. It would be statutory. But I will say this. Hold on. I will say this. Even though it's officially statutory rape, there are plenty of judges that would not come down on a 19-year-old with a 16. I would be one of those. For instance.
The reality of this is, I'm not trying to make an argument about this shit, but like I'm 19 years old and 16 years old, and you're trying to sit here and make this like it's some huge fucking deal when they have been together.
I'm not trying to make it like it's anything. I'm just
6 damn years at this point.
Listen,
that's just crazy.
I'm speaking about the law. So you're trying to say I'm doing that. I'm just speaking to the law. But let's move on to the lack of evidence. Where's your evidence that they collected narcotics off any of those boats?
I want to see that. I'll give you, because your time is up, Cedric, but I'll give you a couple more minutes for that.
Okay. Well, all right. So, Tim, ask Alexa, were drugs ever recovered off of the boats that was bombed?
You asked Alexa.
No.
I want to do this. Mike, I actually want to do this. Cedric.
Go ahead.
Cedric. Alexa, were there drugs ever recovered off of Venezuelan boats that President Trump was blowing up?
The Trump administration claimed the boats were carrying drugs, but no public evidence of drug seizures has been provided. Independent fact checkers report the U.S. government hasn't released verifiable physical evidence like cargo manifests.
Alexa, stop. Go ahead.
The Dominican Republic recovered about 1,000 pounds of cocaine off of one of them boats. That is false.
You asked him to
Cedric, he got you on that one, Cedric. You told me what to do, Cedric. I did it. You didn't like the results of it, but I did what you told me to do.
Google it.
I just
Google it.
Google it. Now we gotta Google.
I gotta move it on, Cedric. Cedric, I will do that. I gotta move it. I gotta move it on Cedric because I want to talk to him about the other issues. But I will actually do that because that's something I've been saying along with Mike and many others.
Look into it, Tim. Google it.
All right, Cedric. Hey, listen.
Will
listen,
do.
Be better.
Thank you.
Hey, be better.
Tap the screen. You sound like Melania with that. Be better. Tap the screen. Get us up to 80,000. By the way, folks, if you enjoy this type of dialogue, whether you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper. Follow the program if you are. We don't block, ban, or censor. We're here most weekdays. If you happen to be currently watching us live on YouTube, we're here most weekdays as well. Give us a sub on YouTube. This is a free speech program. We are MAGA friendly. In addition to letting liberals up as well. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. So, Mike. Go ahead.
Listen, Tim. Jesus. Listen, first of all, this is the first time Cedric ever came up, and it really was, it was very underwhelming, if I could say underwhelming. Cedric, that wasn't a very good showing, my guy. You need to go back to the drawing board because they didn't find any evidence, Tim. There's no evidence out there. There's no evidence. There's claims. He just said 1,000 pounds.
He said the Dominican Republic, the DR has recovered drugs from the boat. So I guess the claim would be that America blew up the boat or something, and the remnants of it floated to the DR or something. I mean, because the DR is a long way away from where those. I would have to find. Like I said, I'd have to look it up. But the DR is I'm assuming it's quite a ways away. And I haven't heard the Trump administration state that, so I'd have to look him up though. I'd look up and see what he said, if it's valid or not.
That's because people like Cedric just aren't connected to reality. They're not connected to reality. There's never been any evidence. 95% of Trump's claims about anything he never provides proof of. Like it's just ridiculous.
You do have to kind of take Trump at his word. I will agree. He doesn't often provide proof of most of the things he says. You have to just take him at his word and face value that what he's telling you is accurate because he doesn't provide proof of most stuff.
Yeah. Now, what he might be talking about. Let me throw him an olive branch. This may be where they did an actual seizure where they actually went and stopped the vessel, went on, arrested everybody, and then but to say that they boom one of these boats off of the coast of Venezuela, boom, and they haven't shown us one shred of evidence. We have no evidence. And here's the thing, Alter Ego. I see Alter Ego, and
I see several folks on my YouTube side also. Several folks are saying that the caller was correct. They're saying he was correct. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Their algorithms will tell them anything. But let me tell you this. Let me ask you this, Tim. Don't you think that this administration would have showed us what it was? Don't you think that they would have championed
at
that
least?
by now,
I would assume Trump would have at least said, what, because the Dominican Republican claim that Cedric just said. I'm really surprised not to hear that coming from Hegseth or Trump. I would expect them to have echoed that immediately.
Photo? Not one photo?
Yeah. That is a good point. I would have expected them because Trump is always going to give you he's going to pat himself on the back anytime something he says goes right. Trump was right about everything. I don't know where my Trump was right about everything hat is over here, but I'm really surprised he hasn't been saying what they're saying.
You know why? Because they don't have any evidence. That's not to say that, here's the thing, that's not to say that a vessel didn't lose or they didn't dump cargo, because that happens all the time. The cartels or the runners, they will dump cargo, especially if they believe that they're about to be apprehended. They will dump it to lighten their loads and that's what they will do. But to say that they actually hit this vessel, blew it up in the water, and then all of a sudden they just let, again, and not say anything about it, it's ridiculous.
It's unbecoming of the Trump we've expected. Mike, I do got to move it on for time, unfortunately, but it doesn't sound like the Trump we've come to know and love or know and hate, because Trump does take credit for anything he says that come to fruition. So if they seized a bunch of drugs, I'm super shocked that I haven't heard it from the Trump administration. So
they didn't seize anything. They haven't seized anything. These people will just listen to whatever this corrupt administration tells us, and let me say this real quick. Let me say this just real quick, because I know you got to go. When you look at the economy, when you look at inflation, when you look at the CPI, when you look at the PPI, when you look at our GDP and our national deficit, none of those numbers are positive.
Not right now.
We are Q3 is about to get really, really bad for this country.
And that's going to be right before
going into Q3.
Q3, that's going to be right before the midterms.
It's about to be bad, Tim.
Yeah.
I'll get into it on the next fall. I'll pull up some numbers and show you.
We look forward to seeing it. Mike, as always, a pleasure. Thanks for coming through. Tap the screen, get us up to 80,000. We'll take the next caller. Real quick, I want to say something in regards to this drug boat thing that they were just discussing. And like I said, my shows can go in many different directions because I get a lot of knowledgeable callers, left and right. MAGA comes on the program and sets me straight on things, and so does the left. And I appreciate that. That's why we bring in callers from all sides of the voting aisles. But in regards to this drug boat thing, let's say it is accurate. The Dominican Republic seized drugs off of a boat coming from Venezuela. I got a bunch of questions in regards to that. First of all, is that one of the boats that Trump bombed? Because Venezuela does have a drug trafficking issue. I'm assuming there's cartel members in Venezuela. Every country south of the border just about is affected by the cartel. So I'm assuming, hell, even America ships drugs internationally. You ever heard of Locked Up Abroad? Banged Up Abroad. If you live overseas, the same program. It comes on Nat Geo, Discovery Channel, called Locked Up Abroad. Every country has people that exports illegal narcotics. So I'm certain Venezuela does as well. However, the claim that the Dominican Republic seized drugs off a boat is that one of the ones that Trump bombed, because that's different. Because now you're indicating that Trump bombed the drug boat with some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth, and somehow it still made it all the way to the Dominican Republic. We heard that he's double tapped a boat. So they blew up a boat and they were able to keep an eye on it and see stragglers, and they hit it a second time. How did this boat make it all the way to the DR? Because if it was already in the, you get 12 miles outside of your coast, all of that's still considered your territory. So if this boat was close enough to the DR, their own coastal force would have grabbed it if it was that close to the. So this boat would have been nowhere near the DR, and we hit it, and the remnants of it floated there. How does that work? So there's a whole lot more questions to be asked if we're going to say that the DR seized boats, because we were operating nowhere near the DR. So that part I don't understand. And I see in the comments, Travelman says maybe it washed up ashore. Well, if it washed up ashore, how are we 100% certain it came from one of the boats that the Trump administration blew up? As my last caller, Mike, accurately stated, smugglers dump cargo all the time. There's cargo that is washed up on the shores of LA and on the shores of Miami. Folks dump illegal cargo all the time. You see some lights off in the distance. You don't know if it's the cops, whatever the case may be. So there's a whole lot more questions to be made, which is probably why the Trump administration is not just taking credit for what the DR sees. What if a boat, and this is a speculatory statement, but what if an illegal boat carrying illegal narcotics was just simply making a shipment from Venezuela to the DR and they seized it? Could just be somebody, because this is what I asked when Trump was bombing these boats. How do you know the destination of those boats is the U.S.? If somebody is shipping drugs from Venezuela to Guatemala, America doesn't have a right to just blow that up. Isn't that what we're telling Iran right now, is they don't have any right to control international waterways? Isn't that what we're claiming that they're doing? You can't just shut down the strait. You can't just control traffic in international waterways. Why are we off the coast of Venezuela shooting boats, stopping oil vessels like the ones that were going to Cuba? This is exactly what we're chastising Iran for doing. You can't just stop international traffic, but yet we have no problem doing it when we want to. But it's wrong for Iran to do it. I don't know how that works, but there's a whole lot of questions to be asked if the story is true that the DRC's drug boats. There's a lot more questions to be asked. Were they struck by the United States? Were they en route to the United States? Because if they're not en route to the United States, we really have no jurisdiction over them. It's not our job worldwide alone to unilaterally tell you what you can and cannot travel with on a vessel at sea. If you're not near the United States has no business telling you what you can and cannot carry on a ship. They don't even understand the internet. I don't know what that means. The real drug traffickers are Junior. Wow. They were fishermen. Some of the survivors have even spoken out. If they were drug runners, they would not have spoken out. I have heard that, but then I've heard some folks suggest that the type of vessels they were on are not traditional fishing boats. So it can go a million different ways on that. But it doesn't matter what they were. If they were not headed to the United States and they were not in, near our country, we have no jurisdiction over them. It's as simple as that. We have no jurisdiction over them. By the way, before I go to the next caller, get us up to 80,000. Tap the screen. I had a poll running on YouTube. We're going to change it, but I did ask the question. We've had over 200 and some participants. Is Trump capable of dropping a nuke on the nation of Iran? Out of 220 votes, 63% said yeah. Wow. 63% of respondents think that Trump is capable of dropping a nuke on Iran. Yikes. 37% says no. That's frightening. I hope you 63% are wrong because he's clearly making major threats like that. We'll go to tap the screen, get us up to 80,000. Until then, Dencal. We'll go to Dencal on Instagram. Don't know if it's going. Dencal, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What say you in regards to that poll? What would your take be on that?
I kind of understand the logic, but I don't think he would do it.
I don't either.
think he would do it.
Well, you're still on the record saying he's not even going to put boots on the ground. Have you changed your opinion on that? Dencal, you got a signal issue, I believe.
Yeah, I got a bad echo.
All right. Go ahead and drop, and I'll try to bring you up in a minute. We'll move it on to Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. This host is so far up Trump's cornhole. You sound like Gangsta Grandma. In the comments, Cato says, this host, referring to yours truly, and we don't block, ban, or censor insults. We're fine with that. He says that I'm so far up Trump's cornhole that I will never see daylight ever again. Is it that deep up in there? Wow. Travelman, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. In regards to the poll, what say you?
He may want to, but he can't.
Why can he not do it?
Because it takes more than just the president to say launch a nuke. Okay. There's a protocol that has to go through, and everybody within that chain of command has to agree with that protocol. Not only and legally also.
So is it Congress? Who would stop him if he wanted to do this? Who would tell him?
Congress not in the chain of command. I would assume somebody. You got a couple of procedures that you have to go through in order to do it. And first of all, the first one I would imagine, I'm just speaking that he would first of all have to find out if what he wants to do is legal. So of course they fired all the Jags, but somewhere along the line, you're gonna have somebody that's in that chain of command, an admiral or a general, somebody that's gonna say, "Wait a minute, why are we doing this?"
An admiral can stop Trump if Trump orders a nuclear strike on Iran. An admiral can stop that.
The admiral can stop the person that's below him. Trump just not gonna turn a key in a nuke takeoff.
Yeah, but if the admiral is ordered to one of his subs or one of his ships in his command, you're ordered to do this. He can't say no to the president, can he?
If it's not a lawful order.
There goes Arizona Senator. What is the guy in Arizona? They tried to punished for saying don't follow unlawful orders. What does that get?
Yeah, you can't have if it's not a lawful order. So which means okay, why the only way I can see us launching a nuke is if they are getting ready to launch one against us. That's where the mutual assured destruction thing comes in. You know,
right?
Or something that would cause us to do that. But they don't even have nukes, so there is no ground for us to go in and try to drop one on them. You know.
Well, I mean, Trump is already talking about obliteration, and what are some of the terms he's using? The whole civilization will die, and I mean, I don't hear where are these military personnel? Because when he said a whole civilization was going to die, nobody stood up and said we're going to. I mean, they were pretty much leaving it up to him to decide.
You know what? He can, as president of the United States, yeah, you got a lot of power to do some things, but it's also things in place to stop that. You know, so my question to that would be, you have to have 100% cooperation from, I would guess, from the military, because they're the ones that's going to have to carry that out. And somebody within that chain of command, everybody in the military not MAGA. So somebody within that chain of command is going to say, wait a minute, is this a legal order? I mean, that's not difficult. Is this a legal order? You know, if it's not legal, then, you know, our oath is to the Constitution. I mean, to the Constitution. You know.
What if if you're in the military and you carry out an illegal order, can a pardon from the president save you?
That I don't know.
Because that's the go around.
If you fall under, if you carry that out, you know, I can't speak on that, Tim. I can't speak on that, because now we're going way out. We're going way out into the realm of, you know, something that's not really going to happen.
That's well, you know? I guess here's the one thing I would ask: has someone in the military that was charged with a crime ever been pardoned by the president? I'm assuming the president is pardoned.
Yeah, I think the SEAL that was convicted and stuff, that even the other SEAL members testified against him. I think that he did pardon him or something along those lines.
So then Trump could pardon somebody that if Trump orders somebody to do something, he could pardon them.
What this guy Jay talking about, that's the whole point of loyalists. Well, in the military, you're basically saying that everybody within the flag community is all loyal to Trump, and that is not the case. And just because they may be loyal to him doesn't mean that they're going to break the law for him. That doesn't mean they're going to go against the Constitution for him.
But you can find somebody who will, though, Travel Man. Like I said, if a pardon will save you, then he'll just find somebody. Okay, if you won't follow this order, just like many folks have resigned. If you won't do it, then we'll just demote you or get or reappoint you somewhere else, and we'll find somebody that will.
So what you gonna do? You gonna fire the whole flag staff? Because it's a whole lot of flag in there. You might, let's be realistic. Let's just say that you do have MAGA within the flag ranks. Say you got I don't know, 20% that's MAGA within the general and admiral rank, right? You got 20%, but you got 80% that's not. So they're not just gonna let somebody do something.
How many people are involved in launching a nuke? It's not that many people involved in that, is it?
How you think that's something that's simple?
No, it ain't. But it's not. Hold on. I'm not saying it's simple. What I'm saying is, how many people? Okay, you got the brass, the top brass, the folks who get the order. A few people have to verify the codes and push the button, and they have to be. What is it? Maybe 10 people? It ain't that many people to fire off a weapon.
Yes, exactly. But there's also those people are going to look at what they're doing. You're just trying to.
Did you replace them? Did you replace them with loyalists?
Hold on a minute, Tim. I don't care who you put in there. The bottom line is you're talking about launching a nuke against a non-nuke country.
I'm not arguing about that, but I'm arguing with you is
who's going to be who's going to be going and want to do something like that? Were you going to wipe out a whole? I'm not going to say wipe out the whole country, but a significant portion of that country. What is that based on?
You really believe that if Trump wanted to find 10 service members to wrongfully fire a nuke at Iran and kill thousands of people, you think he really couldn't do that?
I think he would have an almost damn near impossible task of trying to find somebody to do that. I really do.
I think you got plenty of folks.
It doesn't matter how loyal. It doesn't matter how loyal they are to Trump. The guys that's in the military, they have dedicated. Now, if you're in the general ranks, you've been in the military 25, 30 years or more. So you've dedicated your entire life, and now he's asking you to do something that is totally now. Granted, religious people and those holy rollers and stuff, they voted for Trump, even though he was the antithesis of everything he believed in. But that's totally different from saying, "Hey, look here, I need you to go over here and launch this nuke and wipe out 20,000 people." There's repercussions to that, because number one, they're gonna look at okay, what's going to be the status of the United States after we do that? We become a pariah. We become a pariah. Let's not come back to reality.
Even though we're not dropping nukes, they're following his orders on a bunch of other shit that's altering the status of the United States. I mean, I think it can be done, Travelman. I really do. I think
no, man. No, because if they had nukes and they had them pointing at us and they were getting ready to launch, yes, but no, they don't have any of that. They don't have that. So not only are they open up to criminal charges, the president is also.
I want to ask folks in the comments. I mean, maybe I'm looking like a grand idiot here, but I want to ask folks in the comments by way of yes or no in the comments. Do you think Trump? Because I'm saying yes. How many of you think that if Trump wanted to find somebody in the military and he made him a promise, I'm going to take care of you, I'll go in and give you whatever promotion. I mean, just, talk to folks in Trump's way, that really makes you think he's going to look out for you. And of course, he's going to pardon you if it goes wrong. How many of you folks believe that Trump could find 5 or 10 people that's required to get together and fire off a nuke and kill thousands of people, innocent people in Iran? How many of you folks that believe he can do that? I think he could do it. Now, you're military and I'm not, Travelman, but how many of you folks believe he couldn't do that?
And the reason also is that if somebody think that they're going to find somebody in the military that would do that, to me, you have a very low opinion of the military. That the military is just going to.
I got a low opinion of mankind, Travelman. I mean, you got to keep in mind Hitler found people to do it. You think nobody like that exists here?
Let's come back to reality, okay?
That is reality.
The reality of the situation is that the United States would not launch a nuke against a non-nuke country.
We've done it before.
That was World War II, Tim. That's totally different. That you're talking about a wartime situation of World War. You can't use that. You can't use that. I'm talking about today. The only countries with nukes, Iran is not one of them. So first of all, you got to come up with a justification.
I'm giving you
why you want to drop a nuke.
Okay.
What's the justification?
The justification is if we don't do this, they're talking about enriching their uranium. They've been yelling. Just hear me out, because this is what folks on the right already believe is justification for what we've already done, which I disagree with. But they already are justifying what he's already done, and it's because we've been at war for them for 47 years. They're the largest state sponsor of terror. They're actually yelling death to America, and they believe Trump saying that if they get a nuke, they're going to immediately use it on us. So there's plenty of MAGA that already believes what we're doing is not wrong, but rather an act of self-defense. You gotta assume there's some folks in the military with that mindset.
Those people are freaking snowflakes. That's all they are. They're snowflakes and chicken hawks.
I can't argue with that.
You know how many countries? You think Iran is the only country that said death to the United States?
No.
Come on.
I'm agreeing with you there, but I'm just simply saying.
That's why where we at right now was based on a lie. It was based on a lie. We went in there and based on a lie. They tried to use, just like we did in Iraq, they tried to come up with their own intelligence and they went in there, and it's based on a lie. And somebody say the United States attacks countries all the time. Yes, they do unprovoked, but they ain't dropped no nuke on anybody.
You're still killing. You're still killing people, though. I mean, okay, you're just killing more people with the nuke.
When you drop a nuke, Tim, when you drop a nuke, depending on which way the wind blowing, you're gonna take out more than Iran.
So in other words, it's okay to get somebody to wrongfully kill a few hundred people, but when you start talking about thousands, they think differently.
I didn't say it was right. I just said that what they did it based on a lie.
I'm just simply saying I do believe that if you get in somebody's head and you got them believing that they're yelling death to America and they're harmful, and because you already got somebody in the military, like I don't want to be the one that has to fight back against the president. Am I violating the rules? Am I, refusing to take an order that's legit during war, which can get
Someone is at the front door.
It's not legit, Tim. How can launching a nuke weapon against a non-nuke country be legit? That's not a legitimate order.
Sir, I'm in a meeting I'm on the phone right now with Hegseth and the president himself. They say this is a legitimate order, sir. They're telling me I can go to jail.
It's legitimate. It's up to the UCMJ. It's up to the JAG officers. They don't know the law. It's not up to them. You can't, Tim. You cannot do a nuke against a non-nuke country. That's an illegal order.
Sir, the president.
Ask anybody in the military, and they would tell you that is an illegal order.
Sir,
they're not going to do it.
The president is telling me it's an act of self-defense, and that if anything goes wrong, he's going to pardon me. I mean, he's telling me this is my duty to the country.
What's the self-defense?
That they're going to because they are enriching their uranium right now, and if we don't act, we're in trouble.
They're enriched. Tim, come on, man. People in the military read. You got intel guys in the military. They know exactly what's going on. My last command, I was at the intel unit. We had TSSCI. We got the same damn messages because I was part of a 4-star command, and we got the same damn messages that they used to get at the Pentagon. Okay, they know what's going on, and you gonna tell me that they're gonna come in and say, "Oh, the president want us to launch a nuke against Iran because they're enriching uranium."
The order's going to come down. Well, the order's going to come down from Hegseth, but I'm just simply saying
it's still illegal. Doesn't matter who it comes from, it's illegal.
But the president has already told me he'll pardon me, and if not, he'll throw me. And if I don't do it, he's going to. If I do it, and any kind of issue comes up, he's indicated he'll pardon me. If I don't do it, he's indicated he'll throw my ass in jail for the rest of my life. What do I do?
What if he get, down? Now, let's bring something else in there. Because if he orders something like that, 9 times, he's going to get impeached.
Well, but that's him.
If the Democrats got control of the House, he's going to get impeached. Hell, he might even get impeached if the Republicans have control because it is so illegal. It's an abuse of power.
But does his impeachment throw out the pardons he gave?
That I don't know. Okay, I'm just telling you, he gonna get impeached. The president gonna pardon me, but he's gonna get impeached. And I can guarantee you, there's some lawyers around that can come up with something to get your ass on.
But the problem is if I do not follow what Hegseth is telling me to do, they're going to plaster all over the media that I didn't follow orders. I'm not a patriot to this country, and that the uranium in Iran is only continuing to be enriched because I didn't follow orders. You realize what that will do to me? Not to mention they're talking about locking me up.
And you're assuming that everybody's in agreement with Trump. But if you come out there and say, well, first of all, people that's following this stuff, they know Trump is full of shit. They already know that. And that, once again, Trim, you're talking about something that is illegal. You guys give Trump all of this power like he's this, that, and other. You know what? Yeah, you got some people in there that do some things, but you also got probably more people that would say, no, we're not doing this.
Well, I'm going to go with what David in the comments just said on YouTube. Legality depends on who is in charge. If Trump's people are in charge, this is 100% legal.
Can they change the law?
What the hell have you been seeing so far? Yes. That's what you've been seeing this whole time. They've been changing the law.
Can they go in if the UCMJ, if you come back and say, I am following the UCMJ, and based on the UCMJ, that is an illegal order. You can't change it, Tim.
Let me
I don't care who they put up in there.
Let me just say this. This conversation you and I are having back and forth, if there's one thing that this to me promotes, it's a resignation. If I'm in this position right now where I got you telling me this and Hex I'm just gonna quit. Fuck it. I'm just gonna resign. I'm not gonna fight against this.
But once again, you're talking about 4-star generals and stuff, man. These guys are not just gonna, unless they 100% make it.
Hasn't that happened where we've had some top level brass resign?
Even they have their limits on the ones that are MAGA. But not only that, they're talking with other 4-star generals.
No.
I mean, it's not a enclosed thing that just happened in a vacuum. It doesn't work like that.
I'm just saying, I'm not about to. This guy's telling me they're gonna lock me up. They're calling me treasonous and traitors. They're plastering my name all in the internet and shit like that. Just simply saying no, it's an illegal order is not as easy as you're making it sound. They're gonna rent. I mean, this guy's gonna be in office for 2.5 more years. This guy's gonna railroad me.
Okay, but then trying to charge somebody with treason and all this other stuff, that takes things too. So once he gets a lawyer, which in this case would probably be one of the best lawyers in the country. Well, it wouldn't be a military lawyer. It would probably be one of the best lawyers in the country. And they would come back and beat all of that shit, Tim, because it's illegal.
I don't want to be
the president might think he can do what he wanted to do, but the president cannot change the law. He can't change the law. That got to be done by Congress. Congress make the laws, right?
I don't. Right now, is that what they're doing?
Hey, what are we talking about? You talking about Mikey and those boys?
Trump is doing all kinds of. Trump is doing all. I mean, right now he's talking about giving January 6ers over what is it? 1776. $1,776 million of our tax money is about to go to January 6 protesters and folks that are. Congress ain't doing shit. I'm gonna be sitting in the brig hoping Congress ain't.
I agree with you on.
Right.
I agree with you on. But the bottom line is, this is the bottom line, Tim. Everybody can say what they want to say, but the bottom line is, y'all can think Trump crazy as hell. You can think he off the chain, do whatever you want to do. If you launch a nuke against a non-nuke country, that is nothing but pure trouble, and it's going to, I won't say destroy the United States, but it will do significant damage to the United States.
It'll hurt our reputation. I don't disagree with
that. One of our Iran allies might launch one towards our country.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, but I think we've already put ourselves in the. We haven't went nuclear yet, but Trump taking over so many countries, he's already opened up the door to stuff like that. So, I mean,
well, he only took over Venezuela.
Well, but now he's threatening Cuba. He's threatening Greenland. I mean, if I'm China or Russia, I should feel free to be able to threaten anybody at this point. He's taking over one country.
He ain't doing nothing.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's saber rattled his ass off at this point. So if you're China or Russia, you should be able to do it.
Since you brought up Cuba, look at what they're doing over there in Cuba now. Basically, by us cutting everything off, isn't that kind of bordering on a war crime?
Yeah, you're killing people.
You know, and as far as Iran is concerned, we're still at war. They can call it what they want to, Tim, but an embargo is an act of war.
Yeah. But I got to move it on, but I'll just say this. In regards to you suggesting that he wouldn't be able to get nobody in the military to use nukes, if you're threatening their desalination, their fresh water supply, and you're putting Cuba in the dark and shit, he's using the military to do all of that stuff. He's not killing millions at a time, but he's having no problems finding military personnel to kill thousands of innocent people at a time. He's doing that now. You're just saying he can't find anybody to use a nuke. Then what about them MOABs, the mother of all bombs? I mean, I think that he would have no problem fighting murderous military if he really wanted to. Last word to you.
Those were used for specific purposes. The mother of all bombs. That was supposed to be to get down deep enough into those tunnels to be able to access where the uranium was at. That's what that was for. Now, as far as the other stuff go, all that other stuff, desalinization and all of that, that is totally different from launching a nuke. Totally different.
Okay. I gotta move it on. I just say this. I don't ever want to disrespect anybody in our armed forces, but I do believe there are people in our armed forces that would do this stuff. If you found Hegseth, there are more Hegseths out there. If you can he would have no problem getting Hegseth to give that order. You think there's nobody in a sub or on a destroyer that has Hegseth's mentality? He found him. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, he ain't gonna find him. Okay, Tim.
All right. No other Hegseths in existence. All right. I disagree. I just think if you can find Hegseth, there are more Hegseths out there. I just believe that. And Hegseth would have no problem doing what Trump ordered him to do. And he's military. Bill Gates is somebody like that with a couple. What are you guys saying here? They have a $3 trillion car industry. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. Tap the screen, by the way. Get us on up to 90,000. We'll take the next caller. Somebody said, my man is so wrong. Danny Dan. Are you talking about me or my last caller? In the comments real quick, Handsome Conservative says, Tim, we are never going to come together as a nation until we stop dividing each other over race. Then you got to vote in people that are talking about unity. I've said this many times on the live, and thank you for the hat mustache alter ego. Appreciate that. Help your boy out, folks, with the hat mustache, TikTok cap go. Show the program some love. Thank you, alter ego. You're not going to get unity in the country if we're electing division. And regardless if you think Trump, everything he said was false, or you think everything he said is accurate, he's divisive. There's no denying that. You may believe he's been attacked, so that's a legitimate excuse for him to be divisive. Whatever the case may be, Trump is not trying to unify folks. He is not somebody like yours truly who can have guests on here, call me all kinds of names, and I don't call them back. He fights back. He fight, and some would say 10 times as hard. So Trump runs on being divisive. Danny Dan, thank you for the hat and mustache. He fights back. Not to mention, he also launches offensive attacks, such as the ones you see on my screen. There's no reason to be posting this shit. Him as the Pope and him as Jesus and all. I mean, he does this all the time. So if you want folks, you want the country to stop being divided by race and to come together, you got to vote in somebody who's talking about doing that. Trump is not that guy. He is just not that guy. He is the guy who is, my opinion, he's the guy who pours fuel on the fire. You know, they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield, or, you know, certain cities are shitholes, or, I mean, he's the guy that's doing it, that's actually creating it. So maybe in the future, today is not the day. I don't believe unity starts at the bottom. I believe it starts at the top. All of you vouching for Obama, tell him to leave Washington, D.C. finally. Why? Why does he have to leave Washington, D.C., Richard? I mean, he's an American. He can live anywhere in the country that he wants, right? Brass didn't go to Cuba. Stop. No, Cuba's in the future. I know what you're talking about. Well, when they're stopping cargo ships that are taking oil to Cuba, yeah, that's the brass is doing that. They're you got Black Hawks hovering over some oil ship, and they're rappelling down and they're taking control of it. Well, those helis came from a ship. The captain of that ship or whatever, he's part of that. He navigated waters to get close to that so they could launch some kind of strike to take over a ship taking oil to Cuba. Not taking the oil to Cuba has put Cuba in total darkness. Hospitals, generators, oxygen tanks, all of that shit, refrigeration for food. We're killing people in Cuba. And the top brass are involved in it. We're killing people in Cuba. And President Trump is on television bragging about seizing their ships and things like that. He's killing people. Which is why I also continue suggesting that the notion that these folks are going to view Americans as liberators makes zero sense. Trump is constantly talking about destroying people in Iran and blaming the bombing of schoolgirls on the Iranians themselves. Cuba's in total darkness. They're not going to see Americans as liberators. Right now, they're in total darkness in Cuba, and America is the reason that's happening. They're not like, damn, we can't wait till these people get here and help us out. They're the people that came and put you in darkness. Now, you may not like Fidel or the Castros. I can get that. Plenty of Cuban citizens do not like the Castros, but you can replace one bad form of leadership with another one. Just because you replace one bad dictator don't mean the next guy is going to be great. If we're starting out by constantly making threats and putting your country in darkness, why would you think we're there to do you good? That ain't how that starts out. It ain't necessary for us to replace Castro. Putting them in the dark is not necessary to do that. That is unnecessary pain and suffering being bestowed upon the Cuban people. We could easily go take Castro out anytime we want. The guy's 90-something years old. He's 94 years old. We could do that in broad daylight. There is zero reason to shut down all the energy in Cuba for, it's been a month or more now? So I don't see how they're going to view us as liberators coming there. We came in on a bad note. And that's assuming they haven't heard about what happened in Iran. That's assuming, but they obviously know what happened in Venezuela because that's what made them go in the dark to begin with. So they know what happened in Venezuela, the threats we made there. They know the threats possibly in the war we're dealing with Iran, where we're threatening to obliterate and kill everybody there. They may have heard about Greenland. They may have heard about the Panama Canal. Hell, they may have even heard us threatening our neighbor Canada. You think they see Americans? Yay, here comes the Americans, great people to liberate us. I don't think they see that. Not under Trump. Tap the screen, get us up to 90,000. We'll take the next caller. Thank God we have a president with balls. Yeah, he got testicles. He doesn't have the dick, though. Trump as Pope got me dead. Yeah, he played the Pope and everything else. What does Cuba have to offer the United States besides some cheap labor? They used to be clothing manufacturer for the United States shoes. Well, if you take over their country, you can use that cheap labor to make. Remember, Trump was talking about making Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East? Cuba would be an awesome tourist destination. You could put high-end hotels. It's all coastal, tropical. It could be made into a beautiful place where the 1% could profit heavily. And you could use the Cubans, so to speak, almost as slaves to keep it running. You could easily do that. If you go there and take it over and rebuild it and put high-end posh hotels and shit like that, for the Cubans, providing security and valets and lawn care and all of that kind of shit, you could pay them a salary that makes them feel like they're making money compared to how they're living now, but on an American scale would be akin to slave labor. Yet you have Americans and Westerners going to Cuba for vacation. You're charging them premium prices when you're only paying the folks that are serving them $3-4 an hour. It could be a huge win for the 1%. So yeah, Cuba is worth taking. It is absolutely worth taking if you view things as a real estate mogul like Trump. You wanted a businessman. You folks wanted a fucking businessman, right? This is what businesses do. This is what you wanted, right? This is what you got. He's a businessman. And businesses aren't known for sharing. Going back to the box. Let no man put us under. Somebody's name is that? Handsome Conservative. Good evening.
Hey, man.
What am I getting wrong?
Excuse me for my voice, man. I've been fighting a lung infection for the past couple of weeks.
Sorry to hear that.
So I'm getting better, but
have you been
on really fucked up.
Have you been on the cruise ship recently?
I have not been on a cruise ship. You couldn't pay me to go on a fucking cruise, dude.
I love cruise.
Are you kidding me? Listen, I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
You were talking about launching a nuke
at
Iran. Okay, first of all, and this is just my opinion. First of all, a president has the full authority to do that, but I think it's the wrong question. I don't think President Trump is going to launch a nuke at Iran. He has the authority to do it. What you need to ask yourself is, since Israel has nukes, why wouldn't you be worried about them launching a nuke at Iran? because they're a lot closer and they have nukes. And remember, this is like a holy war to them. They've been against Iran for many years. It's been Iran against them and them against Iran. I think the question is a bad question.
I think your response is bad. Here's why I say that. We're currently at war with Iran right now, not Israel. So what? But Israel's going to jump in the middle and launch a nuke at our enemy right now. Israel really, the time that Iran was attacking Israel has kind of passed. They're really going after their closer neighbors right now. So it makes no sense for Israel right now to jump in the middle of this and just bomb Iran with a nuclear weapon. They're not even messing with it.
Israel is still at war with Iran. Israel and America, they're not out of the war. They're still at war, and I'm not even saying that they would launch a nuke. I'm saying it's more probable that they would launch a nuke instead of Donald Trump launching one. It would make more sense if it was going to happen that way. But it's my opinion.
But you do believe though that Trump can unilaterally order this and it has to be carried out. He can launch a nuke by himself.
I believe Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. If you are the president of the United States, you're in charge of the military and you're in charge of the nuclear arms. That's at your desk and your request. So I don't care what party you're in, you absolutely have the power to do that. Regardless, and the military has to follow his orders. He's the chief over the military. So yes, he could, but I don't think he would.
I'll tell you this: if Israel, let's go with your deferment. If Israel launched a nuke into Iran, my guess is nations like Turkey and some of the other Middle Eastern nations would probably then. Because Turkey's nuclear and so is Pakistan. I doubt if India would be on the side of it, but Pakistan and Turkey, who are nuclear nations, it may open them up for going after Israel. And then, of course, the only thing they can save Israel is to drag us into it. So I don't know if Israel would go that far, because without the support of the United States, they're going to lose that.
Oh, well, you may be right. You may be right. But I'm just saying, I think the better question is, would Israel do it, not would America do it? Because, like I said, this is more than a war. For Israel, this is a very long, drawn-out, religious kind of, I want to say, holy war. I mean, they've been going at it for so long. I think it's a better chance that they would do it than we would do it.
I honestly think,
and I hope I'm right about that. I hope that we don't launch a nuke, but the president does have the right.
Well, when you say holy war, I honestly think we're in a holy war too. When I played those clips of Tucker.
So?
Well, when I played those clips of Tucker Carlson interviewing Ted Cruz, who's a sitting senator, and Lindsey Graham, Lindsey Graham's another sitting senator, when they're saying that the Bible commands us to defend Israel, otherwise we'll be cursed, I gotta assume they're not the only ones that believe that in the Republican Party. There's a lot of folks that believe that we should defend Israel because it's biblically prophesized.
Tim, there's a difference between being religious and being a fanatic, and some people are just repeating the things they were told as children. Standing up for Israel is one thing, but defending Israel by launching a nuke or something, that's not in the Bible, dude. That's just crazy talk. I saw that interview, and yeah, Tucker tore him apart on that one.
Well, I get what you're saying about being fanatical or even potentially misinterpreting the Bible, but let's be clear, that's kind of the MO for everybody that gets involved in religious wars, is they misinterpret the Quran or misinterpret their books. I'm just simply saying we are involved in a religious war in the eyes of many Americans. I mean, there's a lot of folks who believe that it is anti-Semitic to even criticize Israel. Just like you got a lot of folks who believe if you criticize black people, you're racist. That's fucked up. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to criticize blacks and Jews. But there are some folks who believe just simply criticizing the Jewish community makes you an anti-Semite. Just like some folks believe criticizing Trump makes you have Trump derangement syndrome. Anytime somebody's like that, to me, that's being a radical person there.
Right. Well, look, I just wanted to come up and give my 2 cents on the bomb thing. Like, I do agree that he has the right to. I don't see him doing that. We haven't even put troops on the ground yet.
Well, I want to ask you something before you run out, because this was the theme of the show. Because people always say that the left takes Trump out of context. When he said a whole civilization was going to die tonight a few weeks ago, people said that he didn't mean everybody in the damn country, and the left is taking him out of context. I played this earlier. I want to get your opinion on it. It's a quick clip. He said this earlier today.
This on social media saying for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, signed President Donald J. Trump.
What does he mean by this? He posted this today, that for Iran, the clock is ticking.
I wish I could tell you, man. Honestly, I was discussing it with my brother today. We were talking about the war today. Mm-hmm. And truthfully, man, we haven't even put troops on the ground. This has been a propaganda war at best. There's been a couple of planes and a couple of things like that. But I'm lost on what he's saying now. I can't make heads or tails out of it. At one moment, he's saying that we're going to end the war. The next minute, we've won the war. All I can tell you is what I've seen. And what I've seen is we've got troops, we got ships, we've rearmed, and right now we're having a Twitter war. So, I can't justify it. I don't know what to say about it. But this is one of the easiest wars I've ever seen so far. And
really? What makes you say that?
Again, just look at what's over there. We've got our ships, our planes, we've got our attack crafts, we've got tons of military, paratroopers, we've got so many people over there and heading over there. And all that's been done is you better get ready, we're coming. You better surrender now, we're coming. At some point, if you cry wolf all the time, people are going to stop believing you.
Yeah, that's what
I voted for Trump the first time. I'm not against Trump. I'm starting to see this in a different light, because the longer it takes to do anything, whether it's put troops on the ground or leave, either way, it's making us look bad. That's just my opinion.
I can't disagree with that last part. I'll let you rest your throat, handsome conservative. Thanks for coming through.
Oh, hell no. I may be sick, but I got to say this. Support your local liberal, man.
Damn,
Have
Skippy.
a good night.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And he is right. Help your boy with the head mustache TikTok cap goes. Tap the screen. Get us over 90,000. We might be able to get over the 6-figure hump if you let your thumbs not be lazy. So certainly tap the screen. Feel free to share the live. You know what we always say. If you're watching us, it's live on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper. Follow the program. We're here most weekdays. If you're here on YouTube watching us live, give your boy a sub. Once again, we're here most weekdays. By the way, all of our lives are archived on YouTube. So the minute the live ends, if you want to go back and hear if somebody says something they claiming they didn't say, just simply go to the Handsome Liberal on YouTube, and whatever the main graphic is of the show, that's going to be the thumbnail. So you'll be able to find today's live, and it'll be posted immediately after the show. And every live is like that. So looking in the comments, I thought you were leaving for good this time and canceled my subscription. Big Dog, what are you guys? You talking to Sexy Red in the comments? Iran is locked and loaded as well on its neighbors. That's the only option they have. I hate that we're trying to play goody two-shoes and suggest that Iran is wrong for bombing Bahrain and UAE and Saudi Arabia and all this shit. 100 out of 100 times we would do the same damn thing. I mentioned this earlier. If Russia was attacking America and they were doing it because Cuba allowed them to use their airfields, or Bermuda, or the Dominican Republic, or the Nassau in the Bahamas, any of the countries that surround America, if you're letting our enemy use your airspace, your runways and shit to launch attacks on America, your ports to launch attack on America, then America's going to consider you as an enemy too. Period. We would bomb Cuba, Bermuda, the Dominican Republic, all of those countries I named, they would be at risk for being bombed by America as well. We're not just going to say we're only at war with Russia, but the countries allowing them to launch attacks on us. You can see MiGs, Su-27s taking off from Bermuda and bombing, Charleston, South Carolina, and then turning back and landing in Bermuda, and you're not going to touch Bermuda? Bullshit. That country would be just as much of an enemy as the nation that's using them. So Iran bombing those countries, it's exactly what we would do. But we're trying to use propaganda to somehow suggest that they're wrong for bombing their neighbors that are cooperating with us and letting us launch strikes from them. We would do the same fucking thing. So I really think that's wrong. You can't see a submarine with a nuclear launcher. Yeah, it's underwater. Well, it depends though. There are underwater detection devices, so I don't totally agree that you can't see them. It's far more stealthy, but there are underwater detection devices. Those drones fly over countries would be anybody that's helping our enemy attack us would be our enemy. Right after September 11th, President George W. Bush said, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. He said that. And we weren't even being attacked by anybody else. That was after September 11th, after bin Laden and all of that shit on the World Trade Center. When we started retaliating, he stated, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. Iran is doing the same thing. So I don't see how Iran looks bad for doing it, because we would do that. In regards to my poll, I'm going to switch polls, but that poll was, is Trump capable of dropping a nuclear bomb on Iran? Yes or no? We've almost had 300 people vote. 63% are still saying yeah. I really hope you guys are wrong. I always watch your YouTube replay, by the way. You have a really good show. Thank you, Handsome Conservator. I appreciate that. And for you folks who do watch the reruns, type in the comments rerun. It helps let me know how many folks watch that are not watching live. Russia's getting their ass kicked, says yeah, they are. Ukraine launched a very large drone attack on them over the last day or so. Really big drone attack. Ukraine has gotten really savvy once Trump stopped helping them. Kind of like, you can teach a man to fish, or you can buy him, you can give a man a fish or teach him how to fish. And once Trump took away the America's aid to the Ukraine, they got really good at providing their own shit. Now, some of the European NATO member nations continued helping them, but they've gotten really good at defending themselves, which means they're going to owe America a lot less of a favor, by the way, too, because Trump stopped helping them. Takesha Boy, good evening, Takesha. I just hope we get a qualified presidential candidate real soon. We are a laughingstock. Will that end that, though, Kim? Will a new president end some of the damage that you're suggesting that Trump has caused? Takesha, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. Appreciate you holding. So, I'm taking Trump out of context. Now he's talking about, once again, annihilating Iran. Now, they say the Democrats are always taking him out of context. So what did he mean?
He meant exactly what he said, Tim. Why he around here making true socials, talking about he aging backwards. I cannot take this president.
Did he say that?
He made 3 posts with a younger picture of him standing next to King, standing next to Xi, talking about Trump aging backwards. It's really getting out. I can't take this president serious, Tim. I really can't. But Tim, there's 2 things I want to talk about. Like I said, he meant exactly what he said. He gonna take him out, but he ain't finna do nothing to him because he ain't doing nothing all this time. When you say that Trump is powerful,
very.
I'm trying to see where you get that from, because I'm trying to see what point did he stand up or bully or talk down to anybody that was on the level that he's on?
Well, when I say powerful, now when you say he hasn't stood up to Putin or he hasn't stood up to Xi Jinping, or perhaps maybe he viewed them as allies. He's not standing up to them.
Tim, they are not an ally of the U.S.
They're an ally of him.
Let me say this. When I will call him powerful, when he stands up and bullies somebody who he knows is on the same level he is on. A bully always picks on somebody that they know is lower than them and are not on the same level. So you can keep calling him powerful. I'm gonna keep calling him a bully.
Well, let me.
Hold on, Tim.
I got more.
You also said that he's intelligent.
Let's go with. Let's stick with the powerful. Wait, before we go to intelligent. Don't you're moving on. Let me go with the powerful one more time, because you use the example when he stands up to somebody that's equal to him. We supposed to have 3 equal branches of government. He's standing up to all of those.
Tim, let me ask you a question. Who holding those 3 equal branches right now?
People that he's bullying.
Okay, so how they make him powerful? Because the Republicans bowed down to him his last term.
That's what you just said. He doesn't stand up to people that's equal to him. I'm telling you.
They're not on equal footing. Just because the branch is supposed to be equal doesn't mean the people are equal, Tim. Look at Mike Johnson running around looking like the Keebler elf that could. He bowed down to everything. They come with all kind of excuses for what he say and stuff. Those people been gave they BALLs to Trump.
Well,
what are they gonna say back to him?
Nothing. I don't disagree with that. Here's another one before we move.
Hold on, Tim. Some people he talked about Ted Cruz's wife.
Yeah.
That man came back and loved on him. He talks about people, parents and everything. Tim, I want him to stand up to somebody where I can say, dang, he got it going on. I ain't seen that, Tim. Well, now let's talk about the intelligent, Tim.
And real quick, how many times have you heard somebody say, if Obama or if Biden had done what Trump is doing, it would have been different?
Tim.
Powerful. What's your next question?
Tim, it's not powerful. It's just the people that you have that's supposed to be over him who are PUNKs. Now, let me say this. You said this man is intelligent when he didn't even know that a cognitive test was not an IQ test. He didn't even know not to look into an eclipse without shade. You telling me this man is intelligent, who barely can pronounce medical terms, who barely can pronounce answer?
He's not.
You want me to think this man is intelligent?
Well, nobody is intelligent in everything.
Tim, I'm not even going to discuss that with you. But let me say this, because you play too much. I told Black Power today how much you love Trump. It's all in your eyes, Tim. Let me say this, Tim. Yeah, you looked at Trump like he looked at Xi. I would have thought that Xi had been profiling back and forth with Trump on Tinder Talk. The way he went on there and told that man how he felt about him. But listen, Tim.
I'm listening.
Because when you said that man was asleep, but the children was awake, Tim. Come on, Tim. That was a sign of disrespect. I'm not coming to meet you and get out my bed. I'm going to send your peers to be at the tournament when you come off the plane. I'm going to send your peers.
I'll give you that one. That didn't look right.
The people that he on the same level with those kids. That's why he said those kids. But let me say this, and I'm going to leave this subject alone, because every time somebody bring up January 6th, they bring up BLM.
Yeah, every time.
And I'm finna do a Jake Brigance moment on A Time to Unalive that movie. If it was black officers kneeling on the necks of white men, if it was black officers taking the lives of, black officers taking the lives of white men at traffic stops that are unalive, the talk would be different about BLM. Because it would, it'd be white lives matter. So they wouldn't see it as a riot. They would see it as injustice towards their people. If Obama said he lost because of fraud, and the court said he didn't, and a bunch of black people went to the Capitol, broke in, climbed through windows, smeared stuff on the wall, guess what it would be?
A massacre.
A riot. It would be a riot. It would be an insurrection because of who would be doing it. If you can't say that if the races were reversed, that Black Lives Matter is wrong, but what we would have did at the Capitol was right, you only see one color.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that Black Lives Matter or even African Americans protesting what they thought was a stolen election under the premises that Trump presented it. It wouldn't have went off. It would not have been. They wouldn't be called patriots and all of this, making anthems with the president. No, it wouldn't have happened. I agree with you 100%.
And when they got arrested, Tim, they'd have been cheering rather than Marjorie Taylor Greene going and praying and kneeling on the ground at the cell for the January 6th rioters. I want people to stop acting like they don't see color when they do. This is a racist world we live in, Tim. And everybody, honestly, that is white, let me say that because I got a lot of white friends, but they'll admit it. They got a little racism in them, Tim, because that's what they grew up under. You got to fight yourself not to be racist, but everybody ain't fighting it, Tim. Because of the things they say, it proves that they're not fighting it.
But you would agree that blacks have a little bit of racism in them too, right?
We have some prejudices. Yes, we do.
Racism?
Prejudices.
No racism in the black community?
Prejudices.
I'm asking about racism, not prejudice.
Prejudices.
So you can't answer. You're making excuses for black people. You're making excuses for black people.
No, I'm not making excuses. Let me say this, Tim, because I had to go back and do some studying. When they say that black people can't be racist,
they're wrong.
What they're really talking about is because we've never been ahead socially. We don't have the power that white people have. So we could be prejudiced against white people. But because of the social construct, that's why they say we can't be racist.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say it's all in how you interpret it. You interpret it as racism, I interpret it as, and we're gonna agree to disagree.
Well, for folks in the audience, because I see Lisa, a friend of the program, she says they don't have systemic power. I disagree. There are plenty of towns that are systemically ran by black people. Chicago's one of them. There's a whole lot of cops on the police force that are black, a whole lot of cops in managerial political positions are black. That town, black people, but the ones that hold all blacks, I mean, all of the politicians in Washington are not white. Tim,
have there ever been an all-white police force?
Yeah.
Have there ever been all-white restaurants?
Yes.
Have there ever been all-white bus drivers and, you had black people on the back of the bus, white people in the front?
Yeah, so what you're getting at?
Have white people ever held all white?
Yeah.
Okay. Tim.
So, wait a minute, hold on. So, because Minneapolis police force has plenty of blacks and minority officers on it, then what happened to George Floyd can't be racism because the police force is not all white.
Are there white people on the Minneapolis?
Yeah, but there's also blacks.
Okay, it's mixed, right?
Right, just like Chicago.
Have there ever been an all-black police force?
Yeah, down in
white people were on.
Yeah, I believe down in Mississippi, some of them small. I'm trying to tell you, some of them little small backwoods towns that has a huge black population. I don't believe the whole. I believe there are police. Gary, Indiana, where near Chicago. There are some places like that. Not as many.
I want you to go do your homework and then come back and let me know.
But what does that got to do with racism? Whether it's an all black or all white police force?
The point I'm making, Tim, is we've never been the leader in the race.
So if
we've never been.
So if the police, so for blacks to be in the league, the whole force has to be black.
Tim, what I'm saying is, Tim,
that doesn't make sense.
White people have never had to really worry about being targeted for their race or not getting a job because of their race or not getting a home with a good interest rate because of their race, and we have.
I agree with part of that. I don't think whites have had a problem with not getting bank loans and getting into institutions, but they have been targeted because of their race. You can go to the club and get targeted because of your race. So I totally.
How does the club help you? So how does that help you in your life when you're trying to get ahead?
I don't think racism is.
I ain't gonna have you mad.
This doesn't make sense. What you're saying, you're telling me that if I'm white and I'm in a black neighborhood and they beat my ass just because they don't like a white person in it, that's not racism?
Tim.
That don't make sense.
Tim.
I'm listening.
That's prejudice.
No, it's not. I think,
like I said, Tim, you and I will never agree on
no,
this.
you're right. Because you're jumping into statements like the whole I use Chicago, a town that is primarily run by African Americans. And your response was, well, is the whole town ran by blacks? Is it nobody? That's places we are calling.
I said, have there ever been a all black?
What does that got to do with what I was talking about, though?
What? Tim, I'm trying to get you. I don't even know how to put it because you're not understanding.
Help me out. Help me out.
I really can't give it to you because you're not understanding what I'm saying. So like I said, let's just agree to disagree.
Yeah, because I'm just going to simply say that if you are in a town where the predominant police force is black and you're a white person, and let's say you're going to a neighborhood where mostly black people live and you're white going to that neighborhood and they stop you because they're accusing you of buying drugs or they're accusing you of something. Very similar to when a black person goes to a white neighborhood and they're accusing you of being a thief or whatever. Just making up assumptions about you and stopping you. We call that racist when it happens to us. We don't call it prejudice. When a cop stops you from going into a white neighborhood because they got negative stereotypes about you, we don't call that cop prejudice. We call them racist.
You know why we call it racist on our side, bald head, bean head man? Because that's what we're used to. Since the inception of black people, Tim, that's what we have been going through.
I get
That's why it's racist for black people.
Okay. I agree with you 100%, but what we're saying is because we've been going through it since the beginning of the country's founding, if it happens to whites, because they didn't start off this way, it ain't the same thing when it happens to them because they don't have...
If racism ended and then this just started, then guess what? Yes. Okay. But racism never ended for us. White people did not face racism when they was putting us in a green thing, taking us and doing what they want to do to us. It didn't exist for them.
Okay.
So yes, it never ended for us. So no, I'm not gonna call it racism. We're prejudiced against them. We have a reason.
No, we have a reason to be prejudiced against all white people?
Not all white people. Jesus Christ.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. I'm trying to help me understand.
We don't have a reason to be prejudiced against all white people. I never said that. I said because of what has been going on the entire time we have been in existence, Tim. If we are prejudiced, then Tim, guess what? That's just what we used to because of how we've been treated. I never said against all white people because I have white friends that I truly love. I don't even think they have a racist bone in their body. But they told me it took them a minute to get there. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I never said be prejudiced against all white people. I said because of what we went through, it's hard not to be prejudiced against people that oppress our people since our inception. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I understand that point, but we can agree to disagree on the difference between prejudice and racism. To me, if something happens to me and I call it racism, when it happens to me, if the same thing happens to this guy over here, he should be able to call it racism too. That's what happened throughout history should not exclude him from being able to say that.
Let me put it like this, Tim. Is white a race?
No. I suppose. Okay. I don't fucking know.
So how we gonna be racist against? How we gonna be racist against something that's not a race, Tim? Tim, how we gonna be racist against something that's not a race?
I mean, is black a race?
Yes, African American is a race.
No, so black is not a race. You can't be racist against black.
Then where did the term white come from? Because they was European. They made up the white race, Tim. You can't be racist against a race that doesn't exist, something they made up.
There is racism in labeling. I'll agree with you there.
I'm not going to even argue with you, Tim. Like I said, you can't be racist against a made-up thing. They were European. They decided they wanted to be racist more, so they changed themselves to white. That is not a race that existed before they made it up. Stop it, Tim.
That I agree with. There is racism in labeling. I'll give you. We can agree on that last point. There's a ton of more before that we don't agree on. We agree on that.
Thank you. I'm not finna play with you today, Tim, because you got that pink Easter shirt on. No, we're not finna do this today, Tim.
What's wrong with my shirt?
You just go have some Easter eggs and get a basket and go find them eggs in the backyard.
I'm exploring my feminine side. Be nice to me. I might identify something else tomorrow.
Your feminine side, Tim. You probably be on Grindr. I don't know what's going on with you, Tim. You know what, Tim? When you said that about the 17-year-old and the 23-year-old, that bothered me.
Really?
Because 17 is still a child. Regardless of how you look at it, that is still a child. And at 23, you should not be looking at a 17-year-old. You just shouldn't. You can't even take her to the bar. Y'all go out to eat. She can't even order a drink. She can't even buy cigarettes. Come on, Tim. That's a child.
Hold on. I agree.
You can't do nothing you can do.
But let me ask you this. I don't disagree with what you're saying there, but would you throw a 23-year-old that's dating a 7? Would you put them on the sex offender registry and call them a pedophile?
If my 17-year-old came home and told my boyfriend was 23, I'm gonna run him away from there.
But would you
find you a grown woman?
But if they were intimate, do you believe he should go to prison for that?
Yeah, that's statutory.
Wow.
I do.
All right.
You go on in there and finish your homework so you can graduate. While he done graduated 4 years ago and out here working in the steel mill, and you still living with me and your dad, we still buying all your graduation stuff. Baby, bye.
What's crazy is, in a couple years, when she's 19 and he's 25, it won't even matter anymore. It's just, you're going to throw this guy in prison in a couple years. To me, I just don't think prison is the answer.
What I want is these grown men to stop looking at these young girls and let these young guys get these young girls, and they take their old butts and go get with the women they age. Because after a while, that Viagra ain't going to work, Tim, and they ain't going to be able to get it up, and she going to get gone. Stay with your own age group. How about that?
Well, sometimes you want something a little bit more feisty. I'm a mid-50s man almost now. So
you know what, Tim? Ooh, Jesus, help me on.
Well, I ain't saying Carolyn live it, but something a little younger.
I don't know, Tim. You might be looking for a 21-year-old.
That's legal, ain't it?
How old your daughter?
And my daughter's old. She's older than 21.
Okay, why would you go get somebody under your daughter's age?
I ain't thinking about my daughter when I'm meeting her.
You know what, Tim? You make me so sick with your big ring time head. I'm so tired.
I'm not in the club thinking about my daughter.
You know what? But that's sad, Tim. Because let me tell you something. My son is 31. I'm 51. He got a lot of guy friends. You know what I look at those children as? My children. There's nothing attractive about men the same age as my children.
I want to ask you something. Alter Ego, thank you for the hat and mustache. Some of you folks just help your boy with the hat and mustache. TikTok, cat goes. Thank you. I want to ask you something, because when you talk about, now we know having possession of child pornography is a crime, and I agree with that 100%. But based on what you're saying, let's say it's a man my age, going back to the 90s and 80s. If I buy a Playboy, Swank, Penthouse magazine, those girls in that book, in those magazines, probably going to be between 19 and 22. Do you see that? I mean, because that's if the guy is pleasuring himself or whatever in those books, that's how young those girls are. Are you saying that there should be a crime to that?
Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. What y'all gotta do is learn how to control Big Boy. Big Boy is controlling y'all, and y'all ain't controlling him. And that's the problem, Tim. That's why so many of y'all get in trouble. Cause y'all have not learned how to control y'all manhood. Y'all looking at anybody trying to.
So what are you saying? The guy should put down the Playboy and go on oldbitches.com or something? I mean, like, he should be looking at 50-year-olds. What are you telling me?
Playboy wouldn't exist if y'all didn't let it exist. See, y'all ain't got no business picking up no book to look at a naked woman. Go get you one and look at your own woman.
I cannot. I don't think Playboy would have lasted as long as it did if they had to put chicks in the book that are old as the guys looking at the books.
Well, because just what I just said, y'all don't know how to control yourselves.
No,
stop being so horny all the time. Stop always looking for a naked lady.
You believe in God? Talk to him about that shit. We didn't.
No. That's your free will. That's your desire. Right. That ain't got nothing to do with God.
Yes, it do.
You control that.
He the one that gave me this dick. I mean, what can I
do? Tim, you control that.
No, I don't.
It's been a whole year for me, and guess what? I ain't bothered.
A year? God damn. You doing your own?
I ain't even bothered. Tim, I done went 4 years before. It don't bother me because guess what? She don't control me. I control her.
You must got arms like Popeye. 4 years?
I don't even do that, baby. I don't have to. You gotta learn that. Listen, what I learned, Tim, sex is a mind thing. And until you learn how to control your mind, you'll never be able to control your sex.
You actually are an explosion risk.
No, I'm not.
4 years? You ever seen them little triangle hazard signs that be on the side of trucks? You need to.
Guess what I know in them 4 years?
4 years?
Guess what I know in them 4 years?
What?
I ain't got to run to the STD clinic. Because I ain't been with a soul.
I mean, but you do invest in Energizer or Duracell, right?
No, I don't like toys. I like, when I engage in that act, I like to be held. I like somebody to whisper in my ear, tell me how good I feel. So toys don't move me. I ain't finna be zapping myself and then saying, ooh, Kiki. No, I don't do no foolishness like that, Tim. I've never been a toy woman.
You gonna be like Sigourney Weaver.
Let me tell you the difference in men and women. When women sleep with a man, most women, it's because we want to be near that person.
Okay.
We want to feel a connection to that person. All y'all want is a nut. That's all y'all want.
It's a lot of women.
We want to feel. Women want to feel affection.
It's a lot of women that just want to bust. A lot of women that just want to. It's a lot of women that just want to bust too. That ain't just a man thing.
It's not a lot. I said it's not a lot. I gotta have intimacy. I gotta like you. I gotta feel something for you before I take one leg out my panties. And if I ain't, guess what? You ain't getting it. My body don't move like that. I don't just say, ooh, I want to sleep with him. That ain't me.
4 years though, you gonna explode. You gonna spontaneously combust.
Damn.
God. Just the tip of my tongue and bow. What were you about to say? I gotta move on. What were you about to say?
Tim, if I want something, I got one number I can call right now, and he gonna come. I ain't with it.
What's that? 1-800-Jesus?
No, baby, I got somebody to come over here and put me all the way through the mattress. But Tim, I ain't able.
Right.
I don't want it right now.
I believe you with 4 years.
Put me through the mattress.
How would you know it 4 years later? What has he been doing for the last 4 years?
I said a year.
Oh, I thought you said 4 years.
He was the last person I was with.
Okay. All right, well, let me the show going in the crazy direction. I'll leave it at that. Yes, you got an impressive amount of patience. You got more patience than a fully loaded hospital. I got to move it on.
I got a lot of patience.
Yes, you do. Thank you, Takesha. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. That's amazing. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 120,000. I ain't freaking shit after 4 years, says In Motion. Wow. But think about what we were talking about, though. We're talking about with her, kind of off the topic, but the age gap. You know, you heard what she said about 17 and 23. And like I mentioned, most of those models that are in those magazines that, you know, most of that stuff's kind of fading away because you can get everything online and stuff like that. But, you know, back in the day, you get a Playboy subscription, Penthouse, Swank. I can't even think of all of them. But You rarely seen anybody in those magazines that was over 25. Most of those girls were pretty young, 18, 19 to about 23. According to her, if you're a guy my age looking at that stuff and pleasuring yourself to that stuff, it's akin to being a pedo. Wow. Guilty as charged. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes up to 120. I definitely agree with her here, says Tanya. I think most of the people that agree with her are going to be women. I don't think you're going to find a whole lot of men that are going to agree with that. I think it's going to be mostly women that say that. With all due respect, listening to her, I'm glad I'm a man. Handsome conservative. Wow. Oh my God. Who cares what you agree with, says bottom line. Oh yeah. Trump played us all, says Puff. All right. Lots and lots of women judge men by money, and enough is never enough. That does happen. Women judge men by acquisitions. Women judge men by acquisitions, power, and what you have generally. That's what's been, now that women are having their own shit, not as much so, but generally, women have judged men by what we have, and men judge women by how they look. That's kind of why powerful men like young women, because they're going by looks. And very attractive women generally go for guys who have a lot, because they're going based on wealth and acquisitions. That's generally what it's been like. Hell, for that matter, what did Joe Biden and Harris do for you? Let me just say, in regards to Joe, anytime you question, has Trump done anything for America, America first, what's the economy like under Trump? The common deflection is to go back to, well, what did Biden do? What did Obama do? Understand, when the economy sucked under Biden, he was taking all sorts of backlash for it. The price of eggs, the price of gas. They had these little stickers that said, I did that. They were putting on the gas pumps for Biden. He took his lumps, and he ended up not getting reelected. He paid a price for that. Now that Trump is in office and things are not going well, when you question the right, you want to go back to talking about Biden? No, Biden got punished for it. Deflecting of Biden is not a defense for Trump. Why are we talking about Biden's economy in 2026? Biden is over with. He took his lumps for what he did. Now that it's Trump's turn to be held accountable for the economy under him, we want to continue talking about Biden? That's anything but holding him accountable. Biden's term is over with. He's not a defense for Trump. Jamie Foxx, Mick Jagger, Al Pacino, Jason Statham, not my boy Jason, Robert De Niro, that lady would not approve of. But they all had young chicks. Al Pacino just had a baby. And well, I think all of these people have they not? Jamie Foxx was dating Tom Cruise's ex, and she's significant. Well, Tom Cruise is another one you wouldn't approve of because he also was doing it. Mick Jagger, who did he date? Well, he's older than motherfucker, so I'm assuming anybody he dates qualifies. Like I said, Al Pacino just had a baby. So did Robert De Niro. Who did Jason Statham? That's my boy, not Jason Statham. Wow, what did Jason Statham do? Anyway, continuing on, she can't even move on. Biden has been out of office for 2 years, and no, he don't want to be president no more. Bringing up Biden to explain Trump's woes, that's a deflection. That's not a defense for Trump. That doesn't explain him at all. Stick the ruler. Good evening, Arsha fan, brother. Arsha, good evening, Arsha.
Hello, Tim.
Hey. My last caller, you guys are both women, obviously. Am I wrong on what I was saying?
Okay, I'm going to say, which part? Because I think you're wrong on a lot of things. But okay. And you're right on a lot of things as well. But I'm going to give you myself as an example. I was a 17-year-old girl, a 24, almost 25-year-old man. We obviously, you
hooked up.
My mom. Okay, we couldn't let my mom know. It was or his brother. And he lived in the same apartment complex as me, right across the pool. I would babysit his nieces and nephew anyway, because I was, 17.
So this sounds like when you go on a hub and you type in babysitter as a search word. Keep going.
Yeah. So, he obviously knew it was wrong for him to be with a 17-year-old girl. I knew it was wrong. Well, my mom found out, right? Because she saw me getting out of his truck. She was going to call the police.
Okay.
Okay, I was 2 months from my 18th birthday. Anyway, she didn't. And looking back on it, we were together for a little bit, but looking back on it, no. He should have been, I was a 17-year-old girl. I was extremely modest. I would never even like show cleavage, my bare legs, my bare arms. I was, did he take me out to go places? No. Did he, because that would be weird, right? Seeing the 25
assuming people know you're 17. Some 17-year-olds look like they're in their 20s. You assuming people knew you were 17.
Okay, my boobs looked like I was in my 20s. That's about it.
Right. That's all that matters. We good.
But looking back on it now, and it was weird. It was weird in a lot of ways, even thinking back. I broke up with him, but even thinking on it, why wasn't he with a woman that was a woman that was in his age bracket? Why did he start to flirt with me, make sexual innuendos with me? Like,
for what I said earlier, sometimes there are guys in their early 20s that are very immature, and there can be girls in their 16, 15, and I'm not advocating dating a 15, 16-year-old, but I'm saying some people, they were raised up in a single household, and they learned how to cook, and they learned how to pay bills and everything. Some younger women are very mature.
Tim, I was a very naive 17-year-old when it comes to sexual things.
Okay.
He had all power when it came in there as a 20-some-year-old male. So there is a little bit of something going on.
So let me ask you this: while you're admitting what he did was wrong, let me ask you the main question: do you believe what he did should have warranted prison time?
No, because it was consensual. I mean, I was like, look at this guy. He thinks I'm beautiful and smart. I mean, he was pouring it on. Of course I'm going to do that because no boys my age were doing that. And I have this, maybe I had daddy issues. I don't know. My dad and I were really close. But, yeah, looking back, it was weird. Prison time, no. Again, it wasn't.
That's my point. That's my point. It's weird, but I don't. Yeah, it's weird, but I don't think you guys should go to prison.
I did consent. If my mom would have done it and called
you're too young to consent.
Police like she wanted to, then correct. But the thing is, in Oregon, where I'm originally from, you only have to be. They may have changed it 16, I believe. It's either 16 or they might have changed it to 17 or 18. But yeah, back then it was, yeah.
I just got in trouble. Now, do you know anything about the existence of this person still? Do you know if they're still around?
Oh no, I didn't I moved out of that apartment complex. I think he and his brother did too. So no, I did not. Okay. I haven't spoken to him in years. I'm 52 almost. I haven't seen him since I was 18.
I was just wondering because see if he ended up dating another young. Because once, you were 17 and he was what, 24? You said.
And then turned 25.
Yeah. The reason why I asked it because there's a 7 or 8 year difference between you guys. Now, I suppose if you're 20 and dating a 28-year-old, it still seems weird, but in a few years, it's almost irrelevant for what's so serious today where you can go to jail. A couple years from now, nobody would blink an eye at y'all.
When I was 23, I was dating 43-year-old men.
So some of this is you didn't sound like, lady.
What? Like I said, I liked guys that were intelligent and smart and had their shit together. And nobody in my age group was like that.
You were 23 dating 43-year-old men?
Yeah, I mean, I knew he didn't want to get married. I didn't want to get married. I didn't want to have kids at that time. He wasn't going to have kids. They're no baby mama drama. None of them had, their children were grown. It was. They treated me like a lady. And, the 27-year-olds at the club that were my age were not.
You're hurting.
I didn't stay with them. My husband's 2 years younger than me, Tim. So then I started going backwards.
You're hurting your case with the women. I'll just tell you this. I think that's part of why they.
No, I'm saying if in your number is teen, if you're 17 with a 25-year-old,
I'm laughing because in the comments, In Motion says she was getting sliced in half. Damn. Oh my God. I'll just say this though. I think what you being 23 and viewing and wanting a more mature man because of, people your age, I think that's why they do have a law that says 16 and 17-year-olds are not legally allowed to consent. Because if they were, a lot of them would probably choose dudes that are much older. Because it ain't always the dude that is going after them. Sometimes it's them going after the guy. So you got to pass a law to stop that from being allowed.
And I mean, these guys, when I was dating these older gentlemen when I was in my 20s, one flew planes, he was a pilot, so we went on dates, we flew around, he cut my hair, he was my hairstylist too. The other guy was, one of the best guitar players. And another guy, he has a Formula One team. Like, I didn't just, and they approached me, so, and they were smart and they thought I was smart and we had the similar values. And, to be honest,
you had
women
similar values as somebody 20 years older than you?
Yeah.
When I was 23, I didn't have shit in common with a 40-year-old. We called them vets. Might have wanted to hit one or two of them, but I never thought we had anything in common. Wow. That's different. That's different.
Well, I am a little,
You're exactly what I just said. Some younger women can be a lot more mature than what their birth certificate says.
Correct. Yeah. And then I'm going to disagree with you on Takesha, I think, was on prior. She's 100% true. Black people are not racist.
That is not. I didn't say black people are racist. I'm saying black people can be racist. You believe it's impossible for blacks to be racist?
Okay. Your definition of racism is disliking or thinking another group based on their race is inferior or lesser than, right? Or disliking them for the color of their skin. We don't have any power in the system to create ourselves as a powerful group of people in this country to rule over the white man as a superior, creating an inferior race of it's impossible.
So I always use this example. Like Tyler Perry or Oprah Winfrey.
Oh, shut up.
I gotta use it.
That's the stupidest thing.
You don't even know what I'm about to say.
I've heard you say it before, and I've been.
If some real estate mogul like Jay-Z or some black person that has a lot of property, if they refuse to do business with you solely because you're white, that ain't racist.
First off, you can't not deal with somebody based on race. That
they can. Illegal. You got to prove it. They can do it.
So now you're going to tell me that the channel BET having a black entertainment channel when there was no entertainment that represented us through most of my lifetime, that's racist?
No. But what I'm saying is
Tyler Perry doing majority black production films or shows, that's racist because he's giving perhaps overlooked people because they can't get into the Hollywood industry of the, powerful. That's not racist.
There's
That's
a whole
just
lot of
opening
white
doors.
people that have been spent their whole life trying to get into Hollywood, and they're now some struggling waitress. I mean, so there are plenty of white people who can't get into Hollywood as well. So I don't.
Yes, that's true. That is very true. I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's just the being seen. And you know, it's nice to see ourselves on television, to see like things that we go through. You know, just having some representation of us instead of, you know, I mean, every single teenage movie from Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, my favorite movie of all time.
Cooley High.
Say Anything, Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Cooley High.
Name it. Right? Well, what one?
Cooley High.
What's that?
It's a black movie, teenage movie.
Oh, well, I grew up in Oregon, so we didn't have a lot of black stuff.
Okay.
But anyway, in every single one of those teenage movies, which yes, could I relate to some of them a little bit, but there was no representation of anything else other than white teenagers with, you know, I gotta be in science and my dad's mad problems, right? There wasn't up until like Boys in the Hood or things like that, but I was already grown by then. You know, I was an adult. So, you know, and my son, Oliver, you know, I never really got into Madea movies. I saw one or two. My 16-year-old son, he started watching Tyler Perry's. He watches every single one. And my son is very vanilla looking. But he loves Madea. I think it's hilarious. I love it. I watch them all now. Every time a Tyler Perry Madea movie comes up, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's on Netflix. Let's watch it. You know, my husband thinks they're stupid. My youngest thinks they're stupid, but Oliver and I are laughing our asses off. Never in a million years does he, and I actually, because you brought this up on a live before, I had asked him, do you think Tyler Perry is racist because he only has black people?
He doesn't. That's not, wait, hold on. I use that as a fictional example. First of all, Tyler Perry employs a lot of white people. Most of his movies have white people in them.
Well, then why are you using
Because
him?
it was a fictional example. I didn't say the guy don't do it. Just like with Oprah Winfrey. I didn't say she does. I said if one of them who has a lot of power in the industry chooses not to hire whites, is that racist? I'm not saying they don't do it. Both of them deal with a lot of whites. I mean, Oprah Winfrey is responsible for both Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz. She probably kind of regrets that now. But she may regret that now, but she's responsible for both of them.
Tim, when you find a powerful black businessman or woman that doesn't have any Caucasians as employees, then let's talk about it. But until then, be quiet.
What if a racist white guy has a few tokens around? Does that make him not racist because he got a few tokens? It's got to be 100%.
Okay, I grew up in the suburbs, and I was the only person that looked like me. This is like 1987. I had so many friends that would tell me, that would be spouting off the N-word. And I'd be like, you know I'm black, right? And they're like, not really, though, because you don't act like it. You don't talk like it. You don't dress like it. And so I realized real quick that I was the token.
It happens.
So, yes, you can hang out with people of another thing, of another ethnicity, religion, whatever. It doesn't mean you have their back.
True. I don't disagree with that. We agreed at the end. Arsha, I got to move it on. I do agree with that last part. I don't agree with we can't be racist because of systemic issues. I'll explain that on the other side once again, but thank you for coming. I hear birds.
Hey.
Real quick.
Hey. Yeah, I'm outside on my back lanai. I'm in Hawaii. You know me, Tim. You need to get off the ships. You're going to get some weird virus. You need to come to the islands, bro.
Yeah, I after living in Australia, I come to the islands. I'm not going back. I was in Turks and Caicos. You mentioned the ships a few weeks ago.
You can go live in Hawaii. No.
Like I said, I get out there. I may not come back. I love tropics. I really like living in tropical areas. So
once we get old, it's good for our joints, you know.
Didn't color me old. Arsha, thanks for coming through.
All right.
Appreciate
Bye,
it.
Tim.
In the comments, somebody said, Arsha, I have your back, says Travelman. Yeah, I know it's not popular with the African-American community, with black folks, to say that blacks can be racist. Call me whatever you want to call me. You're darkening the shadows around my eyes now, I'm sure, calling me a coon. In the comments, Hands of Conservative says, black or white, when you say you can't be racist, you lose all credibility. I kind of agree with that, because I'm going by the definition of what it says to be a racist. And you don't have to have systemic power to be one. You don't, because we call folks racist all the time that have no systemic power whatsoever. Then what are we just going around mislabeling Karens and people like that racist? There's a lot of folks that mistreat African Americans. We don't be calling them bigots and prejudice. We be calling them fucking racist. So are are the folks on the right correct when they say the Democrats and African Americans and folks on the left wrongfully throw around the word racist too much? Because if we're calling people who are actually prejudiced and who are actually just bigots and we're calling them racist, then that means we're overusing the word, right? So, I mean, there's a lot to it. Letta Cruz says, handsome conservative, go to bed. Oh my God. But I'm just simply saying, I personally believe if you look up the definition of what a racist is, anybody can be one. Anybody can be one. I don't think you have to own the power of the whole fucking country before you can qualify somebody to be racist. It could just be 3 or 4 of you guys hanging out together and doing things to limit the outsider. I mean, whether it's, 3 or 4 dudes going through the neighborhood taking somebody's bike because they using his skin color, or not letting him come down a certain block because of his skin color, or, pushing him to the back of the line in the gas station because of his skin. To me, all of that's racist. You don't need to have thousands of people and employ the whole system to do it. It could be 2 or 3. You still got power over the person. Does it have to be hundreds of people before it qualifies? If 4 or 5 of you guys are working in conjunction against somebody because of their race, you got power over that person. Ain't nothing they can do about it right now. So I don't know. I disagree with that. Tim, we are a racist country. It's in our Constitution. I don't disagree with that. That's true. But you were missing one point. Why are they feeding that way why are they feeling that way about a certain person? Because they're racist. Because they were raised that way, because they were brought up in the American educational system. I mean, because they watched TV as a fucking kid. I mean, there's a lot of reasons you can be racist, and many of them are subconscious. As a Gen Xer, we grew up, barely had any heroes to worship on TV. Very few good guys were African American on television. Most of the managerial positions, the politicians, all of that stuff was not ran by African Americans. So there are reasons you can have a supremacist mindset and never intended to have it. Not to mention family members can change. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Visiting down south when I was a kid, they used to say, if you're not better than a black man, then who are you better than? Damn. Shit like that could be one reason you grow up racist. Stuff like that. It doesn't matter. The majority will always do what it wants, that it thinks is best for it, regardless of race or. Well, it's a difference between doing what you want and deliberately limiting the powers of others. That's when it becomes, when you're starting to do things that are deliberately meant. And like I said, anybody can do that. You don't have to just be white to do. Anybody can do things that are deliberately negative or deliberately negatively affect another group of people. To me, that's when it starts becoming racist. Stick, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. I'm assuming you think I'm wrong as well. And I see in the comments, QW says, peace, bro. So do you agree with my last couple callers? You think I'm wrong in suggesting that African Americans are incapable of being racist?
Yeah, I think you're wrong because, again, it's the ism part that you're missing. It's like you just looking at racist. We can be bigoted. We can be prejudiced, but we can't be racist. That's my point.
So then,
like you, and
if we can't be those things, then am I right in suggesting that blacks wrongfully throw around the word racism too much? Because they throw around the word racism to people that are not.
Black folk and or black people, not blacks. See, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tim. I'm gonna get Gangsta Grandma back up here. I'm gonna tell her get a Galaxy and bring.
You're complicating things. You're complicating
your ass out.
Okay, you're complicating.
Stop that damn blacks shit.
Oh my
Say
God.
The goddamn mob movie. That's what they used to call us in the mob movie. The blacks, they're down there driving the Cadillacs and shit. Yeah, that ain't what it is.
Come on now. Didn't James Brown use the word black? Is he he had a problem with him?
We don't. Do we ride around and be on this app talking about the whites? Do we say that shit?
I'm just simply saying a lot of well-respected African Americans call.
No, ain't what I asked you. I said, do we be on this app? I'm talking about me and you and anybody else. Do we be on this bitch talking about whites?
No. Well, yeah.
Okay,
Gangsta Grandma does it all the damn time.
She don't say whites. She say other derogatory shit.
What is the point you're making? I don't get it. What's the point you're making here? I'm lost.
I'm saying you said blacks. We don't use that term blacks. You want to, and then you black, so you should know that. But I'm saying when you do that, it be that fluffing ass shit, man. Stop doing that shit. We black folk. We African Americans. Hell, I even at this point go with Negro. But do not, I repeat, do not talk that blacks shit.
Colored folks. How about that?
See, now you.
Now that one I agree with.
Gangsta Grandma, go ahead and drop that motherfucking Galaxy. Come up on here and I'm going to be motherfucking quiet. Chew his ass.
I agree with colored because we know how that was done. But blacks, I never thought blacks was as bad as you're making it sound.
Nah, it is. It is, man. If you look at, okay, for instance, I watch Sopranos. Good ass series. But all the time, Tony racist ass is talking about blacks. Moolies and all this other bullshit. Like, nah. Like if he says it in the movie, 9 times out of 10 is depicting real life. Just like in the damn Godfather movie, they all sitting around talking about how the blacks got Cadillacs and they ride around because they doing the numbers and shit. Yeah, no, we not on that. So yeah, just like right. so that shit don't continue on their side. We need to not do that either.
You know something? I'll just tell you this.
That shit don't fly.
I'll tell you this, and real quick before we continue. Handsome Conservative says, yes, you do. You talk about the white T-man all the time, and that is racist. Gangsta Grandma, absolutely.
What did he just say? We say the white T-man. We don't say the whites. But listen, open your ears. I know you're older, Handsome Conservative. I know you're older. And if you're not older, you sure sound older.
Well, first of all,
I did not say whites.
You're saying
y'all whites.
You're saying the white T-man. I believe they're saying it because they think the app may censor them or something like that. Before TikTok, I never heard nobody call white people the white T-man. That's a TikTok thing.
But the whole point of it is still trying to be where you don't get banned or censored. It's not offensive to say YT. But they made it offensive to say probably I might get banned in a minute for whites. Because that sounds racist. The whites. Come on, man. I'm not even trying to sound racist. I'm telling you.
I think there are. Let me just say this.
We don't call them the whites. Don't call us the blacks. We not the blacks.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say really going to have you guys telling me I'm some kind of token Negro or something like that. But I think with so many real horrible acts of racism going on in this country, particularly toward people of color, the stuff you and I are arguing over is ridiculous. Blacks. I think this is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous because it's one black man talking to another black man. So ain't nothing wrong with that. But it's not the blacks are talking.
I mean, to me, this amounts to nothing more than I don't like the way you're wording it. That's all this amounts to.
No, it's not. No, listen. I'm telling you, it's offensive to anybody that's melanated to be saying blacks. I'm telling everybody that, not just.
So what's the proper term? So you said African American is okay, right?
Yeah, African American, black folks, black people.
So what do you call somebody?
Like, come on.
So what do you call somebody like Kamala Harris who has, Indian in her blood? She's not from Africa. What do you call her?
I'm gonna say it again. Her daddy is Jamaican.
I don't know where you from. The two things are this. Yes, if not married, you may get your mother's maiden name or family's maiden name or whatever. But if you married, you are what your father is in marriage and genetically. That's why Barack Obama is called the first black president, right? Even though that's not true, but that's something else. But that's why he's called the first black.
That ain't
president.
true. Who was the first black? Wait, you said that ain't true. Who was the first black president?
You never heard of hold on, God dog it. See, now you done throw me out because I was thinking about somebody else.
I know who you're talking about, but he wasn't officially. He out of the 47, he's not in that number. I've heard who you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know
he's he's actually on the $2 bill. He's the darkest person on there, and he's actually on the food stamp as well. That looks like a $2 bill.
Yeah, I've heard about him.
His name, John Hanson. I'm sorry, John Hanson. That's his name. No, not Lincoln. John Hanson. And so you can look it up. Everybody, if that twiddles your ear, look up John Hanson. But anyway, Meghan Markle, she married the prince, right?
Okay.
She's not looked at as being African American. She's called biracial because her father is French Canadian, which is white T-man.
Ain't nobody gonna do all this shit, Sting.
Listen,
to me, you're making a.
Listen. No, I'm not. I'm not the one that comes up with these terms. I was a young man, barely over 20-something years old when Barack Obama came into office. Well, yeah, around that, 26. I was around 26, 27 years old when Barack came in office. My point I'm trying to make to you and everybody out there is I don't come up with these terms. They call Barack Obama the first black president. They call Meghan Markle biracial because of who her father is. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So wait a minute. So hold on. So if both of my parents, let's say both of my grandparents came from Jamaica, and my mom moved here, and now I'm born in my, so what am I? I'm obviously not African American. So what would you call me?
I know. Looking at you right now, you can say all of that. I'm gonna call you black. So in other words, it's okay to call it the black. Listen.
What?
Until you tell me, hey, bro, I'm Jamaican. Then I'm gonna look at you and do what everybody else would have looked at Miss Harris and said she's a black woman. Like, come on. They pull Miss Harris over. They're not gonna say she Indian. They're not gonna say she Jamaican. They're gonna say African American woman. Age 42, whatever her age, like they not finna do all that.
To me, your gripe should not be against using phrases like black. It should be against using phrases like African American.
No,
there's a lot of people who are not African American.
Time out. That's a lie because Jamaicans come from Africa, so that's a lie. But the thing I'm trying to tell you is, again, with the Miss
everybody comes from Africa.
With the Miss Harris argument. I'm telling you, Tim, they not gonna call her anything else but an African American woman or a black woman or whatever the case may be. They not finna do the political fucking, we found out her dad is Jamaican and her mom is Indian, so she ain't African American. No, when he brought his black ass over here, he was black. When he brought his black ass over here, he was African American. Until you asked him, sir, I see you got a different accent. Where are you from? Oh, I'm Jamaican. Okay, now you Jamaican American. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand what the problem is.
It's called otherizing people. They don't want it. But to me, here's the issue. I look at it like this. Based on what you and I are talking about, I find it easier to call people black, call them white, because all of us can be traced back to Africa, no matter what race you are.
But not the blacks with the S. That's the racist part. That's what I'm telling you. I ain't saying nothing about saying black folk, black people. I'm not saying that. What I said was, it's racist to use blacks with an S, like you soft.
And I go back to my original statement with all of the real detrimental shit that happens to blacks that it really is racist. This whole don't add an S to black thing, I think that's a bullshit. There's too much real shit going on to have an issue with that.
Hey, listen, Tim, I ain't really got an issue. I just was letting you know that anybody outside of me is saying the same goddamn thing. It's certain things that you fluff on that we be like, that's some bullshit. Using blacks, that's some bullshit. As a black man, that's some bullshit. But going forward, you're absolutely right. But you got to start some fucking word. And if a word is too fucking hard to get over, then that's where the problem lies. Because it's just a fucking word. If you can't correct yourself as a human being to say, okay, I see that this is offensive, then you are the fucking problem. Whether you're black, white, indifferent.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
My
You
point.
are the problem.
My point is, if African Americans, blacks, or whatever term you want to use, if we want folks to take us seriously on helping us get past the racial issues and get more unity in this country, I say start at the top with real issues, crimes, and violations. This, I don't like you added an S to black stuff.
Now think about what you just said. You said you want to start at the top. If I can't even get you to fix your language, what the fuck are we doing? How about this one?
Because the language.
Everybody think that goddamn. How about this one, Tim? Everybody think that civil rights is for black folks. Let me get y'all right. Let me make y'all understand this. And this is real true shit.
Ain't nobody being hurt by calling people black.
Civil rights is because white folks was off the chain so bad, they had to come up with fucking laws to make them civil. If you do this, your ass is gonna go to jail because you done got off the goddamn chain.
And that's
these black folks.
And that is real racism. That's not going by where I don't like you added an S to blacks. What you're talking about now is real. I'm okay. That's what I said. Start at the top. Start with actions that really affect you. Calling you the blacks versus calling you, that doesn't affect anybody. You just don't like hearing it.
So again, no, it's not that I just don't like hearing it. It's something that needs to fucking change. It's hard.
What's going to happen if it changes? Let me ask you. What's going to happen if
that's a start?
No, it's a start towards what I'm asking you though is if that is conceded and nobody ever refers to black people or African Americans as the blacks anymore, tell me how will that benefit anybody? If that one start tell me how that start will benefit anybody.
Because that means you're listening. That means you're actually taking what I'm saying seriously. A word you heard me say this word right here. It should not be used anymore because we take it to be offensive in the black community. So what I need you to do is remove that S. Yes, you can use black, but don't use the S behind it because it's offensive to us. And being that you said, okay, I understand that we're not going to use that word anymore. The N word, we're not going to use that.
I agree. The N word I agree with.
Okay, so my whole point of it is, regardless of what words you disagree with, there's other people that disagree with you on this and say, yes, using blacks with an S on it is fucking racial. So again, if you listening, you take what I'm saying to heart, and you don't want things of such to happen to you, you will say, you know what, I'm gonna change that. That's a start. If we can start there, that means we can go to the bigger shit. But if we can't start there, if you still got people coming in your live talking about chicken nugget, like, come on, man.
If you're going to use black as a noun, referring to a human being, I mean, how do you say the noun in its plural form? If you're against adding the S, then how can you pluralize the word?
And that's why I say use black people. That's plural. Or black folks. That's plural. It's not racist.
Okay.
But just using the blacks, like even that movie, he meant to put it out there like that, so you know, like, motherfuckers is racist.
What movie?
Like, we gotta say the blacks because this is how black folk do it, or portrayed to do it, because it was a funny movie. So it was a lot of fucking stereotypes in the movie. But that was the whole point.
Okay.
Listen,
I understand what you're talking about, but it basically what we're saying is at best this amounts to a low-key insult. It ain't affecting anybody's life. It ain't stopping you from getting a home loan. To me,
no, just like transgenders ain't affecting nobody. Just like women playing in men's sports or men playing in women's sports ain't affecting nobody. Just like the fucking border shit ain't affecting nobody. All it is a bunch of motherfucking riled up people that was mad at fucking Biden for nothing. Right? Because everything that happened under Biden was it cause and effect?
The motherfucker who caused it was Trump. The motherfucker who felt the effect was us under Biden. Because that's when everything took place and everything went into fucking effect under fucking Biden.
So how do you respond to
fucking shit?
How do you
shit ass economy? He had to turn it around. He was handed a shit ass a pandemic. He had to turn it around. We had to fix shit just for this motherfucker to come back in and rob us again.
That's a different argument. I'm not going to disagree with that. But how do you respond to Bake Boss in the comments saying, "Well, you need to stop saying white boy"? They see that as insulting. Would you agree with that?
Who said? I didn't ever say white boy.
No, you didn't. No, but you do. No, hold on. You do realize there's plenty of people in the black community, African American community, whatever term you want to use, people who call white people white boy, grown men.
Okay. Well, cool. You stop using the chicken nugget. I'll stop using the white boy. If I have,
we're getting somewhere.
My bad. But guess what? That's my point. We're getting somewhere. You see how that shit works? You start small and then you work on bigger shit. You start small, then you work on bigger shit. Because if everybody's looking at the small shit and actually paying attention and they stop doing it, then you feel like, okay, well, look, see how they reacted to that? Maybe I can tell them about this now. Because maybe they didn't understand about this either. So if I come at them the right way, the same way I did about this one fucking word, then maybe they'll tighten up on this too. And on and on and on and on. But again, civil rights wasn't for us. It was because the white folks was off the chain. Notice I said white folks. The racist white folks, mind you, was off the chain and they needed to be disciplined like the 1994 crime.
Rapid repo, thank you. All right, I'll leave it at that. I'm okay with starting at the small stuff. I just would like to start at least a level or two above that. You and I can agree we starting at the small stuff is okay. I want to start at stuff that's really affecting folks as opposed to just their feelings. But if you want to start at that level, fair, so be it. Stick, I gotta move it on.
I'll say this. The white tea community and or countries is the only place where you got hate crimes. Think about that.
That ain't true.
No other country has. What country has hate crimes?
Saddam Hussein.
No.
Saddam Hussein was doing that. What are you talking about? No.
Listen what I said. The white tea countries on their books, in their laws, are the only places that have hate crimes in the sense of on the books. It's against the law for you to do a hate crime.
That shows. Listen, hold on. That shows progress because hate crimes happen in every country on earth. If we put in laws saying you can't do it anymore, that shows progress.
Or does it show characteristics everywhere they go?
Every country on earth,
because y'all have hate crimes.
No. Every country on earth has hate crimes. Stick. I mean, think in the Congo, you got minority and.
Listen,
what is a hate crime to you?
I'm not talking about the act. I'm talking about the law.
But that's the point I'm making. The fact that we finally outlawed it, considering a lot of countries have not even put a law against it, shows progress.
No, it does not show progress. It shows that we had to come up with a fucking law just for y'all to behave.
And so what about the countries that don't have the law?
They don't have hate crimes in the sense on the books at all.
So they just right. They don't have it on the books. That's the point. It's not on the books. It's just that's the point. It's not on the books. It's actually just allowed to happen.
It's allowed to happen because 9 times out of 10, just like in the black community, if you live next to a black person, it's 9 times out of 10, that's who you're going to be accosted by, robbed by, or whatever. You live in a white neighborhood, same thing. You're going to get robbed or accosted by a white T-man. So same thing, any neighborhood, Chinese on Chinese crime. It's all the same. Okay. But what I'm trying to tell you is those countries that have white T folks in them or Europeans are the only countries that have fucking hate crimes because other people come through those countries, they commit hate crimes, and the government finally said, hey, we need to stop this shit. Y'all asses is getting off the chain. That's what I'm trying to do. All right,
I gotta go.
I have one because everybody's Chinese.
I disagree with that 100%. I'll explain on the other side. I gotta move it on stick. I disagree with that 100% though. Right. Appreciate it. Right. And here's what I'm talking about. He's saying that white countries are the only countries that have hate crimes on the law books. Let's go with that. I don't know if that's true, but let's go with that. Fact is, hate crimes happen in every country in existence. They just, I mean, you know, whether you're mistreating women simply because they're women, I mean, you can do things to them. By the way, those are laws that marginalize women. There are hate crimes based on religious sex. If we have hate crimes on the books that outlaw it in this country, or white countries have they have laws on the books that outlaw it, to me that shows progress. Because a lot of countries don't have a law on the book saying you can't do this, which is why it still happens even more in those countries. I see that as progress. He does not. He had a different way of explaining it, but the fact that they did outlaw it shows progress, because there's nowhere you're going to go that hate crimes do not exist. I don't think that Palestinians in Israel have as much protections as African Americans do in this country. Now, I do believe there are hate crimes committed against African Americans. I'm not saying we're 100% post-racial, but I think I would rather be an African American in America fighting against racism to get some type of justice than a Palestinian in Israel fighting to get justice. So go figure. Anyway, looking in the comments here, first of all, it is offensive as a white man to be called white T-man. And second of all, I'm not old, I'm just wise. The white T-man, I've never heard that before. TikTok. I think it's something TikTok related. I like this guy, but he can't be the voice of blacks in America. He's an immigrant, baby. He knows nothing. FBI. Me? I'm an immigrant, baby? My genealogy go all the way back to the slave trade. And, you know, I may be talking about somebody else, because I'm certainly not an immigrant. No, not even in any shape or form. Tim, a lot of crimes go unreported. 100% agree with that. But what he just said, that he's making it sound like it's negative. It's a negative thing that we have hate crimes on the books. There are, like I said, there are hate crimes in every country in existence. As long as you got a majority group of people and a minority group of people, there's a good chance hate crimes are taking place by the majority against the minority. It happens in all black countries. What do you think Rwanda and the Congo and all of that shit is about? One group of people is hating on the other group of people, chopping off arms and legs and all kinds of shit. They don't have any they don't have any hate crimes on the books. You can legally do that. So I don't understand how it's negative to have it on the book saying we got to pass a law to stop this. That, to me, that seems like progress. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. We had to come up with laws because the white man was so radical and dangerous. Have you ever heard of a cross amputation? What a cross amputation is, if they chop off your right leg and your left arm. They're doing it to make your life miserable going forward. So you can't balance yourself. You can only use, right leg. That's what they were doing in Rwanda and the Congo. And they were doing it based on hate crimes. So I'm just simply saying that let's not pretend like because of what happened here, that means the white guy's the only one that is I mean, there's a lot of radical shit happening on the continent of Africa. By the way, in the Hispanic community, hate crimes happen. Have you seen what the cartel does to people? Colombian neckties and all kinds of shit. I know it makes me sound like a coon to not pretend like only white people are doing all of the horrible shit on the planet, but it happens. And if we're only talking about the United States, yes, I get it. But if we're talking about nationwide, where you said whites are the only countries where they had to put a hate crime on the book, if you want to go international, it ain't as easy to in this country. Yeah, whites have been the most radical and violent in this country towards people solely based on race. But if you go international, I don't know if it's the same. There's a lot of case to be made in reverse. I had a black acquaintance. His friends called me white boy constantly, even after they knew my name. What if I said black boy? Probably wouldn't go well. I think some of this is due to history, where there are folks in the white community that know how awful blacks have been treated historically. So they'll allow little shit like white men can't jump, or indicating that white men have small genitalia, or these negative stereotypes about whites, because they know how bad blacks were treated. I think obviously blacks are not going to let you make those same negative stereotypes about them. They're going to say you're racist if you do it. I think the white community is kind of giving it a pass just out of respect or even sympathy for what blacks have been through. But those are insulting statements to make. They are insulting statements to make. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with King Finn. No, it came across because comments out that the word white was censored, so people shortened it. I don't know about that. King, good evening.
Hey man, I heard you fluffing in this motherfucker.
There's no fluffing, sir. There's no fluffing. Fluffing for the black man. Fluffing for the black man.
Told me you in here, Ace, Big Dog, fluffing today.
Fluffing for the black man.
On Cheeto Dust Deluxe this afternoon. Cheeto Dust Deluxe choking. That's what they called me and told me.
I'm fluffing for my African Americans.
You ain't talking about no African Americans. You in here Cheeto Dust.
Thank you, Shirt 14. Appreciate that. Some of you guys are still showing the program some love. Thank you, Shirt 14. How am I fluffing? What am I doing this fluffing?
Fluffing. You
How?
heard that bullshit. You heard that shit you just said. Talking about, you know what? I think what happened is you fucked up. You missed Stick's whole point. Stick's whole point was that we had to put laws on the books to stop the massacre and to stop the strange shooting, to stop all of that shit from happening, and we had to call it hate crimes, bro.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Let me ask you this. Let's say you got two countries. In both countries, hate crimes are taking place. One country puts laws on the books because they realize hate crimes are horrible to stop it and say it's illegal. The other country does not do that at all. You don't see the country with the laws on the books is making progress?
I'm not going to tell you it's not. I agree with you in that.
That's all I said.
That us putting hate crimes on the books was a step towards progression. But what did it save when those same hate crimes are still happening?
Well, first of all, you think putting hate crimes on the books to make it you don't think that affected the quantity of hate crimes at all?
Yeah, because we still haven't it done.
So you think once the Civil Rights Act was passed, which put on the books is wrong to discriminate and commit all kinds of hate crimes, you're saying the Civil Rights Act did not limit the quantity of hate crimes in America at all?
No, is it not still happening?
That's crazy. So we still have as many hate crimes in America now as we did in the 1940s and 50s.
Damn.
Is that what you're saying?
Question. Is it not still happening? You are saying what you're conflating is the point that we had to put this on the books, but still, almost 60 years, 70 years later, it's still happening.
Stick.
And
that's
now,
Stick. King.
Wait, stop. And now, just like Arnita just said, they're removing it.
Okay, we can talk.
That legislation.
We can talk about the removing it part, but hold on. Here's what I don't get. You believe that putting a law on the books means you're going to get 100% compliance. There's not a single law on the books, whether it's murder, pedophilia, robbery, shoplifting. No law they have ever put on the books has had 100% compliance. You make it sound like, well, because there's a law on the books and it's still happening. Of course it's still going to happen. Every crime has been like that.
Do they have a law on the books?
Who is that in the background?
That's the queen. The queen back there, the queen back there be listening to you and cracking up.
I hear her. She going off.
You want to put a stump on butthole in your ass like gangsta grandma do.
Oh, come on. Tell her I said hi. Tell her I said I appreciate her tuning in.
You might not want to do that. I'm gonna leave it alone for a second. I'm gonna tell you this because I'm not finna keep going back and forth with you, right? 1968 is when the hate crime legislation was put into the Civil Rights Act, right? The Civil Rights Act to this day, 2026, they're starting to repeal all of that shit. You're doing away with all of that shit. So what you're saying is in the last 70 years, even though we put hate crime legislation into the Civil Rights Bill, which was supposed to be a bill to make it easier for black people to be safe and for white people and for those same atrocities that you're talking about to stop, it is still happening. They're still finding black people in trees. Are they not?
Okay, yes, that has happened, but that goes back to my original statement. they passed laws to stop all sorts of crimes. The point I'm making is no law is going to make people 100% compliant. What you and I disagree on is you're making it sound like as an African American, you're just as much subjected to hate crimes in 2026 as you were in 1926. As if we made zero progress on getting rid of hate crimes. That's ridiculous.
Wait, where's the progress? Tim, where's the progress? Where is the progress? I want to know okay, wait. What progress have you seen with that young man being in a tree by his arms and neck by his neck with his arms and legs broken and them calling that a suicide? What part of progression are you saying we're seeing when we got people still running around showing up like that? All the time, suicides. We had how many kids? Wait a minute. Wait. We had how many kids found in Houston? Unalived.
Okay. Let me tell you something. You realize how many cops have lost their jobs, have lost their freedom? Derek Chauvin wouldn't have went to jail in 1926. For you to say no progress. All of the cops that have been, I'm not saying it's perfect. I agree with you there. I'm not saying it don't happen. I agree with you there. But to say no progress from 1926?
Tim, if we had made progress, Derek Chauvin wouldn't have happened. Are you kidding me? If we had made progress, Derek Chauvin would not have happened.
So you're saying Derek Chauvin got treated in 2026 the same way he would have in 1926?
Dylan Rue got treated to a cheeseburger, a Burger King cheeseburger after unaliving 9 people in a Charleston church.
I think you're confusing progress with...
No.
No, you're confusing progress with... Hold on. When you say if we had made progress, Derek Chauvin wouldn't have happened, you're confusing progress with perfection. You're saying because those laws are on the books, there should be 0 hate crimes in a country of nearly 400 million people. That'll never happen. That will never happen.
When you break the law, are you not scared?
Yeah, but people do it every day.
Laws are made for people to be afraid and not to do certain things, correct?
Scared people break the law every day, King. Every day.
You're right, they do. But that specific law is for someone to stop behaving in a way that they are behaving. Am I wrong or right?
Wait, say that again?
The Civil Rights Act and the Hate Crimes Act that was added into it is to make someone stop acting in a particular way that they were acting before.
It's a deterrent, yes. It's a deterrent, like all laws.
Is this still happening?
Yes.
Okay, so where did it stop? Where's the progression?
I don't even know how you really. It's hard to even fathom you're presenting this argument.
To argue that because you don't have an argument.
Yeah, I do have an argument. I just gave you the argument. The fact is, there are tons of white people being held accountable for hate crimes against blacks. That didn't used to happen before they had these laws. So you're making it sound like whites are just as much today to commit a hate crime as they were when they had no accountability for doing it. That's incredibly wrong. No progress is what you're saying. No progress for blacks since 1926. That's incredibly wrong.
Tell that to Mike Brown. Tell that to Shonda Massey. Tell that to the little boy who was called a Hardy R in Rochester, Minnesota, and that young woman made over almost $1 million for a GoFundMe. Tell that to the young man at Delta State University who's passed on. Tell that to the young man who was found in Mississippi. Tell that to the 14 young ladies in Houston who were found unalive in a moat somewhere. Tell that to them. Matter of fact, Matter of fact, how about we tell that to every brown person ICE picks up and does that too?
What's surprising me is you expect a law to be passed that makes something illegal to get 100% compliance. There is no law in the books that's ever received a point where we made fraud on the internet a crime because the internet became a thing. We've made fraud on the internet a crime. And based on you, it didn't accomplish anything because fraud still happens. I mean, no law is ever going to get 100% of the people to comply with it. I mean, they got the death penalty out there and people still get murdered. I mean, nothing's going to be 100% compliant.
Tim, but that one law is literally to stop people from committing heinous acts.
No, it's not. The law is to give victims of crimes justice. You're not going to stop people from doing shit. No law is going to stop.
Where's the justice at? Where's the justice at? Where's the justice for Philando Castile, who did everything right? Where's the justice for that young man?
I don't even know where to go with this.
What you gonna tell me?
You're naming names. You're naming names because you're saying the law should have gave perfection where there shouldn't be a single name to name. And I'm saying there's no law you can ever come up with they pass to stop crime where I can't name a single victim that still got punished by it. Every law you put on the books, they're going to still be victims after that law is put in the works. It ain't just hate crimes. Any law you come up with, there are people who are going to still commit that crime after that law is put into place. Why are you expecting it to be perfect with hate crimes?
I'm not asking you to be perfect.
Yeah, you are.
You know, I'm not asking it to be perfect, but I'm telling you, the hate crime was literally added to stop people from being heinous.
It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent.
And it hasn't deterred anything. Is what I'm telling you. Is this still happening?
Yes.
Is it still happening?
So you're telling me the only way the hate crime law will be successful is as if there is zero hate crimes in a country with 400 million people.
What they say, one is too many, right? Oh, no.
If what you're saying is true, then hold on. If what you're saying, if you're going with the one is too many then that means every single law in the books has been a failure. Every single one of them.
When it comes to
every single one. Pedophilia, every single
one is too many.
Right.
Just like when MAGA says one is too many when they say transgenders in women's bathroom or boys' sports, one is too many. Well, guess what? One is too many here too.
So what about the hate crimes that blacks commit towards whites? Or do you believe that's impossible to do?
Wow.
I'm asking. Is it possible for a black to commit a hate crime against a white person, in your opinion?
I don't know.
You don't even know that. You don't know that.
How do you classify a black man doing a hate crime on a white person? Show me one.
You can't just push a guy off a subway platform.
Show me one.
I can show you hundreds of them.
Show me one. You said it's hundreds. Show me one.
I just can't even believe you're having this argument. You think that there's never been a black person commit a hate crime against somebody white. It's never happened.
Show me one, Tim. I'm waiting to show me one.
There's a...
This is your show. Look. As long as you want to sit there, we can sit there. You have Google in front of you, in front of a couple other damn arguments, or a couple more devices, correct?
What about I can show. I don't want to fuck up the copyright. Hold on. I don't want to fuck up the copyright of the program by showing you a hate crime on screen. I can tell you they pushed the guy off a subway platform because he was white into a train.
Nope, because he didn't push him out the subway. He didn't push him out the subway train because he was white. Prove it.
So how can you prove it happened because he's black? How can you prove he killed George Floyd because he was black? How can you prove? How can you prove that George Floyd died because he was black?
Oh my, Tim.
I'm using your reasoning.
No. I gotta go, dog. I'm not even finna play this game with you because now you about to piss me the fuck off.
What you said is crazy.
You already know my involvement with Big Floyd. I'm cramming to understand why you would even ask me that, bro. I'm gonna tell you to have a good night, bro.
All right, King. We'll end it here. Then we'll end it here. Look, first of all, I'm not going to pretend like I don't believe what happened to George Floyd was due to racism, but I'm using his excuse that if you do it to a white man, you can't prove it's racist when it happens to a white man. So I'm saying, well, then show me it was proof on this guy. I think that if we see whites victimizing blacks, we make the automatic assumption it's racism. But for some reason, if a black victimizes a white, Well, it might be something else. I just see the way he's framing it and saying that there's no progress since 1926. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? I don't know. Anyway, look, I understand there's some. I'm going to get hammered by the folks on the right, on the left. Certainly black folks or African Americans or people of color or whatever term you want to give it. But I do believe that being a certain skin color does not exclude you from being able to commit certain crimes. Well, I can't commit that crime because I'm black. My opinion on that is different. That makes me a coon, racist, or something like. Look, if you do something to me, and I can call it racist, but I can do it to you and it's not. I just don't know where to go with that. I don't believe that certain races should get specific crimes toward them. Now, our country's history, the overwhelming majority of hate crimes have been committed by whites against people of color. The overwhelming majority of hate crimes in America have come at the hands of whites against people of color. Totally agree with that. But that is also majority, minority, laws in the favor of the majority, no accountability for the majority, vulnerability for minorities, which is why I told them that happens with every country on earth. That happens with every country on earth. The majority generally has a history of doing bad things to the minority. Every country on earth does that, but we're talking about the United States. I just don't understand how he's following the one is too many, which he's right. MAGA says that all the damn time until it comes to something that they are okay with, and then one is too many is something they don't use. So I get where he was going with it, but the idea that you could pass laws making it illegal to commit a hate crime, and the law has shown no progress because it's still happening, as if you got to get perfection before it's progress. As I told him, there is no law in the books that ever will meet that level.
Lord.
Okay.
Lord.
How did that happen? Go ahead.
I didn't even say nothing.
Right. I'm sure you were about to, though. Go ahead.
Oh, let me tell you something, you ratty coon, fucking no good for nothing. Let me tell you this, name me one law that's against black people, against the white man, for hate crime. Tell me one law.
Wait, say that again?
Tell me
I didn't hear what you said. Why did you say that again?
Tell me a law that's for black people to hate on white people. Tell me the damn law. Tell me the fucking law. Because there's a law against lynching. Hold on, there's a law against lynching, and it's not because of the black man lynching the white tea people. Start drinking the bleach, and the back of your throat. Is it itching yet? Is it itching? With all that shit going down, is it itching?
Okay, here's what in regards to the question you asked, tell you about one law. All of the laws governing hate crimes apply to blacks. If you do what the law says don't do, that law is going to catch you up in it as well.
Tim, I swear to God. You know what, Tim? I want to break this shit down to you one more damn time.
Sure.
Because you know what? I'm getting to the point that you were truly an Uncle Ruckus. I don't even know what to believe if you even are the blue, because your show is cupcaking for the white team, man. Oh my God! Well, you see, you can't even name me one law.
I just told you.
Against the white.
I just told you.
Let me tell you something, Tim. There's so many laws. When people say that.
She's there. Go ahead.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
We have the most hate crimes in the United States because of who?
You're breaking up, Sexy Red. We'll give her a minute to clear it up. She did send a galaxy, so we'll give... Your signal is bad.
Sorry, I had a phone call coming in. Okay. No, it's because I had a phone call coming in.
Hold on, and I see Duke is in the comments saying you're with me now. Duke, stop it. Go ahead, Grandma.
So what is it? What is it? You know what? All the laws are for us, to protect us, because the white team men went by fucking polar and they don't like none of us. They don't. Let's keep it a buck. All the laws are to protect us, and it's still going on. Still to this day, we can't even be free. They're trying to take our rights away in the South, and people are marching again over the bridge. Tell me a law that's specifically for the protection of the white team man. There's none.
I agree with you there. I do believe when they put those anti-racist laws in place, it wasn't because the whites were being victimized by them. But what I'm saying is those laws do cover white. If that law says no lynching, for instance, in a bunch
Actually, it don't.
What?
It
What?
don't.
What?
When have you seen, you ratty raccoony coon, when have you seen a white team man in a tree with the ER in it? Tell me where. I would love to see that. Yeah, I might jump it down. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the white team man being pew-pew?
How often? First of all,
doing nothing wrong.
First of all, you and my last caller brought up lynchings. How often does that happen?
It's more than what you think it does.
Give me an example. Give me an example. What is more? Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example.
They did one in Texas, remember? On the bypass? They still don't know who did that.
They haven't.
Remember?
They haven't.
A 19-year-old. A 19-year-old.
Yeah, I think MAGA Reacts came when the program and proved that had nothing to do with racism.
It didn't. It did have everything to do with racism. What you talking about? That MAGA Reacts, you know what? You believe everything MAGA Reacts. No. You still owe me an apology. You still owe me an apology because MAGA came up here and defended me and said I was telling the truth. You still owe me a damn apology. And you need to kiss my black ass. That's what you need to do. Fucking do. You feel what I'm saying?
You're being racist toward me. You're being racist.
You know what? Go get your white tea napkin, okay? And go dash yourself up with a white tea napkin. Oh yeah, go do that. Yeah, get those white tea tears. That's what you is.
You're being racist. You're being racist. Okay, you're being racist.
I am not being racist.
Yes, you are.
You know, for one, I cannot be racist.
Oh my God!
I cannot.
Don't start that. Do not start that.
I can be prejudiced, but I cannot be racist.
Don't start
I don't have the power in this damn country. Shut your ass up. I have no power in this damn country. The white team man has the power, though. The white team man has the power. The white team man is still doing this shit that we got laws to protect us. They still doing it to us. Still to this day.
Do you agree with what my last caller said, that blacks have made no progress since 1926?
We haven't. They're taking us back to Jim Crow, Tim. Listen to what I'm saying, Tim. If we was having all this progress, why do we still have to have laws? Why do we still get unalived by the popo?
Progress.
Why do we have to march in the streets in Alabama to get a black voting again?
Well, first of all, we march and protest because things ain't perfect. But to say there's no progress, that's 1926. 1926, huh?
Oh my God, Tim.
1926.
I cannot with your rag. What color was? Can I ask you something? Was you married to a white woman or a black woman?
Black. My first wife was black.
I feel bad. She's very divorced.
Well, listen, I don't see anything wrong with
undercover white man. Undercover white man.
1920. No progress since 1926, huh? That's crazy.
Tim, if we're having progress, why are they taking?
Because it ain't perfect. Because it ain't perfect.
That means that we're not getting progress, then, Tim. We're going backwards instead of going forwards. That's the truth. We still have red lines.
If you didn't, hold on.
We still get pew-pew.
How can you go backwards if you haven't progressed?
Tim, I swear to God, if we have 2 steps forward, we're getting.
How can you have 2 steps forward if you haven't progressed?
Listen, that's not even a lot of progress. We're getting 2 steps forward. And
so now it's not a lot of progress.
What did the white tea man just do? Tim, people, even the Uncle Ruckus is like Duke, kissing and sucking it, going all the way down to his back of his throat. You feel what I'm saying? All the way down. I mean, that little 2 little centimeter peanut that he be stuck it on, it's like jiggling in his tonsils. You know what I mean? We're going all the way back to Jim Crow.
You sound like you've been reading from. You sound like you've been reading from a manual created by Superhead. You can describe a good dick sucker. I tell you that.
No. I mean, he got like shit. He be sucking on that white tea man so bad.
My
He'd be
God.
sucking on his concerts. Yes, massa. Yes, massa. That's what that's what you and Uncle Ruckus up that old 60-year-old vet. Oh, he'll say yes. Oh, he's such the big daddy. Oh, yes. You know what I mean? He likes it in the booty just like you. You guys got to streak that bleach, man. Contemplating on that white tea man, saying we got all this progress, but yet we're going back to Jim Crow down south, right?
No, I can't believe you're saying no progress since 1926.
Why not?
Because you
we're
can.
Going backwards, Tim.
You can get it.
You know,
because
you fucking feline of a cockroach. If we're going backwards to Jim Crow, where's the progress? Please let me know.
I agree with you that it does seem that the wheels are turning in reverse. I agree with you, but
why do we think that is, Poopy?
Because we have progressed and we're seeing that some of it is in jeopardy. That's what happens from progress.
We're going back because the white tea man is in his feelings, and I bet Melania Trump probably wants some chocolate ding-a-ling, but she's too damn ugly to get it. You feel what I'm saying? So you know what? He feels threatened. The white tea man is feeling threatened because black and brown people is becoming up there, is getting up there, Tim. Is getting up there. That's why they don't like us. Because you know what? They thinking that they're going bye-bye. So they hating on us and they're going back to Jim Crow. That's what it is. So we're not making progress in 2020.
Let me just ask this, since I'm getting hammered on all platforms by plenty of liberals and folks that agree with you and my other callers. Let me ask you folks in the comments, by way of yes or no, do you believe that African Americans have progress since 1926? Yes or no? If you don't believe there's any progress been made, put in the comments no. None since 1926.
Why do we have to have laws to protect us, Tim? And there ain't no laws for a white man to be checked. Why do we have to have laws? Why do they not want to pass the Floyd bill? Why? Why did it take Joe Biden to get the lynching? Huh, Tim? Why?
You gotta have laws, as you're asking me about, for the same reason you have all the other laws. If you don't make if you don't make it's the same reason you gotta have laws for women, laws for kids, laws for everything else. If you don't have a law, people will break it.
You know what, Tim? If I was there, I promise you, we'll be a show going down. And you know, we'll probably be the #1 show. Because every time you open your mouth, you'll be something thrown right in your damn bald head. You bald head, you know what I mean? Like, you really do need like a Trump shirt saying, yes, I'm Uncle Ruckus. I like it like that. I like to have the my tonsils played with. Yeah. Yeah. By the white tea man. And then and now the white tea man is mad because because we say white tea. Get the black man, a black boy, and see what happens to your ugly ass.
I think it's
you white tea people to go up in the hood and call a black man a boy. And see what happens to your ugly ass.
I believe it. And I see in the comments somebody said we got a Sonia Massey bill. To me, every time they give you a bill or a law, to me that's progress. I just don't. I think
that's not progress, Tim. That's not progress. If they have to make a hate bill to protect us, that's not progress. Why should we have to be protected? Because the white tea man. You missed the whole point.
So if we're not progressing, why have the law at all? So should you just remove the law from the books?
We have to protect us because they want to unalive us.
How are you being protected? If there's no progress, then you're not being protected.
Oh my God, Tim! I swear to God, my head hurts fucking with you on God. And you know what, Tim? I am on painkillers because I got staples in my foot and my leg, and you're really making me to a point that I don't even understand you no more. I used to fuck with you, but you really truly are a maggot, and you really truly are a white man under that whatever fucking body you got, because you're getting on my damn nerves. We have to have laws to protect us, Tim. If it was such a good thing, we wouldn't have to have laws, because then the white tea man knows his place, right? But no, he don't know his place. He still wants to be a savage. I gotta be nice. And I haven't been mean. I haven't been mean to nobody. But let me tell you this, Tim, before I get bananaed. Let me tell you this, Tim. You're going to regret everything you're saying, because this is why the white teen man thinks it's comfortable to call us boys. This is why the white teen man likes to use the NR. Because black men like you, I can't even call you a black man, you undercover little maggot. That they think that's okay because of what you're doing, and it's not. If they have to make a law to protect us, we're not safe in the United States. We've never been safe. Black and brown never been safe. And look what they're doing now, Tim. Going and taking us back to 2.0 Jim Crow.
So I want to give you something. I know it's going to sound ridiculous, but I'm going to say this anyway. They recently passed a law making it a felony to abuse animals. And even though it's against the law to abuse animals, animals still get abused. So are you saying there's been no progress for abusing animals? Because it still happens.
It still happens because they have to protect the animals, because guess why? But they're still being abused, right? They're just doing it to the black people too. We're not protected. We have to have laws to try to protect us, because we're not safe here, Tim. And we're never going to progress unless the white teen man comes to his senses that he's a savage. And they're never going to do that, Tim. They're never going to do that. Because you know why? They want to control the power. Why do you think they're doing it to the midterms? They want all the power because they know they're going to get washed up in the midterms. They're going to get washed up.
Do you feel that African Americans in this country or blacks in this country will be safer if they move to countries in Africa where there's no white people around? Do you think we would be safer there?
I don't know, Tim. You know,
why don't you know?
You know how fucking crazy.
Why don't you know?
I don't know, Tim. You know what though? They took black. You know what the white teen man did? They took the black black Americans. They took their identity and whitewashed it. They used our Christianity against us. They used everything against us. They don't even know their own identity. Isn't that sad that the white man did that? And now we have to have laws to protect us that we don't even know. Like we are from Africa. We are, because they shipped us over here, the white teen man, but they beat us, they raped us and everything, and had mixed babies with us. Yeah, Tim, they took our identity and just did it all up in us, right? Right, Tim? And now when there's 2026, and you're here saying we're making progress, I swear to God, we're not making progress, because we're still getting alive by the po-po, we're still doing everything else, we're still getting hung by like fruits. And what else, Tim? We still get the ER treatment, right? And now, DEI, they're firing all the black women, and the federal officers are taking Black History as books.
It's a big difference between saying we made no progress and regress. I gotta move it on. Last word. Go ahead.
To make progress, Tim. We tried to make progress. We tried, but when they voted the Triple K into office, we're going all the way backwards. They don't want the white kids to know what the real history is and how savage their ancestors was. They don't want that shit. They want to whitewash our history. And it's not going to go down like that, all Tim. Right. So, no, are we safe here? No, we're not safe, Tim. And get the white shit out your mouth. It does not make you appealing.
I got to go. Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. Listen, I agree with the part that I do believe we're going backwards, removing Black history from locations, firing African Americans. I think what happened with Doge. I don't disagree that we're going backwards. Where I disagree is suggesting we've made no progress. I think that's insane. I don't want to pretend like, to me, I think you can address an issue and be so aggressive that you can lose credibility in how you're addressing it, and indicating that America's made no progress on racism. I mean, there are people like Sammy Davis Jr. who hung out with the Rat Pack and said he couldn't even go in the front of clubs he was performing at. He had to go around the back. You don't have to do that now. There's so many things. You ever seen the Green Book? The movie where the guy travels across the country and he can only stop at certain... That was after 1926. You're not dealing with that shit now. You can stop anywhere when you're driving across country. Plus or minus a few sundown towns, of course. But you can drive anywhere. You can stop anywhere. So no progress. You can apply to any school. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. But if you look at the number of African Americans that were lynched in 1926, and you compare it to what they're talking about now in 2026. You're telling me no progress at all, huh? Everything has to be zero across the board before you will admit progress has been made. That ain't progress. That's perfection. That's perfect. There's been laws passed to stop every crime that mankind can commit, and it still happens. I mean, if that's the case, no politician can ever say they've lowered crime or made progress, because if it ain't zero, then it's still happening. I think you're going way overboard on that. Way overboard. No, there's nothing you're going to pass. Look how strict. We mentioned earlier in the live, grown men being with underage girls and all that shit. Obviously, there was a time in America where you could do that with no accountability. That time is not happening now. But yet, even though it's a law where you could be criminally punished severely if you're a grown man messing with a child, it still happens. So are we going to say just as many are being abused now as it was when there was zero accountability? I don't think so. There's plenty of kids that still get abused now as we speak. But I guarantee before there was a time of accountability, it was happening more. It's progress. To say there's no, and if I got to take that stance, or all of a sudden I'm a coon or something. Wow. Be careful, Tim. You're starting to sound like a conservative. Welcome to the dark side. This shouldn't be conservative, though. But so if I don't say everything is one way, I'm out. Now that sounds more like MAGA to me. Anyway, I saw you guys have stopped tapping the screen, all that bullshit. Maybe we've been going on too long with this. I'll go ahead and stop it at this point. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We'll pick this up later. I cannot believe how bad I got hammered today. Wow. I don't know what to think.